and I'm going to take a really tight look to find exactly where the area of rotation is right now. Looks like that cell does have a little bit of a hook there, a little bit of a stinger, and you can see that rotation is going to be just to the west of Whitfield along Highway 9, Oklahoma Highway 9, right in this general vicinity. It's a little bit more on the broad side of things, but it's tight enough that we very well could see a tornado developing at any moment, and that's going to continue moving towards Porham over the next few minutes. Right now, this storm is moving. Let's see. Stephen, I'll let you go ahead and send that alert if you want to go ahead and send that. Let me know and I'm ready to take control. This storm is going to be moving off towards the northeast. Generally, these have been moving at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, so not necessarily the quickest of storms, but certainly they're moving into an environment that is going to support rapid intensification of these storms. We can see them go from a tiny little low shower into a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes in only a matter of minutes. That's the reality of the situation that we're going to be looking at over the next several hours. Tornado watch in effect for all of the 5 News viewing area until this evening, likely 9 p.m. for most of us, and this cell is included in that watch. Rotation now closing in on Highway 9. That latest scan shows it's somewhat broad in nature, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the Weather Service out of Tulsa issued that warning for a shorter time frame. Sometimes you get warnings that are 20, 30, 40 minutes long. This one on the shorter end of that segment. I want to go back and look here at the radar itself, and boy, you can definitely see a little bit of a hook echo. Meteorologist Zach Scott and I were talking about this one just a few minutes ago. So Stigler, not technically in the warning, we're just off to your west. If you're watching us here in Stigler, I think you're okay when it comes to this specific cell. Not too big of a concern for us. I think it's going to be moving right off towards your north and east, but if you're in Whitfield there, you might want to go ahead, take those tornado safety precautions. It's a little bit too close for comfort, especially the further west you go. We're talking a mile or two down Highway 9, start to get into that area of concern. This is where it's going to be right now, 71 and 9. The intersection there of Oklahoma 71 and Highway 9 is going to be where your area of rotation is. It's not as strong as we've seen, but it is definitely an area of rotation that very well could strengthen into something more concerning at any moment. Right now, Weather Service out of Tulsa monitoring this very closely. Got some emergency managers there also, noting the environment feels very favorable for the potential of a tornado at any moment. Not seeing debris. That's the good news for us, right? I'll keep a close eye on that. If that's the case, that will tell us that there's something happening on the ground. Stephen, I'm going to ask you, if you could, you or Zach, to tell me how fast this storm is moving. And I'll put a track on this off towards the northeast, and we can give folks an idea of how long they have.
Northeast at 50.
Northeast at 50. So this storm's moving a little bit quicker than it was just a little bit ago. So northeast at 50 puts that at power plant at 230, Sims 241, Gore at 254, Redbird Smith 3 o'clock, Tenkiller Lake Air Park there on 313. That gives you an idea of how long you have to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. I know this can be a little bit alarming. I know this can be scary. A lot of us have known that the severe weather potential for today was a little bit higher. So there's a lot of folks that have some anxiety. Now is not the time to get scared necessarily. Let's just go ahead and do what we all know to do. Let's put the tennis shoes on. Let's move to that innermost room. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as you possibly can. Take care of yourself. Put something over your head. If you're in this red tornado warning polygon, this is a pretty serious supercell. Rotation is there. It's not the strongest, but that could change at any moment. In fact, Weather Service out of Tulsa telling me off air here that could produce a tornado at any moment. Of course, hence the reason for the warning being issued itself. We'll take a tighter look back into this. I'm going to look at rotation again. It's kind of tough to pinpoint, but what I can do for you is I'm going to put a circle around it and get an idea of what we're looking at. This is centered right on top of 9 and 71, and this is going to be moving towards Porham here real soon. Over the next few minutes, it's going to be pushing off towards the north and east. That's going to be your area of rotation right there. Certainly an area of concern. I would expect there to be a little bit brighter colors for some stronger rotation. That's not to say that might not happen soon. On the left-hand side of your screen here, this is going to be a live picture out of Fort Smith. This is our ACHE camera. We've got it pointed towards the west, so we've got a pretty good look into that severe thunderstorm. We're probably going to be too far away to see any potential tornado, if there is one there, but we're close enough that we can see the overall storm structure. Clouds are pretty high. These towers are pretty high. It tells us updrafts are healthy. You might even see a little bit of some small hail coming out of that storm as well. Definitely some heavy rains. I want to take a look at our rotation track, and that blue dot right there is where you would find that rotation. So moving off towards the north and east pretty quickly. Here's going to be that track. We saw that rotation develop towards the south of Highway 9 there. It's starting to strengthen up a little bit. Now we're getting closer to 71, moving towards Purim. If you live along Oklahoma Highway 2 between Briartown and Purim, likely you're seeing some very strong rotation that's going to get ready to pass right on top of you. It is you folks right now that is in immediate danger. We got to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions and stay put till I give you the all clear. What that could look like for you is just turn the television volume up as loud as you possibly can. We're streaming on 5 Plus and on our mobile apps, and you can take those cell phones with us to the closet, and we'll ride this storm out with you. But right now, that area rotation certainly does continue to be very concerning for us. It could produce a tornado near Purim there at any moment if it's not already producing one. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our debris tracker to see if we have any potential debris. I don't see anything of concern right now that would tell me that there's being debris lofted into the atmosphere. What I'm looking at here is I'm asking the radar, I'm saying, hey, show me things that shouldn't be up in the atmosphere. Of course, we know hailstones and we know rain should be up in those clouds, and it doesn't really care about that when I put it into this radar mode. If we're seeing something else like leaves or twigs or yard lawn furniture, things like that, you would find a bright blue dot, and we're not seeing that. And what you would often look for is if that bright blue dot is showing up where you have rotation. Not seeing that right now. That doesn't necessarily mean there's not an immediate threat. In fact, that latest scan shows me that that rotation is a little bit stronger than it was just a few moments ago. You've got a brighter signal here of green air. That's going to be winds blowing towards the Fort Smith radar, reds blowing away from it. Where we start to get those to dance coming together, that's going to be your area of rotation. We call that a couplet right now between 9 and 71. Looks like they've gone ahead and moved that warning a little bit further towards the north and east. So perhaps that radar data is just a little bit behind. Trimming that back. Thank you for moving that for me. Here's going to be your new warning as that continues to pulse there, telling us there is a bit of an update along Oklahoma Highway 2 between Purim and Briartown. That's the immediate threat, but even further towards the north and east, getting closer to Interstate 40, that's going to be our concern. This is a tornado warning for just to the southwest of Sims. This does include Gore. The town of Gore is also included in this this tornado warning, and that is set to expire, I believe, at 2:45. Is that correct? Let me back this up here, get an idea of overall storm structure as well while we're at it. Yeah, 2:45, in addition to the potential for some strong rotation, the potential for some damaging straight line winds. You also could have a little bit of hail moving out of the system as well. This is going to be coming out of the Fort Smith radar, so we're looking, got a pretty good view into it. Weber's Falls now included in this this new warning as well, so it's pulsing up. If you live in Gore, in Purim, Warner, Weber's Falls, let's go ahead and get the shelter really quickly, right? This storm is certainly tightening up. In fact, that latest radar scan right there certainly shows that hook starting to take a bit more of an impressive notch right there. It's a little bit of a concerning signature that that's not weakening up even a little bit at all. It does look like they're a pretty strong radar signal of some rotation. I want to look at debris. We could be seeing that at any moment. I'm not seeing it right now, and I find some comfort in that in the short term, but just kind of given what the environment is that would potentially support a tornado at any moment, it's possible we might have to be looking at debris here real soon. Right now, though, not finding any. Purim under the gun. That's going to be where we find the most concern. This is tracking towards the north and east, so Weber's Falls is going to be next. Sallisaw, you're off towards the east. Not a concern for you folks there right now. Vian, not technically in this warning. It's not uncommon for some of these storms to take a right-hand turn. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with this one, but I will tell you it's a little close for us there in Vian, especially if you live just to the west side of town. You very well might find yourself in that tornado warning polygon, area of rotation just to the south of Purim, getting ready to move into the Purim community at any moment. It's moving so quickly. In fact, at 50 miles per hour, that's a pretty fast click for a tornado warning to be moving. In fact, I want to back this up. Make sure that they're not going to update that. In fact, Zach, if you could just tell me, check that one more time, see if they've updated that with that new warning polygon. This is going to be coming out of the Tulsa radar, I believe, and this just gives us a different vantage point. And it certainly shows pretty strong area of rotation on the southwest side of that warning polygon. Northeast at 40. Okay, so it is slowing down just a little bit. This only includes a small sliver of Sequoah County. And you can see Gore, of course, is going to be part of that. Moving towards the Sims area. So once this crosses into Sequoah County, okay, new scan coming in there. Not as impressive as it once was. Once this crosses into the Sequoah County area, crossing I-40, Gore is going to be next. If you live in Gore, let's go ahead and put a track on that for you. I want to let you know how long you've got to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. We can do that by putting the storm track on it. And of course, you got to know that when I put these tracks on here and I give you these estimated times of arrival, this is assuming that the storm doesn't speed up or slow down. And these storms can do both of those things. So this puts it at Conley School 236, Sims at 243, Weber's Falls at 250. Seeing some reports coming in that perhaps there's a visible wall cloud as seen from Weber's Falls. So looking back off towards the south and west. Gore 254, Bragg's 303, Qualls 314, 10 Killer Lake Air Park at 317. No funnel visible with that specific cell right now. That's some good news, but we do see some strong rotation and a wall cloud. So we've got some of these precursors happening for very strong signal for some rotation, and that is going to be moving close to Weber's Falls here real soon. This is the red polygon. This is our only tornado warning at the moment while we're waiting on a new set of data to come in. What I'd like to do is take an area-wide reset. I know we're covering up your programming. That is certainly not something I want to be here doing, but I'm going to do it if there are lives in danger. That's what we've got right now. It's pretty quiet across northwest Arkansas, somewhat quiet in the river valleys. We've had some activity in the Ouachitas, and the reason that concerns me is it's not just quiet, but we've also got satellite and radar showing us that there's actually a lot of breaks in the clouds, especially across the northwest Arkansas parts of the river valley. That sunshine's beaten down and it's warming us up. Look at these temperatures. It's 81 in Fort Smith, 82 in Poto. And you might think, what the heck does temperatures have to do with any of this? Well, the warmer that atmosphere is, that's more storm fuel that these thunderstorms are getting ready to tap into. In addition to storm fuel, one of the other ingredients that we've got to track really closely is shear. There's a lot of wind shear out there. So of all the ingredients necessary to support the potential for tornadoes, they're all around medium to high, and that's not comfortable for us, but it is the situation we're dealing with, and that's why we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for all of eastern Oklahoma, all of western Arkansas. It's going to be here in yellow. This runs until 9 o'clock this evening. In addition to that, it's a bit of a dual threat. It's not just severe weather. It's not just tornadoes and the potential of damaging straight-line winds. It's flash flooding happening at the exact same time. That's a problem for us. Back to rotation tracker on that specific storm. We've only got the one tornado warning in our neck of the woods. There's another one off towards the southeast. It's going to be east of Logan County, moving through parts of Yell County, and this one is soon going to probably, if it maintains itself, moving into the Pope County area. So heads up for folks that might be tuning in from Pope County. Looks like there's a storm that will be tracking your direction. Right now, you can see that the blue and that purple, some weaker but certainly some moderate rotation moving towards Purim. That's going to continue passing off towards the north and east. This is the historical rotation track just to get an idea of where it was and where it's going. Right now you can find a small little signal there. You got to look for it, but it's there just to the south of Purim. That's where we would expect that rotation. Gore, Warner, Weber's Falls, and the western portions of Sequoah County under that tornado warning. That latest scan, I'll tell you, that's a bit more pronounced signal of some rotation. Zach, at any point you want to jump in, you just let me know if you see something of interest. That's certainly going to come together. It's getting a little bit tighter, so that's going to be potentially producing a tornado, I think, at any second. It's coming together, right? This thing is certainly starting to get a bit more tightly wound up. Putting a track on that from where that rotation is at the latest radar scan. That's going to put that moving towards Conley School 238, Weber's Falls 252. So current time here 234. We got a couple of minutes to go. If I'm you, though, I don't want to waste a whole lot of time. I wouldn't necessarily think, oh, this is going to just certainly weaken. Look, it could. But I'll tell you, it's moving into an area that hasn't seen a lot of thunderstorms, hasn't seen a lot of rain today, so it's a pretty untapped atmosphere, meaning these first few storms that go are going to be out there by themselves, soaking up a lot of the energy, and they're just going to go. And we've seen that happen. We're kind of entering into that critical daytime heating period of the day where we see these storms really start to take off. And that's what's happening with the specific storm right there. If at any point, guys, that speed changes, I'll be curious to know about it. I want to take a closer look. We're going to go real tight here, guys. I know this isn't going to be of interest to a lot of folks, but if you live here along State Highway 2, that's where that specific area of rotation continues to be. This is going to be just to the southwest of Sims. Sims is right here. Here's Purim. We're tracking towards the north and east, and soon that's going to move into parts of western Sequoah County. It looks like a new warning issued. Probably just trimmed it, actually. Probably just took parts of it out, and that's what the update is.
Zach, they slowed it down as well. 35 miles per hour now. Okay. Still to the northeast.
Okay, excellent. Zach, I'm going to bring you in over here real quick. If you don't mind jumping on, you can track that.
So we're watching, again, we've got the tornado warning moving off towards the northeast. National Weather Service noting exactly what Scott was just talking about. This is moving into a more favorable environment. A really, truly, yeah, we've had some isolated showers, but an untapped environment. This line of storms, this cluster of storms, tornado warnings have been in and out over the last couple hours, going all the way back into south central Oklahoma and central Oklahoma. And guys, we're going to continue to watch this too. Possible funnel being reported there. This storm is now moving into the best environment it's had. And again, it was already starting to get a little stronger just out towards the west. We've seen multiple tornado warnings and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out towards the west. And the environment, what I'm saying is the environment's more unstable the further east it goes. Does that mean that it's always going to tap into that, maximize that available energy, that available fuel? No, we've seen that plenty of times. Storms just, for whatever reason, something was missing there. But of course, it's our job to know what these storms are moving into, and we'll let you know. It's possible that this storm could continue to stay active, continue with a potential tornado warning here for a while. It's moving into a more unstable environment. All right, so it's moving off towards the northeast around 35 miles per hour. And we're looking at Sequoah County, far western Sequoah County. If you're in Fort Smith, you're in Van Buren, you're looking out towards the west, skies are dark. There's a big cluster of storms out towards the west. This is all shifting northeast. This is not about to move into the Fort Smith area. We will see the overall shower and thunderstorm activity to the west eventually moving east, but the flow within the line currently is moving from southwest to northeast, and again moving towards the I-40 corridor. It's off towards the south. There it is, out towards the south. Let's go ahead. I'll hold my finger right here, and what we're looking at right here is potential to see if we can see some debris being picked up. It's getting close there, guys.
I think that so this is we call it debris tracker, and what we like to do is see, is there anything in the atmosphere that's not supposed to be there? That's the debris, and that's the leaves and the twigs. That's not rain and hail, right? And does that co-locate exactly where the area of rotation is? And that gives us a pretty good mathematical percentage of, hey, that's probably debris, and that's happening right now. It looks like we do have a debris signature. That's going to be just to the east, northeast of Purim by just a couple of miles. This potentially could be a tornado on the ground at any moment, if not at this exact moment, moving towards Weber's Falls, moving towards Gore. At 2:36, that was about 2 minutes ago, we had a storm spotter report a funnel rain wrapped heading towards the northeast. That would be towards Weber's Falls. Based off of that, Zach, it certainly looks like that's likely verifying based off of radar alone. So now we not only have radar, we have visual confirmation of something either producing a tornado or could at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that scan and that information came in within a couple minutes of each other. So now we want to continue to watch this. Is this going to be moving off towards the northeast, holding together, strengthening? It's possible. Again, this is moving into an untapped environment that is primed, ready to go here for more strong storms to continue to develop. Again, this is out towards the west. Fort Smith is behind me, Van Buren behind me, I-40 right there. This is far western Sequoah County. Gore, possible tornado on the ground right now, off towards your southwest, moving northeast about 35 miles per hour. We're giving you as much of a warning as we possibly can. Circulation is to the north of Purim now. We've been watching it. It's increased, continues to give us those brighter colors. Red's moving away from the radar. The radar side is in the Fort Smith area. Green moving towards it. You can see the rotation. You can see the spin in the atmosphere. And what we look for are those colors getting brighter. Are they getting tighter and closer together? And that's what we've been seeing with the last couple of scans here. Again, we'll go back, rotation tracker sometimes could be lagging just a little bit behind
I think that's
there.
what's happening, yeah.
Yeah.
I think velocity tells the story. You asked two critical questions. Are they getting brighter? Are they getting tighter? The answer to both of those questions, Zach, is yes, definitively.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the latest? This is the part, I love weather, I love the science, I love everything, I love the technology and how far it's come. I still sometimes struggle with how long we have to wait. We got to wait for these scans, and I get it. We got to wait for the scans to go out, get the picture for us, bring it back, and give it to us. If it's on the ground, I think that's potentially our signature right there. It seems to match up perfectly with where we have that velocity. Again, this is moving northeast. Active tornado warning for parts of Sequoah County off towards the southwest of Gore. This is north of Porham. It's moving northeast. And we're going to continue to track this as long as it's on the ground. I think we're going to continue to see more scattered showers and thunderstorms slowly developing and pushing further into eastern Oklahoma and eventually western Arkansas. We're going to see some of those showers and thunderstorms with the potential of warnings later today, and that's what the weather team's going to be tracking for you. We're going to continue to watch this moving further off towards the northeast. It's making a run towards Gore, about 35 miles per hour. There's I-40. Tornado would be just off towards the southwest, and we may only have 5 to 10 minutes before it officially crosses. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on this storm as it moves off towards the northeast towards Gore.
Gore and Weber's Falls, you folks really need to be in your safe locations at this exact moment. Time is quickly diminishing for you to get to a safe place. What does that look like for you? It's been a minute maybe, or maybe you're new to the area. So let me walk you through a couple of things you're going to want to do real quickly. We don't have to panic. We've got a couple of minutes, but time's quickly decreasing. You need to put as many walls between you and the exterior of your home as possible. Look, if you've got an underground shelter, not a lot of folks do, but if you do, if you can get underground, that's probably a pretty good idea for you to do. Put something over your head. Some people will just use a pillow, but maybe you've got quick access to a sports helmet, a big thick book. That's a really good idea to do as well. Lowest floor possible. Cover yourself up. Try to be away from some windows. Not really good idea to be near any windows. The smallest room possible. Now, if you're caught outside, some things that we might recommend that you do. Seek shelter in a building, please, quickly, at all costs. You don't want to be near trees. You don't want to be near cars. You generally want to lie flat, face down on low-lying ground. We really hope folks are inside, though. What I'd like to do, I'd like to go back to live radar, if we could. Area of rotation continues to strengthen up. This is going to be just to the outside of Sims, moving towards Weber Falls and the town of Gore. This is getting really close to Interstate 40. In fact, given how quick this storm's moving, I wouldn't be surprised if folks on I-40 right now aren't looking off towards the south and they're seeing probably minimally a wall cloud, probably a funnel cloud. Question is it making contact? We did see a little bit of what was probably some debris, which tells us maybe there in fact was a tornado. We'll see. We'll see what we can glean from damage reports, things like that after the fact. But right now, pretty strong area of rotation. This is our only tornado warning in the 5 News viewing area as of right now. That doesn't mean we're not watching everywhere else. We've got a lot of eyes here in the studio, in the field, watching a lot of different storms. This one at the moment is the most concerning. So if I'm not talking about your town, it's not because I don't care about you. I promise you I really do. We're going to cover all the storms well tonight. This is just the second one of the afternoon, the only one that's giving an imminent danger to folks that are living in the path of this storm. Greens. Winds blowing towards Fort Smith radar, right? We got a pretty good view out of this storm simply because the radar's so close to it. So I have a high degree of confidence that the data that's coming out of this is pretty impressive. Okay, getting some information. Okay, and I'm not sure if that's our storm. That's a storm report, but I'm not sure it's from our specific storm here. It could be somewhere else. Green's blowing towards the radar, red's blowing away from it. It starts to come together. We start to see that circulation develop, and inevitably you're probably going to start to see that wall cloud develop. And unfortunately, given the factors that are at play this afternoon into this evening, you very well could have a tornado really quickly. I want to go really tight here. We're gonna get really pixelated, but I want to put some more information on the map. I want to see if we can't find any streets to pop up. Might not necessarily be the most populated area. Looks like we're probably going to be just to the south. Okay, that's a very concerning signal right there. New tornado warning. That's going to now include parts of western Adair County. really strong area of rotation. Depending, so that's the Fort Smith radar. You look from the Tulsa radar. I know we're kind of bouncing between, but that's a really good thing for us to be able to do, to see the low-lying areas of the storm, but we also can see the upper levels of the storm. And out of the Tulsa radar, that rotation is much stronger, and you can see those brighter colors there, much more wound up. So top level of the storm certainly spinning pretty quickly. Bottom level of the storm where a tornado would develop, it's also spinning. Probably a pretty strong updraft right there. Probably pretty balanced severe thunderstorm. It's really close to Gore. We're talking minutes, if not less, that we're moving into the Gore and Webbers Falls community. Stephen, you have something? It's moving up to 40 miles. Up to 40 miles per hour right towards the north and east. Let's put another track on that, especially since we do have a new warning that extends a little bit further towards the west portions of Adair, west portions of Sequoah County. I'm going to draw this out. I'm going to draw it a little bit further than the warning just to give you an additional heads up. So right now, time is 2:45. That puts it in Webbers Falls here at 2:49. That's assuming it doesn't slow down or doesn't speed up. And I also got to remind you, if you're watching us on streaming, you might be a minute or two behind, okay? So just keep that in mind. Gore, 252, Paradise Hill, 302, Qualls, 312, Keys, 322, Tahlequah, 333, Eldon at 339. That's assuming it doesn't speed up or slow down, and it has been doing that. At one point it was 50 and it was 20, so it's kind of dancing around there as the thunderstorm continues to evolve, but it's still very strong. Those winds right there are tightly wound up. You can see Webbers Falls. You can see we are just to the south of Interstate 40. In fact, I suspect right now our wall cloud is probably right on top of Interstate 40. This is going to be south of 351. It's just to the south of Webbers Falls and Gore. We're pretty much in Webbers Falls at this point, just maybe not the downtown area. This is going to continue pushing towards the northeast. So Gore, right now, you've got to be in your safe place. Okay, do that for me. Go ahead and move in there. Just turn the television up. We're going to walk you through it. We're not going to go anywhere until the threat is passed. This is soon to be crossing I-40 over the next couple of seconds, maybe a minute tops. Of course, that's also going to cross the river there as well. Looking again from the Tulsa radar, pretty strong signal of rotation there. Take an area-wide reset just to make sure nothing else is going on. We've got eyes on a lot of storms out there. Continuing to see another tornado warning that's not in our viewing area, but this very well could move towards the Pope County area should that storm maintain itself. It has had a history of producing some very strong rotation over the last couple of hours. We were tracking
Scott,
that one earlier. Yes, Zach.
Yeah, and Steve and I have been keeping an eye on that one. That is an observed tornado currently.
Okay.
And again, the latest track seems like it may just stay to the east of Logan County, but certainly have our eyes on that. And as you had mentioned, very strong rotation. Even earlier on, it had two areas of strong rotation in the beginning, but it is confirmed observed tornado with that storm. So just kind of showing the atmospheric conditions all around Five Country, not just out towards the west, but even towards the east.
Taking another look at debris tracker, this is some good news. I think given that signal of rotation, I was half expecting to see some debris. That's from Tulsa. This is from Fort Smith, and I don't see any debris right now where that area of rotation is. Again, that's not an all clear. That's for this exact moment. Maybe we're in an okay position, but boy, that signal is pretty strong. Where that rotation, that wall cloud, now lifting north of I-40, and it's pretty tight. That's some really bright greens, really bright reds, and that tells us we've got some pretty strong rotation right there coming together really quickly. In fact, I'd like to see gate-to-gate shear if we can get an idea of that. So those numbers aren't all that impressive, but visually speaking, in terms of storm organization overall, I'd say that certainly is going to be a bit on the concerning side for us. That's our only area of rotation in our viewing area right now. It is going to be in Sequoah County in a matter of a couple of minutes. Storm moving pretty quickly. It has sped up, it has slowed down, but this one right now certainly going to be our top concern. We've been looking at the overall radar presentation. Look at that. Here's your hooks right here. It's not as crisp and well-defined as it was a little bit earlier, but it's certainly pretty strong right there. And of course, this is where you'd find the rotation, so it's exactly where you would expect it. That's going to be just to the east of Warner, west of Vian. We're right on top of Webbers Falls right now. We're right on top of Gore right now. If you hear me, if you're tuning in from Webbers Falls or Gore, my plea to you is go ahead and let's be in that safe place real quick. This storm is moving quickly, but it does have some pretty strong rotation going into western portions of Sequoah County. And I don't see anything that's going to necessarily slow that down, okay? I don't see that it's going to weaken necessarily, at least based off of radar presentation alone. We're not exhibiting any signs of that yet. That's not to say it might not happen, but for the time being, it's a concerning signal. Evening shade, you're also included in this tornado warning. I want you folks to know that we are tracking this for you, as well as Paradise Hill. I would suspect this area of rotation is going to be traveling pretty much due parallel to Oklahoma 100, that state highway there that takes it pretty close into Paradise Hill, eventually over into Adair County. This storm has produced a funnel cloud, it has produced a wall cloud, and it continues to show some pretty strong signs of rotation, well-organized supercell thunderstorm that I suspect, if it hasn't produced a tornado yet, it very well could at any moment. The area of most concern continues to be Gore. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put our cell phone number up. If you know of damage, and you can safely get a report to us, here's our number here at the station. It comes directly to our cell phones, 479-785-5000. We'll be looking for those reports. Please do not try to go outside and take a picture. I don't want to show your picture on air if your life gets put in danger. That's not what we're out to do here, but we want to give folks a heads up. If there is damage reports, we can pass those along to the National Weather Service. That's going to be out of Tulsa, of course, and they're going to be the ones issuing this specific warning. So if you can get us a report, we'd love it, but please don't put yourself in harm's way. That's certainly not going to be worth it. Looking at the latest radar scan, I want to take a tighter look here. Really, it is going to be State Highway 100.
Hey, Scott,
yes,
we got
sir.
a new warning that goes out for that other cell that's in parts of Danville, Rover, Arkansas right now. That's going to clip Logan County.
Okay.
It was confirmed. They dropped the confirmed wording, but the circulation is still tight enough that they're going ahead and extending that warning.
Okay, that's good information, Stephen. Thank you so much. Folks in Logan County, this is going to be your second tornado warning of the day, third overall. This includes the town of Delaware. So this is going to be far eastern Logan County. You're going to be just clipped just barely by this tornado warning. It's set to expire at 3:30. It looks like the tornado warning itself expires just to the south of Russellville. So if you have folks, say you have students, kids at Arkansas Tech University, wouldn't hurt to go ahead and give them a call. Not technically under a tornado warning at the moment, but certainly very well could be. Wind velocities on that cell, wow. That's about one of the strongest signals of rotation I've seen over the last couple of days, given everything we've gone through. That's a really strong concerning area of rotation. Your rover, it's going to move towards Danville, not in our viewing area, but is eventually going to impact our viewing area. That's why we focus on that. You can see that warning does clip Logan County, which we take care of. And Logan County, we're going to be here for you for this one as well. 3:30 is when that warning expires. Let's hope that thing takes a bit of a right-hand turn. I would say right now, the odds are of that rotation actually making it into Logan County are a bit on the lower side for the time being. That's not to say things might not change, though, so we'll keep you posted on that. Zach?
Seeing that circulation moving right over the Gore area now. So if there was a tornado, it would be right on the north side of Gore. We've had multiple reports of funnel clouds, even one of the later ones, more recent ones just coming in. Here in the last couple of moments from the Gore City PD, seeing it out there. So again, we can see on radar ourselves, we know this storm's spinning. We can see all the evidence there for that. And then now this helps us when we have trained spotters out there that can give us the eyes on the ground, right? To be out there, to be our eyes and let us know, hey, are you seeing this? Is this making it to the ground? Because we can only go so far with the radar. But we're certainly getting some reports out there that, this has produced at least a funnel at times. Looks like possibly we were seeing some debris signature and rotation trying to show up. It wasn't the perfect setup, but we've had our eyes on there. We've seen the signs of it a little bit. So that's what we're trying to look for. We're trying to dissect the radar. We've got all the tools we can, but sometimes, we need visualization out there from folks when we can get it. And we were saying this a little while ago too. How often do we track tornado warned storms at 1, 2 in the afternoon? We're always getting them after dark, right?
That's exactly right. Most of our storms in this area, historically and statistically speaking, are nocturnal. Bad news with that today is that means all this daytime heating and the breaks in the clouds we've got out there, that's going to fuel these thunderstorms. This is not the last. We're probably going to have some more, I'm afraid, over the next few minutes. Looks like our area of rotation at this point is squarely in parts of Sequoah County coming together. You can still see a very strong signal right there. Those winds are dancing. You've got a storm that's spinning like a top, has produced a funnel cloud, has produced a wall cloud. We've got numerous storm chasers out there getting some pretty good visuals of the specific storm. I think at one point we probably did see a little bit of debris being wafted in the air. So it's possible this thing did briefly try to drop something, lift it back up, become more of a funnel, and that's going to be the concern for us over the next few minutes. Okay, so Weather Service continues to say, well, we already know. This is going to be a continued volatile environment. Getting some reports. If I look like I'm distracted, I'm getting storm chaser reports directly into the system here. It looks like we might be seeing a tornado on the ground. It looks like perhaps we might have just gone confirmed with that. Let's see what the update is. Okay, they're not saying confirmed yet, still saying radar indicated, but I suspect we're going to see that goes confirmed. West side of Sequoah County here at any minute, moving just right almost parallel with Highway 100. Here's going to be your area of concern near Gore. It's going to be moving very close to Paradise Hill. It's moving quickly, okay? So if we're getting these reports from storm chasers, storm spotters out there that there is in fact a tornado on the ground, it's time. It's time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Rotation's continuing to be strong. Environment continues to be very favorable. Radar shows it. It looks like now we might be having a debris signature. Zach, I'm going to let you analyze debris.
Yeah, no problem. Right around the Nachi town, and forgive me here if I mispronounce something, we may be seeing a debris signature popping up on the south side of town. I'm trying to overlay that with the circulation. It's pretty close. Certainly seems possible here. So we're going to continue to track this for you. May have a tornado on the ground northeast of Gore. This would be just to the west of Redbird Smith, and this is moving northeast around 35 to 40 miles per hour. This is what we're going to be looking at right in here, right along Highway 100, I believe. And again, this is moving off towards the north. Going to put velocity on, see if it lines up. It does. It's right there. If we do have a tornado on the ground, I believe it's right between Nachi Town and Gore, right along Highway 100. Stephen?
You want to go over to the green wall? I can go ahead and drive for you. Let's see here.
And they reissued the tornado warning. Let's see if they start to use some of the verbiage of confirmed. That's what we're going to be looking for here,
right,
to see if they're seeing it as well. It's a little messy for us. Some of these scans are just coming in. And again, guys, this is real time. We're analyzing this data as we're talking to you. So again, we're looking at it, we're breaking it down, and we're trying to figure it out as these images are coming in and give you as much of a heads up as possible. If we have a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right here, just to the north of Gore. I believe this is Highway 100, and this circulation is likely going off towards the northeast. Would at this moment could stay just southeast of Paradise Hill. So it is confirmed.
This is confirmed. Tornado was located near Lake Tenkiller. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, considered a damaging tornado.
Okay, there you go, folks. We have a tornado on the ground. This is far western Sequoah County. This storm is not moving towards Fort Smith, Van Buren. I know areas in Sebastian, Crawford County, you hear that. You say, where is it? It's moving northeast, heads up to you, down the line, Adair County. And we're going to have to continue to watch this storm, because if it goes into Adair County, could it hold together and move into parts of Washington or Benton County? As of right now, it certainly is possible. Can we zoom out here just a little bit real quick and just get a kind of a wide view of the actual warning, see how far it goes? Again, here's western Sequoah County. Here's western and far areas of Adair County. Tornado on the ground north of Gore, south of Paradise Hill. We can go ahead and zoom back into it, and let's see if we can get some roads to pop up here and let you know exactly where this storm is. If we have a tornado, it's on the ground right there, moving north up Highway 100. Can we put the correlation coefficient on there and see if we can get the debris tracker to show up? And let's see, I'll hold my finger here and see if we get, so that would probably be our debris signature right there. Mm-hmm. So just to the east of the highway here, moving northeast. You got any new data coming in?
No new data, but if you're in Paradise Hill right now, again, you have minutes. That's the direction it's moving towards. If anything, it's going to be moving just to the east side of Paradise Hill. Again, that's our debris signature. This was updated to a confirmed tornado on the ground, considering a damaging tornado right now.
Can you go to reflectivity too? Let's just see what the hook looks like as well. So it's moving. So we're getting new scans here. So now reflectivity is a little ahead. Maybe our notch right in there. And then we can go back to velocity again. This is moving very close to Paradise Hill. If you're in the Paradise Hill area, again, rotation is coming very close to you. Tornado may stay just to the southeast, but if you know anybody that lives in this area, make sure they are in their tornado safe place right now. We are tracking a confirmed tornado on the ground, far northwestern, western areas of Sequoah County here, moving off towards the northeast. Again, we've been tracking this for a while, and we may be getting some debris signatures showing up there to the south of Paradise Hill.
I continue to see not only the debris signature on radar, but in some communication with storm chasers and some spotters on the ground there. There continues to be numerous reports. Here's some video coming out of Weber's Falls. Looks like you've got a very clear wall cloud there. Video quality not the best. Is that the tornado there? Perhaps it possibly is. Hard to say, but certainly very concerning given the fact that we do have debris on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we're not looking at video out of Weber's Falls of the tornado that is likely still on the ground at this moment. This is going to continue to be tracking up towards the north and east. Very strong rotation maintaining itself, which is going to put that probably in Adair County over the next couple of minutes. The far southwestern side of Adair County, to be clear, just to the west of Greasy.
How impressive was that wall cloud? We could sit there and analyze that. That was low. That was very low, and that is an impressive storm. So you know it's very healthy. And again, it's moving into an environment that these storms could only get stronger in. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground. You see it there. Far western, northwestern Sequoah County. Circulation's moving to the northeast, 35, 40 miles per hour. And it's likely going to stay just to the west of evening shade. We're going to continue to watch this storm. This is a part of many storms out towards the west. Another warning over near Wagner. These storms will eventually track towards the Arkansas state line. So we're going to have to continue to watch. The storms within this line are moving southwest to northeast, but overall this line is slowly working out towards the east. We've got thunderstorms to the south. We're going to keep our eyes on these. Scott, Logan, Franklin, Johnson County. I'm going to be honest with you. Storms anywhere in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas could start to rotate at any moment. And a lot of these storms will be rotating. How many of them are we going to see that circulation really tighten up? We've already seen a few really start to tighten up rapidly here in just the last couple of hours. And we're in the beginning stages of what we were expecting. Late afternoon into the evening, everything coming together, these storms reaching the peak here for scattered showers and thunderstorms to become warned. Scott, something new?
Pass along information regarding that Logan County tornado warning. We've not been on it yet, given it's not actually impacting Logan County at the moment. We're talking Delaware, the town of Delaware. That continues to strengthen. That storm's moving towards the Russellville area. The sliver of the warning includes far eastern stretches of eastern Logan County. However, Delaware is included. There is some strong rotation. This supercell has continued for the last couple of hours, producing some very strong rotation. And you can see passing through Danville right now. If that's not a tornado, that certainly very well could be at any moment. Does that impact Logan County? I still believe if it does, it is going to be, we're talking extreme southeastern, eastern Logan County. More than likely, the bulk of that stays just to the east of Delaware. But if you're in Delaware, don't hear me say that it's all clear. It's not. You're in the path of this rotation. You got to take care of yourself there. We've got eyes on that storm. We'll be bouncing back and forth between this one, but we've got to stay focused where we have a tornado debris signature, and that continues to be just to the east of Tenkiller with the storm. It has. In fact, we had a little bit of a debris signature just a few minutes ago from Black Gum, so that's going to be in addition to what we were reporting on earlier.
It looks even tighter here, doesn't it?
It sure does. It really does. Moving towards evening shade. It's right on top of evening shade at this point, just given how fast the storm's moving. Yeah, moving off towards the northeast. Again, confirmed tornado here. New scan just coming in. This is our area of circulation getting ready to cross over the Sequoah County line. We're going to continue to watch this out towards the east. Could make a run and likely will. Parts of Adair, Delaware County. You're on alert here. We're going to continue to watch this storm, and then that means the Arkansas state line is next. This is just one storm in a line of storms that we have to keep our eyes on. We want to scan through, see if we see another debris signature. Yeah, of course. Let's take a look at that.
And we'll see
Very well could be something right there. Another report from a storm chaser that's on the ground. Tornado is ongoing.
Okay.
So it looks like maybe this tornado has been on the ground for a little bit. And we're talking the Black Gum area. That's going to be near Redbird Smith, Box to the north of Sycamore. This is going to be just to the east of Ten Killer Lake. Just to the east of Ten Killer. Depending on how wide the tornado is, and of course there's just no way to know at this moment, we very well could be dealing with tornado at Lake Ten Killer State Park, moving towards Evening Shade. Eventually, that's going to be moving towards Cookson Hill State Game Refuge, and eventually near Dry Creek. It's almost running due to the northeast. It's going to cross Highway 82 just to the south of Cookson at any moment.
Scott, new scan just came in while you're doing that. Look at this.
Yep.
That's got to be it.
That's got to be it. Yep.
That's an impressive signature. That's the strongest one we've seen so far. So what we're seeing here is debris is being lofted into the air. The radar is scanning that, saying that's not raindrops. That's not typical precipitation. That's something else. Hopefully, in this situation, this is just a lot of leaves from all the fall foliage out there, and could be some debris there. But certainly something is being lofted up into the atmosphere here, and it's being picked up. So that matches perfectly with the signature that we have crossing now out of Sequoah County. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. It started just to the north of Gore. We had reports of funnels before then. This thing was just strengthening and continued to kind of cycle a little bit, giving us those funnels, then eventually gave us the tornado. Now we've had a tornado tracking across northwest Sequoah County. That's our tornado right there. It's to the northeast of Paradise Hill. Evening Shade very close, but now just to the north, and this is tracking off towards the northeast, about 30 to 40 miles per hour, I believe, guys, if we're still moving that fast. That's the hook moving towards Cook Hill, and then eventually Adair County. We're keeping our eyes on this storm for you. If it continues northeast and holds together, there's a big if there. These storms are, again, there's a lot of different storms. They're cycling. You may get another one to pulse up. But if it holds together, it'll probably make a run for Delaware. Parts of Washington, Benton County, we're not out of the woods yet. And again, we've still got a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity to go. Again, we have a tornado on the ground. It just tracked across northwestern Sequoah County, and it is now moving north of the county and into north of Gore, north of Woodall, running towards Zeb. We're going to keep our eyes on this as it moves off towards the northeast. Again, tornado warning. Now storm is moving out of northwestern Sequoah County, moving off towards the northeast. Eventually, these showers and storms will get to the Arkansas state line. When you hear Sequoah County, you think, okay, we're next Crawford County. These storms within the line are moving south to north, southwest to northeast. So these are not the storms that are going to impact Fort Smith or Van Buren later on. We're going to be looking off towards the southwest for more shower and thunderstorm activity to continue to head this way. And those are the storms that we're going to certainly have to be watching. We're watching the thunderstorms out towards the east. These certainly will have a potential of rotating, and we will keep our eyes on those. They're not severe right now. And also, Scott, looks like we just got an update. Dropped the tornado warning for Logan County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now.
I'm afraid we're not going to have a whole lot of good news to be able to pass along over the next few hours, so we will pass along some good news when we can, and that's exactly right, Zach. The tornado warning that did include parts of Logan County has been allowed to expire. They've replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So got some good news there. Looks like that rotation may be weakening a little bit, enough that they were allowed to drop that tornado warning. But I got to tell you, if you're in Logan, Johnson, if you're anywhere in the 5 News viewing area, if you're watching the signal out there this evening, you're likely going to see a decent potential of some severe weather over the next 6 to 12 hours. We're probably running through late this evening. That watch is set to expire at 9 p.m. We hope that at that point the severe weather threat starts to wane, but then we're starting to track the potential for some flash flooding on top of that. So we've got a ways to go before the weather is going to be quiet. Right now we have one tornado warning. This continues to be a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've seen multiple reports from storm spotters, storm chasers, and live radar showing there is a debris signature, which tells us the tornado, it's on the ground and it is causing some level of destruction, whether that's vegetative or unfortunately very well could be debris, things of that nature. One thing we've not talked about is it's a little bit further off towards the west, not necessarily in our viewing area, but there is another tornado warning just to the north of that one. This one in parts of Wagner, Oklahoma, that's moving towards the north and east, and eventually that could start to skirt parts of northwest Arkansas should it continue to maintain its current track. Not a concern for us at the moment, but given those storms and kind of where they're moving, you can kind of gauge what the general direction is simply by the warning polygon. And if that storm is to continue off towards the north and east, it could bring it into parts of Benton, perhaps even Washington County. We'll watch that closely. Right now, not a lot going on in northwest Arkansas, but things are going to change relatively quickly over the next several hours. So where we are getting rain and thunderstorms in the River Valley, these storms are going to have to be monitored for the potential of some quick development of rotation, potentially becoming severe at any moment. Not happening right now, but that's not to say that might not change in the next few minutes. I'm going to go back into Sequoah County where we've got this confirmed tornado on the ground. We'll take another look at our debris tracker. Where is the debris? How strong is that signal? This is going to come up, and what we're going to be looking at is we've got radar saying, show me what's not supposed to be up there. We know there's supposed to be rain. We know there's supposed to be hailstones. We know it's supposed to be windy, but are there objects of different sizes and shapes? And the radar beam is actually pretty smart and it can detect that. And it pinpoints it by saying it's right here. Perhaps you got a couple of areas of debris just to the west of Evening Shade, now moving just to the north of Sequoah County. That happens to be the exact same area where you find rotation. And when you find that, well, that's a pretty good signal. You've got a tornado on the ground. Good news for you right now. Sequoah County, the threat has passed to your north. You're no longer in a tornado warning. So folks in Gore, Vian, Webbers Falls, you're no longer in a tornado warning. It remains for parts of extreme western Adair County. This is going to be our area of rotation. It's just to the west of Adair County. We'll stick with it until this warning is allowed to expire, which I think is going to be for us, let's see, get an idea. 3:30, so got about 20 more minutes to go. And we'll see if there's going to have to be another warning that is we're going to have to replace it or potentially additional storms to go. Taking a different radar vantage point, this is just going to be south of Petite. You'll notice pretty strong reds and greens right there. Those winds coming together. They're spinning. This storm has history of producing a tornado, and I suspect it probably still is. Has it slowed down any at all? I think it probably has. Let's take a look. Right now, speeds northeast at about 40, so it's not as fast as it once was, but it's been around 40 for a while. With that information, let's give folks a heads up that might not be in the warning, but might not want to take their chances. Go ahead and start moving to some safe locations. And this is going to be at a current speed of 40 miles per hour. That's going to put it, it's a little bit behind because we're already obviously past some of that. That data may just not be good and accurate. I don't want to show that if it's not perfect. I do think it is moving towards the north and east and at a pretty quick speed. Zach, when you look at that signal, maybe not as tight as it once was.
A little more broad.
It's a little more broad. Yeah. Maybe we can continue to see that trend. Maybe we can pulse it down. If not, Rocky Mountain's next. It's going to come close to Stillwell here in Adair. Maybe not the direct path into Stillwell, but certainly going to be on the west side of town.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I was just looking out there. There's nothing ahead of this. The storms to the south are still back towards the southwest. So there's no storms out ahead of it that are looking like they could choke it off anytime soon, maybe impede that inflow, that warm, muggy air from getting in there. The way it's still kind of out ahead to the northeast, it's still moving into an environment, and the National Weather Service saying exactly what we were just talking about. Yes, it's weakened, but with the environment out ahead of it, we have to continue to watch it because this is likely could just be cycling here, which is a very common trait for these storms. And then again, you look at that out towards the west, what a messy setup it is. But again, the gap that we're seeing between the storms to the east and the storms to the west of us, and we know sunshine's mixed in there, and we've got warm, muggy, very humid conditions. Dew points in the low 70s today in the River Valley. So much fuel, so much moisture for these storms to really tap into instability. And it's our job, we don't want to pump up these storms. It's our job to look out there and see what the environment's conducive of. And with the environment we have in place, if these storms, any of these storms are able to maximize their potential, this is what we're going to get. We're going to get the potential here for these storms to produce tornadoes. Some of them could be brief spin-ups, others could be some long track tornadoes. Hopefully this tornado is potentially lifted there now north into Cherokee County out of Sequoah County. But the last couple of heads ups that we've got from the storm trackers out there still saying that the tornado could potentially be on the ground a little bit. I feel like looking at the images, it may have lifted some. So we're trying to get those trackers, are trying to get around on those roads and stay up to date with this, up to speed with this storm. But it's certainly moving a little bit more to the east. Now I'm starting to see maybe this line of storms is now, Scott, and maybe you're seeing this too, especially to the east of Tulsa. Maybe we're starting to see that eastward push here a little bit more than what we were seeing over the last couple of hours. Yes, it's overall been advancing east, but maybe we're going to start to see that push a little bit more. Also, too, we've got to watch. These storms are kind of training over the same spots. Flash flooding, you could easily pick up half inch, inch and a half, maybe more. That's a possibility. That's something that we're looking for. Could areas of eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas, as we go through the evening and first part of the overnight hours, pick up an additional 1 to 3 inches on the 2 to 5 that we've overall picked up since Saturday night?
I'll be curious to see what the Weather Service does with this specific tornado warning. You can see that there is still a sign of rotation. There's no question about it. Not as organized as it once was, but we are getting close to the boundaries of that tornado warning polygon, meaning the Weather Service out of Tulsa is going to have to decide relatively quickly, are they going to continue that warning? Are they going to push it a little bit further towards the north and east? Or are they thinking, you know what, it's not as organized as it once was, and maybe, just maybe, that threat isn't as impending as it was when it was producing a tornado just a few minutes ago.
Is it maybe, is it tightening up there again? Maybe we're seeing a new circulation.
Wouldn't surprise me. These things often do that.
Just on the south side of town there,
pulse up,
southeast side?
pulse down. Rarely does a supercell thunderstorm go from A to Z on this linear trajectory where it just goes weak to strong. Often there's some ups and there's some downs, there's ups and downs. These things have to cycle. That's how they stay balanced. That's how they are able to really stay organized. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if perhaps that is the case. Weather Service now saying exactly what we just talked about.
Yes.
It is showing a little bit stronger signs of rotation.
Yeah, right there.
So probably in the next couple of minutes, if not sooner, would not be surprised if that is going to be a new tornado warning issued further off towards the north and east. The question is, how soon can we get that? I imagine Tulsa is going to be cracking that up here real soon.
Yeah, some of those chasers, this is what we were trying to say a couple of minutes ago. Some of those chasers, they're just trying to get back into position. It's very difficult, especially in rural areas. You can only go where the roads will let you go, and we certainly have them working very hard to get back in position and catch up with this storm and try to see back into it. Is their rotation tightening back up? It certainly looks like we're seeing that here in the latest scans, starting to see some of those brighter reds, and it's pretty small, but some of those brighter reds and pinks maybe starting to sit next to those greens once again.
Certainly looks like it. And you wonder, is there anything out ahead of it? And there's not. So we're probably not going to see anything undercut the inflow that's supporting this supercell, supporting this area of rotation. And that is going to be concerning. As you talk about the nature of these storms pulsing up and pulsing down, if anything gets in the way of it, maybe we just fizzle it out, right? But there's nothing out ahead of it, at least right now. So it's kind of moving into an area where it's not having to compete against a lot of other activity. You look at the reflectivity or just the rain mode, the overall storm structure, certainly could see a bit of a hook there. I think this thing is reorganizing. I can see that on the level of rotation starting to come back together. And I look at it from this perspective, and I definitely think there is probably going to be an additional tornado warning issue. The question is, who's included? When does it expire? And how quick can we get that warning out to folks? Let's see, what do we got here? Ham radio spotter observing something, not saying what, observing something near Lake Tenkiller. A lot of, okay, there it comes. New tornado warning, Adair and Cherokee County. Adair and Cherokee counties. So that's going to put it just to the west of Washington County.
Yeah.
So this is getting closer. Timeline continues to look like it's still on track, right? We knew this would be an afternoon. We knew this would be an evening event. That's certainly panning out as this gets closer and closer into northwest Arkansas. Right now, this is going to be our only tornado warning, Adair and Cherokee counties. That's going to be until 3:45. So we've got about 25 more minutes to go. As of this moment, this is what we consider a radar-indicated tornado warning. The reason it's been issued, the radar supports the idea that there's enough rotation there that we could see tornado genesis or the development of a tornado at any moment. There's enough eyes on it, though. We still got a lot of daylight to go. Well, I guess with the time change, we only have a couple more hours of daylight to go. But enough eyes out there from trained storm spotters, trained storm chasers, experts in the field, telling us that this thing's probably getting ready to put something back on the ground. It's at least trying to. Notice the lightning starting to come back up too. That's one of the things I like to look for to see where is a thunderstorm at in its life cycle. Is it pulsing up? Is it pulsing down? With that lightning starting to tick back up, certainly makes me think that folks in Westville, heads up. Siloam, you're probably seeing yourself, you're downstream. You might be thinking, is this thing going to impact me? It certainly could. The current path certainly takes it towards Siloam, West Washington, southwestern Benton County. You probably got a ways to go. Let's go ahead and put a track on it. This thing, according to the latest measurements, shows that it was moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Or was that earlier? Let's see. Let me make sure we got the right. This thing has had a lot of warnings on it. Yeah, 45. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located at Cherokee Landing State Park, moving northeast 45 miles per hour. So we can put that track. I'm going to take it out to Siloam. You're not necessarily in a warning. I want you folks to know that, not in the warning right now, but this might just give you some general ideas of when you could expect that. Siloam, around 404, Gentry 412, Decatur 418. Sure hope it doesn't impact us. Sure hopes it weakens before it moves any further. Hopes it weakens real soon for those that are impacted. But that gives you an idea of kind of what timeline you're looking at, so you can make arrangements and maybe find yourself at a safer location. Area-wide, we do have just that one tornado warning. We continue to watch some activity here in the River Valley. It's probably kind of loud. You got some thunderstorms, heavy downpours in Logan, parts of Franklin, Johnson, even Scott County as well. None of that's severe at the moment. Eastern parts of Logan, southeastern parts of Johnson under a severe thunderstorm warning. There was some rotation with that storm earlier, pretty strong rotation actually. And that's why they issued that warning, but that sense has seemingly weakened. I can see just from a broad perspective, there's probably some good winds coming out of that storm. Maybe even a little bit of rotation there, just going to be the southeast of Russellville. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be from Ozark looking towards the southeast. There's, of course, the Highway 23 bridge. So we're looking on the backside of that storm. Let's go ahead and take that full. That kind of looks a little bit ominous out there as we look into that. Okay, they're working on it up in the booth, doing good work for us. A little bit of rotation just to the east, probably much on the Yell, Logan County line, getting close to probably Highway 22. Not enough rotation that I'm concerned with it at the moment, but certainly something we want to pay close attention to, right, over the next few hours. Getting word that Tahlequah sounding their sirens as that tornado warning storm continues to move into the area. This is that live picture looking on the backside of that storm that's moving through parts of Logan County, looking directly off towards the southeast. So that's the Arkansas River. You're looking over the 23 Highway Bridge right there outside of Ozark. Pretty ominous cloud there. Certainly could be a little bit alarming. Nothing rotating that would warrant a tornado warning at the moment. Let's see if that changes. Let's hope it doesn't. For the time being, though, we are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening for the entire area. So if you're in the 5 News viewing area this evening, right now, we got to be on guard. The potential for tornadoes is there. We've seen it. We continue to see that potential over the next few hours. I don't think that threat's really going to decrease until probably late this evening, 9 o'clock at the earliest. That's when the watch is set to expire. Wouldn't be surprised to see an additional watch for our far eastern sectors of our area, perhaps Johnson, Logan. The question is, how quick can we get this line out of here? I'm afraid it's going to slow down. I'm afraid that's going to start to transition over into more of a flash flooding potential. And given how much rain we've seen over the last 3 days or so, some locations in excess of 5 inches, tells me we very well could deal with more widespread flash flooding as this line of storm slows down later this evening. So we're going to trade potential for tornadoes and damaging winds for likelihood of some flash flooding later this evening. Okay, let's see what we got here. 10-killer storm. Yeah, certainly seems like we've got some rotation trying to come back together. Let's take a tighter look. What does the latest data show us? A lot of lightning, still very healthy. We look in the winds. Ooh, yeah. Wow.
It's almost kind of tucked back in there. You'd have to be just to the northeast of 10-killer and looking back into the southwest, because the rain is really kind of just start to wrap around that hook, becoming a little more defined there to the southeast of the rotation. So once before, this was kind of, you could just be to the east, it seemed like, looking back west. Now it's really, as that hook gets more pronounced, the potential tornado almost tucked back in there a little bit. Could be a little trickier for them to be able to see it for us and get us confirmation, but circulation certainly there. Looking over
that
here,
hook.
Yeah, just rotations due west of looks like the town of 10-killer.
Yep, Rocky Mountain, Tell Holt, very, very soon. This is going to be in your neck of the woods. Rotation has strengthened. There's no question about it. Broader pinks, broader greens coming together, really tightly wound up, exactly where you'd expect it to be in that supercell. There's a lot of moisture out there, an unseasonably amount of moisture. If you went outside at all today, I guarantee you noticed it. It's humid, the air is thick, it's muggy. So this is a high precipitation supercell, meaning while we did have good visuals earlier, as that thing gets wrapped back up, it might be tough to see if there's actually something on the ground or not. So even though we might not see and get some storm chaser reports as it becomes rain wrap, that doesn't give me any reason to believe that there's not a tornado. It just means it's going to be tough to see one. Certainly some very strong rotation could produce a tornado at any moment. I'm going to go back to debris tracker. I'm afraid there might be something right there, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. Let's, why don't you put the rotation tracker on too, and let's see, see if that lines up any. I think this is slightly delayed.
So if you bring that up,
Yes.
current, the next scan that's going to come in, we're going to find that rotation exactly where we would find that debris. I do think we've got another tornado on the ground. Certainly looks like we very well could. And if not, it is likely to happen here at any moment, just to the north of 10 Killer, moving towards Tailholt. There it comes. So it's catching back up, taking a minute, but you're starting to notice a lot of the rotation we had earlier was considered weak rotation by the radar. It's strong. It's definitely going to be on the stronger side, especially as these colors really continue to tighten back up, getting that wind shear to really start to spin this storm like a top once more. Looks like Weather Service now also seeing debris in the atmosphere on radar here. Zach, if you could you push me out just a little bit? This is going to be Highway 51 just to the north of me, just right above my bald spot there. Okay, that's from Tulsa's radar. So we're looking up a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Back from Fort Smith, either perspective you look at it gives us an idea that it's rotating pretty strongly here at the surface. It's rotating strongly at the higher levels of the atmosphere. Oh yeah, it's very tightly wound up right there.
Yeah.
This new warning was a good idea.
Looking at the GR analyst, the colors we were starting to see as it got just to the north of 10 Killer and to the west of Rocky Mountain, the brighter colors that we saw when it was on the ground, moving out of Sequoah County into far southern Cherokee County.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. Folks, getting some storm spotter reports coming in. Thank you for sending those to us. Please only do that if you can do so safely. If you see me looking at my phone, because I'm looking at the photos that you folks are sending in, if we could get someone in the booth to help curate those, to put those on air, just get me and let me know that we're working on that, and I'll let you guys do that, and I'll stay focused on the radar. Continue to see a signal of a tornado on the ground, debris being wafted into the atmosphere just to the north of 10 Killer. New warning, they've upgraded, they've updated it. Let's see what the latest update is.
It is now an observed tornado warning.
Observed tornado. That's what I was afraid of, and that certainly checks out given what we're seeing here. The reason this is pulsing, the Weather Service out of Tulsa saying we have good reason to believe, based off of Doppler radar debris being detected into the atmosphere, that we're going to upgrade this warning. It's no longer radar indicated. It is now an observed tornado, likely causing damage on the ground just to the south of 51. It's going to be moving off towards the north and east. Rocky Mountain, boy, it's going to come real close to us here in Rocky Mountain. If you were to look off towards the west, and I'm not inviting you to do that, but if you were to look off towards the west, I think you would probably have a pretty good visual of that, and if not, only because it's likely going to be rain wrapped. That's going to continue pushing really, really close to us, eventually into northern Adair County. Stillwell's not going to be included in this warning. Peavine is parts of town, certainly going to be included. Christie, Westville is included in the warning. Here's the rotation right here. We're going to draw that out the further towards the north and east you go. And Siloam, you're not in the warning yet.
It's the new warning is actually for nearly stationary.
A nearly stationary tornado.
That's the latest warning. I'm going to go I'm going to do a 15-minute loop, and I'll slow the speed down here.
That one might be a new one for me. I'm not sure I've
It's rare.
ever observed that.
Yeah, it's still moving northeast, which that trajectory looks like it would stay to the west of Westville. But some of these storms the overall push is starting to be a little bit more to the east, and certainly Benton County, we're going to have to watch that far northwestern Washington County as well.
Yeah, we sure are. And look, River Valley also going to have to stay on guard as well. If we look back off towards what's developing towards the southwest, and we're going to have storms probably area-wide this evening. I don't believe there's any one area in the 5 News coverage area that's more favored than the other. I think that threat's pretty much an equal opportunity for the next several hours. Tornado watch runs till 6 o'clock this evening, so about 8.5 hours to go. A nearly stationary tornado on the ground. That's going to be just to the north of 10 Killer here. And I would suspect, yeah, that's accurate, just given we're not finding a lot of rotation that's moving. With each new radar scan that comes in, we're not finding that area of concern. Okay, there it did a little bit. But perhaps it's a little bit stronger. That's kind of an interesting signal there as well. This might be some contamination. This might be bad data coming in. If it's not, it certainly tells me those winds are really starting to pick up some speed there. It's exactly where you would expect it. 345, Eldon, Park Hill, Petite, Westville included in this tornado warning. Now we have observed tornado in addition to the heavy rain, frequent lightning, thunder, tornado on the ground. You probably got 3/4 inch hail also coming out of it. We're looking just to the north of Dry Creek. Here's your Hook Echo.
It would maybe be hard to see at this point. I would think that it was rain wrapped as that circulation's kind of come around it now.
Is
or
this-
the rain.
Is this a donut hole?
I know it's hard to tell. That's what I was looking at too. I think because in the last couple of scans, it just looks like the RFD just continues to wrap all the way around. It does leave it right there, and if we put the velocity, it's not far off from it.
It's not far off. Okay, I said this was interesting, and the reason I said that is it looks like we have two different areas of circulation in the one storm. You can call that twin circulations, and that certainly appears to be happening right here with this one Adair County storm. So this situation was already very dangerous. The situation was already very concerning with a confirmed near stationary tornado, and it looks like we've got additional areas of rotation starting to spin up with that specific storm as well. All right, time now is 3:30. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground, getting ready to move back into Adair County. Tornado warning set to expire. It looks like at 3:45. I'll tell you, it's certainly possible we're going to see some additional warnings over the next several, well, in the near term with this specific storm, but potentially other storms there as well. Zach, could we take a broader perspective? Just slightly push me out just a little bit. Yeah, I do think there's a couple of areas of rotation with this one specific storm, which is really interesting given the fact that you've got two areas of rotation and
you said
it's
it
nearly
first.
stationary.
I will give you credit. You said it first, but our partners at the National Weather Service, brilliant scientists as well as you said the same thing as you said it at the same time you said it, that we are looking at twin circulations now going into Adair County. And think about the atmosphere that needs to be in place for us to see this. This is not the first time we've seen this so far today. We saw this down in, what was it, Yell County?
I think that, yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That debris signature is even more concerning. Look at that. It's probably going to be right there. Where this is sticking out to me tells me that's where we still continue to see a confirmed tornado on the ground, continuing to loft debris up into the atmosphere. Folks up in the booth, I know we have our crews. We have the 5 News Storm Chaser out. If you could, whenever you get a location update, please just get me or tell me where they're at. I want to keep those folks safe as well. This pushes off towards the north and east. Westfield, heads up. This is continuing to be a very concerning situation. If you've been thinking about, hey, maybe this will dissipate, maybe it'll fall apart before it gets here, I think the window for that to happen is closing really, really quickly. So let's go ahead and maybe move to those safe locations. We're talking the innermost room in your home, lowest possible level. Do those tornado safety precautions that you know to do.
I'll let you have control there.
All right, cool, excellent. I want to go back to the overall storm structure. Strong hook echo there, very well pronounced. This is going to be just to the west of Spade Mountain. So here's Sanders, here's Spade Mountain. That's of course right along Highway 51. Your area of concern is going to be between Spade Mountain and Telholt. This is probably going to be probably a rain-wrapped tornado. It's going to be tough unless you're in the path of it, unless you're directly ahead of it, and it's moving directly towards you, you might not be able to see it. That's why I believe we're probably not getting a lot of storm chaser reports right now. I just heard from one that's repositioning and hopes to get to a better angle to be able to look into it. But it's going to be tough to be able to see it unless you're just in a really dangerous position. So if you live on 51 between, let's say, Spade Mountain, I'd even say Tahlequah, you don't need to be outside, okay? A very dangerous situation. In fact, what we'll do, we'll go a little bit tighter, see if we can't get a few more roads to pop up for folks that might be living in this general area. We can give you an idea. Looks like this is gonna be 51 through here, so not a lot going on out there. That's okay. Here's Sanders. Our area of concern between Sanders and Spade Mountain. This is going to be just to the east of Eldon, although I'll tell you, if you're in Eldon, you're close enough to get some damage, just given how strong this potential tornado appears to possibly be. Zach, I do think that might have been a donut hole a second ago.
Yeah.
Just given the fact that rotation continues to look like it does. 2 areas of rotation, one of which is producing a tornado at this moment. This is a very dangerous situation. If you're in Adair County, west side of Adair County along 51, let's go ahead and be in those safe places. I beg you. If you're in Christie, I think this is coming for you, okay? I think the timeline is probably going to be in the next few minutes. In fact, let's put a projection on this. You got to know, though, that the times I'm about to put up on your screen assume that the storm doesn't speed up or slow down. And interestingly enough, that storm was near stationary just a few minutes ago. I do suspect it's going to have to continue moving here in the next few minutes. This puts it at Proctor Church, 346, Sanders, 346, Christie at 349. So you got a couple of minutes out there. Clear Fork Church, 354, Jaybird Church, 358, Chance at 4 o'clock on the dot. That's going to be an area of rotation that is very strong, continues to show signs that not only is it not weakening, but it's producing damage. That tells us there is a debris signature that continues to show a strong area of rotation. This is going to be just to the southwest of Barron, just to the southwest of Christie. Christie, you are next in line for this very dangerous storm that eventually could pass into parts of extreme western Washington, western Benton County, should it maintain its current path. New warning, pretty much squarely for Adair County. Looks like parts of Cherokee still in it, but primarily the area of rotation is now moving directly into Adair County. Christie is the area that is of most concern to me right now, given this specific storm, with chasers continuing to report a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm curious, you see the hook that we have down there, and if you zoom into that a little bit, and I can do that as well, we get a little bit closer in here, there's multiple areas of rotation, which one thing I asked myself, okay, are these a couple areas of rotation that we're watching, or is the rotation so strong here and so large that that's what we're kind of seeing as well? There's a couple of areas where you can see it yourselves, and then we just got a new scan there. But we're looking at, we'll go ahead and shift back to I think we switched areas. If I get back into the Fort Smith radar. All right, so we're seeing that area of rotation very strong. We've got the velocity signature showing up, and then when we go over to radar here, reflectivity, a clear hook there, the clear notch symbol showing up.
Right along 51.
Yeah, and that is moving off towards the northeast. And again, still official report is stationary, but it is moving. It is moving now about 45 miles per hour. So they did update that for us. We knew it was moving. I think when we got the warning for it being stationary, it kind of slowed down, and we saw multiple areas of spin kind of taking over. Yeah, and we just saw it kind of cycling a little bit. So it kind of slowed down, but the area of rotation was large. There were multiple ones, so it was hard to tell exactly. Now it's started to strengthen, tighten back up, and now we can get that speed. 45, that's very fast.
It's moving fast, especially going from stationary to now 45 miles per hour. This storm's undergoing some reorganization. Let's get a check of some photos. We've been working on that. We've got a lot of wonderful viewers sending in some photos here. This is from Leanne and Rodney Ward. Looks like we might be on the backside of that cell. That's going to be from Black Gum Landing. What do we have next? Okay. Probably looks like the same area from the same folks there. Thank you for sending that picture in to us. The number here, 479-785-5000. Again, that's 479-785-5000. I only, hear me say this, I only want your photos or videos if you can take them safely. Please do not put your life in danger for a photo on television. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. We have a life-threatening situation moving into parts of Adair County. Very strong storm producing a tornado on the ground right now with damage approaching Oklahoma, Highway 51, moving into Christie. So if you live anywhere along, let's say Highway 62 in Adair County, you are under this tornado warning. That includes Westville. If you live along 62, any of the offshoots there, we've got to be in those safe locations right now, at this moment. The time to seek shelter is here. You don't have a lot more time to go. This storm's not weakening. It is undergoing some reorganization, but it continues to have a tornado on the ground. We've got chasers reporting a tornado on the ground. Our radars are detecting debris lofted in the air. This is happening. This is not one of those situations that's just radar indicated. We have actual observations that a large destructive tornado is causing debris to be lofted into the air. So let's go ahead and move to those innermost rooms, okay? No reason to be alarmed right now. I know these moments can be really scary. They can invoke a lot of anxiety, and I hear you. And I'm going to get you through this, but I need you to take some smart moves on your own, okay? Let's go ahead and move to that innermost room. Let's put something on top of our heads, and let's get away from as many windows as possible. If you do that, we're going to get through this together. Zach's putting a time track on that. If you would, I'm going to back up over here, Zach. I'm going to take that one off. You said 45?
Correct.
Okay, there you go. We'll put that out a little bit further. Proctor Church, I expect this to be there at 346, so in a matter of minutes. Christie, 349. Clear Fork Church, 353. Chance, 358. Faith Chapel, 402. Just some general landmarks there that you might be familiar with. This is moving quickly. It's picking up speed. It has gone from a stationary tornado that wasn't moving with multiple vortices to now a large dangerous tornado, likely pushing off towards the northeast relatively quickly. Westville, I'm concerned for you. Christie, I'm concerned for you. Anyone that lives along here, Highway 62, between, let's say, 62 and 51, your area of rotation is going to be right here where this classic hook echo is. This is where you find some pretty strong signals of some very tightly wound up winds, some very strong areas of rotation. Bright oranges, bright greens, they're coming together, they're meeting up. This is our classic rotation couplet. This is where we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks to be somewhat wider at this point. One of the things I also want to do that I'm noting from some off-air radar products is perhaps there might be also another storm back here off towards the south. It's not tornado warned at the moment, but between Evening Shade and Rocky Mountain, folks that just took the brunt of this one tornado warned storm, this is going to be one to watch as well. It has some shape to it that concerns me. Okay, that's not only the shape of it that concerns me, but the fact that it's moving into an environment that's going to be favorable for some severe storms. Zach, notice this.
Yeah.
You see what's moving into Sequoah County? An isolated, sometimes you'll hear meteorologists call it a discrete supercell. It's a supercell that's out there by itself, out ahead of the main complex of storms. When these get going, you pay close attention. Those are the ones that could cause you some problems, and that may very well be the case moving into Sequoah County right now. I don't tell you that to alarm you. I tell you that to give you an early heads up as much as possible that right now it's not severe. Right now there's no impending threat for Sequoia or LaFleur, but we got to pay close attention to this activity out here. In the eastern portions of the River Valley, Logan County, Johnson County, I'm not forgotten about you. You've got a strong thunderstorm, but it's not severe. Right now my focus is where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, Adair County, getting ready to move very close to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line.
Yeah, and again, looking over here at just our rotation tracker, getting a stronger symbol again just to the west-southwest of Christie. Again, this is a observed tornado warning moving off towards the northeast, and again, we've seen this storm pulse up multiple times now, producing tornadoes maybe that have been on the ground for a little while and then lifted, cycled, and then produced more. The one thing I think we can agree on, Scott, here is that as this storm has gone from just southwest of Sequoia County, across Sequoia County, now across Cherokee County into Adair County, it has really just gotten stronger, and some of the signals we've seen on radar, either velocity or reflectivity, have looked more and more impressive.
I think so. Looking at the track of the storm, you can see some areas of some more moderate to at times some strong rotation being detected there. This is our rotation tracker that shows us the historical path of the rotation, and we only use that to get an idea of the history of the storm. It has caused a tornado, and that tornado very well could be on the ground at this exact moment. Not seeing the weakening. That's what Zach's pointing out, is not only are we not seeing weakening, perhaps we're actually seeing it strengthen a little bit. The latest scan there certainly shows some pretty strong rotation. This is coming out of the Tulsa radar. We kind of bounce back and forth between the two, and the reason I like to do that is the Tulsa radar is going to show us a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, whereas the Fort Smith radar is going to see a little bit lower portions of the storm. And when you have rotation at the low side and the high side, that's a pretty good indicator that it's a pretty strong, stout supercell. Looking back at debris, we continue to see a tornado debris signature. This is when the radar is detecting debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, the exact areas where you would expect to see the rotation, and that's what's happening here now to the north of Spade Mountain. Sanders, that debris signature moving in your area. If you hear my voice in Sanders, I hope you're in your safe place. You've got a tornado moving through right now. Just to the west of England, you've also got a tornado moving through. This is moving towards Christie, and it may come close to Westville. We're going to have to go ahead and seek shelter in Christie and Westville. The time to do so is certainly decreasing. It's time to get there very, very quickly. I got some more viewer photos I want to pass along. We're going to do this while we wait on another radar scan. Let me see what we got up there. Thanks you for everyone that's sending some photos in. Looks like this is coming from south of Lake Tenkiller. Tough to see with the tree line there, but it does look like there's certainly some lowering, which would tell us that minimally there's a wall cloud, probably a funnel. And depending on where south of Lake Tenkiller this was, there was probably a tornado. Say what? Okay, back to Max 1, please.
Yeah, if you want to look at the wording on the warning there just in from Tulsa.
Okay, I see it. Okay, folks, we have a very serious situation. This new tornado warning that does include parts of southwestern Benton County, northwestern Washington County, is a unique type of tornado warning. It is a considerable tornado warning. This is reserved for only in those most life-threatening situations, and that's what we've got. This warning does include Siloam Springs. I've been kind of talking to you folks there in Siloam, and I want you to go ahead and take shelter right now, okay? This is moving your direction. And one of the other things that I'm noticing from this, if you look at the orientation of this polygon, this red tornado box, this new one that includes Washington and Benton, it's a little bit turning towards the right. These storms that do turn right are often very, very dangerous. And that is what's happening right now. We have an observed tornado on the ground moving through Adair County. Soon it is going to move into parts of extreme northwestern Washington, southwestern Benton County. Now is the time to seek shelter. I implore you, please, don't try to ride this one out, okay? What I'd like you to do is just turn up the volume on your television set. Listen to my voice. I'm going to get you through it. Zach's going to get you through it. Steven's here. We're going to be here for you. We're going to walk you through it every step of the way. If you want to pull up your cell phone, we're streaming on Facebook Live. We're on YouTube, I suspect. We're on our app, 5 News. You can download that. The power goes out. You'll be able to get through the storm with us. We're going to walk you through it. But right now, this is a very serious situation, okay? Area of strong rotation just to the west of Westville. We're talking just to the west of the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Soon that's going to be moving into extreme northwestern Washington County, extreme southwestern Benton County. Let's hope this thing weakens before it moves any further. I know this is an area that probably has a little bit of anxiety, rightfully so, from recent events earlier this year. Let's go ahead and take those proper tornado safety precautions, okay? This is not one that I want you to write out. This isn't one that I think is going to change. It's strengthening. It's not weakening. I wish it was. I wish I could tell you that it's weakening, but it's not. It's a confirmed tornado on the ground, considerable threat to lives and property just to the west of Westville. Strong area of rotation continues to show some strides. Getting ready to cross Highway 62. This is close to Christie. It's going to be moving towards Westville. 59 and 62, that interchange right there at Westville. We've got to be in our tornado safety locations right now. Time isn't there anymore. It's past time. Yes, sir.
Again, debris signature just on the west side of Christie. This is also, looking at GR analysts over here, this is the brightest colors. This is the highest signature we've seen so far on the rotation tracker as well. As we've been tracking the storm all the way from Haskell, Muskogee County, this is now the strongest signature we've seen. And just as this warning was coming out, I was sitting here rewinding the radar, moving it forward. When we started tracking this storm around Muskogee, it looked like it could, if it just stayed north-northeast, it might miss Benton County. And all we've seen this storm do is strengthen. And as you said, as they strengthen, they often start to turn more right. And then as this warning comes out, this hard right feature, this is something we don't want to see. And if this continues, again, hopefully it would weaken. That's what we want. But the truth is, we know it's moving into an environment where it has the potential. It has the potential. We've seen plenty of storms over the years. They don't always maximize the potential, but I will tell you the environment out ahead of it is certainly conducive for this storm to maintain itself, to continue to strengthen, maybe pulse up and down at times. We're hoping for the latter, that it weakens, but also looking at the radar out ahead of it and south of it, it has kind of broken itself away from the initial cluster. When we started tracking this, there was a big cluster of storms. It is now one thunderstorm with another one back to the southwest, and we'll have to watch that one as well. Oh, there you go. That's the one. It's these two storms. And often when you see the northern storm kind of riding the edge of the southern one, it can give it that extra boost. And maybe that's why we've seen this storm pulse up as strong as it has in the last 15 minutes.
I think you're exactly right. I think there probably is some interactions happening right now. Weddington, Cincinnati, that's going to be in parts of Washington County, southwestern Benton County included in this warning. But now there are 2. Now the second one that's new does not cross the state line, but it does include a large majority of Adair County. The question now becomes, how does this cell merger interact? I don't know, but what I will tell you is often the southernmost cell is the one that's going to become more dominant and becomes more of a problem. That may not happen immediately though. So if you live in either of these tornado warning polygons, this is a considerable life-threatening situation, especially this northernmost storm. We have a tornado on the ground moving through parts of Christie. In fact, Zach, that looks like another donut hole right to me right there.
Yeah.
In fact, if I put my finger there, will you put rotation back on velocity? It's exactly right there. Very strong signal of rotation right along Christie. That's going to be moving towards Westville here real soon. Second area of rotation just to the west of Stillwell. That includes a large majority of northern Adair County as well. There is some overlap. In fact, I need to tell folks in Christie this. Not only do you have a tornado moving through right now, When that threat passes, you cannot get out of that shelter. Here's why. There's another area of rotation just off to your south and west, and that very well could come very close to you once more. So you got to ride this first one out, and you got to stay in your shelter for a few more minutes, okay? Let's let this second area of rotation pass. Otherwise, we might have a very, very dangerous situation unfolding right there. Right now, I suspect a lot of alerts are going off in Siloam. Hear me when I say this, I can't give you the all clear, and I'm not going to, because right now you are technically under, at least a good chunk of town is under a tornado warning. But based off of the track of this, I think perhaps this may move just to the southwest of south of Siloam Springs. I hope that's the case. Right now what I'm seeing certainly takes that a little bit further towards the east-northeast as opposed to due northeast, which is where these storms were moving earlier. That right-hand turn is what happens when these storms are really getting cranked up and really going, and I hate to see it, but that's what's happening right now. Lincoln's not in a tornado warning at the moment. Should this southernmost secondary storm continue to strengthen, it certainly could put you under a tornado warning. Right now, this is going to be primarily west of 49, so if you live in anywhere between, let's say, Rogers, Bentonville, down towards West Fork, you're okay at the moment, but we're watching these storms track a little bit closer and a little bit closer. We have a confirmed large and deadly tornado on the ground, potentially deadly. Let me be very clear, a very life-threatening situation continuing to unfold. Adair County, Oklahoma, getting closer to that Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. Very concerning storm. Just in from the storm weather service that had told us that the potential for a strong tornado is beginning to increase as the current tornadic storm and tornado warning storm progresses into an increasingly favorable environment into northwest Arkansas. What the weather service is saying is you already have a life-threatening situation with a likely tornado on the ground moving through Christie, soon into Westville, and it's moving into an environment that is going to continue to allow it to strengthen. I'm very concerned about this, folks. I'm very, very concerned. Here's Westville. Here's your debris signature right here, just to the south of Christie. This is going to be between Christie and Sanders, south of Highway 62. If you live along 62, I've been calling that out for a little bit. I hope you're in your safe place right now. Our thoughts are certainly with you. You've got a tornado on the ground.
I apologize here. I think this, there we go. New update there. The signature now is to the northeast of Christie. It was, for whatever reason, it was
Strawberry
just some
Spring.
Old data there, but yes.
Christie, Strawberry Spring, that's where our rotation signal is right now. It's running pretty much parallel with the Oklahoma 62 at this moment. That's going to continue taking it really close to Cincinnati, and that's going to be in Washington County, okay? It wasn't just but a few years ago we had that tornado move through Cincinnati. I remember that one, and I'm thinking that might have been that one might have been in the middle of the night. They kind of all run together, but if you're folks living in Cincinnati, here you are. Here's Summers. Bump me down just a little bit further if you don't mind, Zach. A little bit further. Take me up, I guess is what I'm trying to, there you go, perfect. Here's Watts. Here's 244, just for some landmarks here, some perspective of who's in the potential path of this storm. The Weddington community, Cincinnati Road, Rennie Road. Here's going to be Cincinnati right here. Be in your safe location. This is an extremely volatile situation. We've got a life-threatening tornado that is large and extremely destructive that continues to show signs of not weakening but strengthening, and that is a big concern for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, seeing signatures over here off to the side on our other products. This is very high rotation showing up on our rotation tracker. And again, we're seeing that with velocity data, the wind field here. We're seeing it with reflectivity, everything coming together to show us that we do have a likely violent, destructive tornado on the ground. It has been on the ground since it was southwest of Christie, this latest circulation anyways. And we have been tracking that debris signature, continues to show up here. Now it is even looks like this latest scan is getting a little bit stronger for us, seeing more blues showing up here. This is just going to stay to the northwest of Westville. Westville, you're still very close to it. Watts community, though, this is making a beeline right for you. Watts a little bit further to the north. This is going to be very close. Again, this could clip, if it stays together, northwest Washington County, and then we're looking further down the line into Benton County. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground with a tornado warning on the cell to the south of it as well. And again, how these storms broke apart and are now in an environment by themselves, very concerning.
Getting brand new information in. EF ratings are assigned after the fact, but we can learn a lot from radar signatures. And what we're finding right now is this storm moving through Westville is perhaps as strong as an EF2. And that was our fear going into today. Not just that we'd have tornadoes, but we'd have EF2 or greater, and that seems to be materializing. This is our area of concern right now. This is where we've got the strongest of two supercells likely producing tornadoes at the moment. Adair County, so tornado warnings include parts of southwestern Benton, northwestern Washington County, but I do want to take an area-wide reset. There's been a lot of attention ahead of this potential severe weather event. I've seen your messages, I've seen your comments, and I know there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear about what could potentially happen. And so I do want to just take a broader perspective so that folks that might not be living in this part of the area kind of have an idea of what could be happening. These are our only two warnings at the moment. So if you're living in an area where there's strong thunderstorms moving through, there's lightning, there's some thunder, there's some heavy downpours, it might be a little alarming to you, and I certainly respect that and understand that, and just trust me, I feel it. I feel the anxiety myself. We're okay right now. If there's an additional warning that is popped up, we'll cover all of them closely. So just that we're tightly zoomed in to Adair County, Benton, and Washington doesn't mean that we don't have a full team. I'm looking at a studio full of folks here looking at all these storms elsewhere. We've got crews in the field also tracking these potential tornadoes. Weather Service updating our tornado warning for, let's see.
Still considerable and still observed. They trimmed back the west side of it and are still expecting the storm to continue on its its track northeast, and then for it to likely stay healthy.
One of the things that to note with this specific storm here, this one that we're calling the Westville tornado, the potential Westville tornado, likely Westville tornado, I think with debris at this magnitude, we can just go ahead and call it that. Likely an EF2, debris being lofted 10,000 feet in the air. The higher we can get that debris, the stronger the tornado likely is. And at 10,000 feet, certainly believe that there very well could be an EF2 tornado on the ground. Zach, if you'll zoom me out just a little bit so we have both areas of concern here in the warning polygon. Prairie Grove, boy, you've had a long week, and I know it. I know it, and I hate this for us all. We're probably going to have some storms move through here real soon, okay? Both of which right now are tornado warned. Let's hope it weakens before it gets there. But I want you to go ahead. If you're in Lincoln, I want you to go ahead. If you're in Prairie Grove, Morrow, probably go ahead and get ready. There's probably going to be some warnings issued for you in the next few minutes. If not 15 to 20 minutes. Supercell of Stillwell could be producing a tornado at any time. So we've got a tornado on the ground, likely an EF2 near Westville, and this one closer to Stillwell, just to the northwest side of town. If it's not producing one right now, it very well is going to be at any moment. And these storms are tracking off towards the north and east, and they're going to be moving into an environment that, and I'm going to quote the Weather Service. I'm going to scroll up so I can quote their exact words. The environment will continue to worsen for the next few hours. So our threat persists. We've got these two supercells right now producing a tornado, likely producing a tornado at any second north of Stillwell. And that's going to continue to be a concern for us as we push into the next several hours. So I'm afraid we are probably on the beginning of this event. Go ahead,
Scott. I was just looking back at the radar imagery here, and the hook, when I put it in motion, and I'll do it a little bit slower, you can see the spin here. Look at it to the southwest of Westville. Look at the hook there.
Yep.
And it just continues to cycle. You could see the spin in the storm there. You can just see that classic hook signature.
Zach, if you would, I want to take me to the Stillwell storm on velocity, and let's go street level. Let's call out some streets here. Stillwell, you also have had a pretty rocky week. That Prairie Grove tornado event started there, not far from Stillwell. Let's see, what radar is that? That's going to be, something's interesting about that data.
I think.
There we go. Okay. Out of Tulsa.
This is going to be the Tulsa one.
This is our primary concern. This is where we've likely got an EF2 or greater tornado. We're calling that the Westville storm, even though it's just barely off towards the north and west. Here's our Stillwell storm. Area of rotation here. If you would, let's go zoom in. If we can go street level.
We're going to go just to the west of Peavine?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, boy, this is some areas we've been dealing with earlier today.
We're right on the edge where it wants to. We're literally between the two sites almost exactly.
That's okay. Okay, let's back out just a little bit. Let's back out.
And that signature to the northwest of Westville just continues to get stronger.
That's a really, really tight area of rotation. If you would, I'm going to put my finger on both areas of rotation here. Zach, if you would, turn on debris. Let's see if anything matches up.
Clear signature about to cross Highway 59.
That is a very, very large tornado. in size. In strength, we know it's at times in recent minutes have probably been at least an EF2, getting ready to cross 59. Not seeing any debris right now west of Peavine, north of Stillwell. That's not to say that might not happen at any moment. That storm's trying to get its act together. It's becoming more organized. We're north of 51, west of 59 at the moment. This is moving off towards the east-northeast. Folks in Westville, gosh, I hate to say it, but much like in Christie, you're going to need to stay in those shelters, okay? Let's let the second area of the southernmost rotation pass through the area. You've got two dual threats. You're in between both of them, and that's going to create some concern for us. We're getting really close to that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. If you could, back me off towards the west just a little bit. Let's get a lot more of Arkansas on this map, if you will. There we go, perfect. I don't want it. We're going to stay here. Thank you, though. The area of rotation right here, getting ready to move into northwestern Washington County. This is north of Lincoln. This storm, eventually staying on the current track, might take that close to Fayetteville, close to Springdale, perhaps into the Rogers area. This one has shown some signs of turning a little bit towards the right and a little bit of an easterly track. They do that when they get strong, and that's what's happening here. We'll have to continue to see what happens. I will tell you, and I said it earlier, and I'm afraid it may be the case, these two cells are competing against each other at this point. There is likely going to be a cell merger. That happens, we often can see a brief weakening trend before the southernmost cell often just takes over and it becomes the most dominant cell. That's going to put a lot of that activity in parts of western Washington County. Right now, however, at this moment, despite the fact that those cells are trying to compete a little bit, we have a very, very strong area of rotation just to the northeast of Christie, west of Westville. Let's go tight on this. Let's
It is crossing highway. It is on top of Highway 59 as we speak.
Okay, let's get an let's zoom in on that.
We're going to get an
tight.
update here soon, but it is the debris signature.
Yeah.
At last check. It's a little behind. It's lagging here, but it is on Highway 59.
These storms are outpacing the radar this afternoon, which is unfortunate. So we're basically trying to just stay ahead of it. And so when you see something like here, you got to know it's probably a mile or two down the road at this point by the time we get the data. Here's Smith Road. I'm going to turn around. It's West Cincinnati Road. My eyes are just not well for this. It's going to be going into Cincinnati real soon. Folks in Cincinnati, Washington County, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to your community. You've been through a tornado before. I know it was just a few years ago. This is a strong and very concerning situation. Radar estimates now, brand new information to pass along to you, anticipate that was at least an EF3 at one point. So I was telling you it was EF2, got some more data in, and now the Weather Service telling us that it was likely at least an EF3. They'll get on the ground and confirm it by tomorrow, but based off of radar returns, how strong the winds were, how tight the couplet was, and how high the debris was lofted up into the air, likely an EF3 storm. Looks a little bit weaker at the moment as those two cells begin to compete and they try to merge a little bit. This is our concern right now, right on top of 59, pushing off towards the east. We are essentially on the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line with a large and violent tornado that is going to continue, likely moving into Washington County. Boy, oh boy, that is a sign if I've ever seen one. Yep. Zach's looping it. This is a very concerning signal. If you live in the Weddington community, maybe along 244, here's 62, right? Let's go ahead and be in those safe locations right now. Siloam, you're continuing to be in the warning. The way this continues to push, okay, looks like they're updating the warning.
Still considerable and confirmed.
Confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like Siloam's still technically in it, but I think this passes just barely off to your south, okay? Far too close for comfort for us, but right off to the south of Siloam. Here's Cincinnati. Here's going to be Rennie Road, Weddington. This is moving your area very, very quickly. The time's now, okay? Zach's putting up some times here. Colony Community Church at 4:10, Nicodemus Community Church 4:13, Norwood Church 4:14, Outreach Center Church 4:15, Weddington Church at 4:18. Right now, time is currently 4:02. We have a large and violent tornado on the ground, Adair County, Oklahoma. It's right on the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line, getting ready to move into extreme southwestern Washington, northwestern Benton County. At any moment, it is going to be passing very, very, very close to the Siloam Springs community. You've got a second area of rotation near Christie that's going to move back into the Westville area that has already been hard hit. This radar data, I'm thinking it might be just slightly delayed there, just a little bit.
It's giving us some trouble.
I think we're basically at this point we're on the state line. We're very well potentially in Washington County.
Looking at the GR analysts on the side, we are right on the state line.
Okay, yeah, I have no doubt believing that. This storm's getting its act together. It was already really strong, and it's certainly continuing to show signs of that. I suspect at any moment, given this, we're going to see an additional tornado warning extended further into Benton and Washington County. Winds gusting at 76 miles per hour out of Westville right now. That second
That's
storm,
impressive.
yeah, that really is. It's a really strong wind gust. That's enough to do a little bit of damage, tornado or not. Okay.
I've got the debris signature. I want to point out, again, we're not able to show it right now as we're getting new data in. And I'll try here in just a second. Some good news. What I'm seeing on radar over here to the side is that maybe the debris signature is weakened a little bit. The storm may be cycling. We've seen it do that multiple times, so we're going to have to continue to watch. Is the southern storm starting to impact it a little bit more? It may have been. I think it was riding the boundary of the southern storm a little bit more, maybe the forward flank downdraft coming in a little bit on the south side of it. Regardless, it obviously spiked up there. Now it's getting a little messier, right? We're not seeing that hook just out there as freely as it once was, more out on its own.
Right.
Wonder if the southern storm is starting to impact it, which means we're going to certainly have to watch the southern one a little bit. And then we just got this into, you mentioned this about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago max, the storm down in Sequoah County. Mesocyclone developing on that. So basically we're seeing some rotation. For you at home, we're seeing some rotation on that southern storm. I think we're going to see a lot of storms rotating here over the next few hours coming out of Oklahoma into Arkansas. We certainly have to watch these two, the Westville and the Watts storm. Again, now seeing the rotation is on the Arkansas side. Still a debris signature there. It is weakened some. The storm may be cycling a little bit. Certainly possibly could still have a lower end tornado on it.
I'm going to go back and look at rotation. There's certainly a signal of it there. I suspect this area of rotation is actually now into parts of western Washington County. I think it's crossed the line. I think this tornado is outrunning the Doppler radar. I think the data is getting logged down. I think it's delayed just a little bit. If there's any good news, and I don't want anyone to hear me and think that I'm telling you that we're not having a tornado in Washington or Benton County. I think that southernmost cell that's lagging behind just a little bit by a few miles back towards the southwest is undercutting this guy right here. Hopefully that can weaken it right now, but I'm telling you, I still see a debris signature crossing that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. And at one point, that debris signature was so strong, it likely was supporting the potential of an EF3 tornado. So it's going to take a little bit for that to actually weaken. And even though you've got that cell interaction weakening the northernmost storm, you're still in an environment that is highly conducive. Highly conducive.
We're getting an update a little bit there. So with this latest image just to the southeast of Watts, I've got a newer image over here to the side. If there is a tornado on the ground, it is in southwestern Benton County, right along the highway there. It would be crossing the highway. New signature coming in, if we can keep the data from dropping out there. It is right along the highway 59. So it'd be just to the southeast of Lake Francis. If we have a tornado on the ground, that's where it's just to the east maybe of the Lake Francis marker there.
Fisher Ford Road, Spring Harbor Road, Lake Francis Road, Long Farm Road, Nicodemus Church Road, Morris Farm Road. It's going to be just to the east of Watts along 59 in the Arkansas side of the storm there. Okay, Zach, I need to do a statewide or area-wide reset. We have a lot going on. This situation continues to unfold, and I'm afraid we have a new tornado warning just off to our south. We have our storm chaser heading towards the west. Folks up in the booth, I need to know that we have our eyes on that storm chaser. New tornado warning for Sequoah County, southern Adair County. This is the cell we pointed out a little bit ago that's rapidly developing a mesocyclone. That's a big fancy word for it's starting to rotate. Okay, we've got rotation in Sequoah County just to the south of I-40. Zach, if we could, let's take a look at that specific cell as that moves that general direction. We've got crews that are already examining some tornado debris damage from earlier that are going to be in a good position to get us some insight into this Sallisaw storm. Sallisaw, brushy, and just barely to the east of Vian, we have a radar indicated tornado that includes the towns of Atkins. Looks like that rotation is right in this general vicinity. Now moving off towards the north and east. Here's going to be Interstate 40 moving close to Sallisaw. Dwight Mission's also included in this warning. Brushy also included, but Brent, the community of Brent, it's not. But boy, it's far too close for comfort. Let's go ahead and take shelter if you're included in that warning. That specific warning For Adair and Sequoah counties, primarily that is going to impact Sequoah in the immediate term. That's going to be moving northeast 35 miles per hour. The warning itself is set to expire at 4:45, so we've got a little ways to go before that one is expected to be a concern for us.
Rotation would be directly west of Sallisaw. Just got a new scan. So if there is a tornado, it would have likely just crossed I-40. And now is moving off towards the northeast, towards Marble City.
Okay, we have a wall cloud being reported by Chaser just to the west of Sallisaw, and that's going to be where we do have this area of rotation getting close to Sallisaw. This is our live storm chaser right here. This is Highway 100, is that correct? Is that where they're at? Highway 100. We'll keep we'll keep an eye on their camera feed and get an idea of exactly what they're seeing. They're in Gore. Okay, these folks are in Gore, Highway 100. We had some likely tornado damage move through that area earlier this afternoon. We've got those folks in town to get an idea of what's happening. Looks like they may be in a decent position to see the backside of our storm here.
I think we have a
okay, new tornado warning. This is going to be for Benton and Washington counties. Let's go ahead and take an area-wide look at that specific storm. Okay, this is going to be for our northernmost storms right here. This is going to be for western, southwestern Benton, northwestern Washington County. This does include Prairie Grove. It includes Fayetteville. It includes a large majority of Springdale, as well as Highfield and Gentry. A strong area of rotation that has produced a large and destructive tornado is beginning to move towards the north and east. Your area of rotation, as seen right here, is pretty much just to the east of the state line. I think this radar data is a little bit old. I think it's a little bit
southeast
further
of Siloam Springs now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think this area of rotation where you was is actually more likely right in this area. So here's 412. Folks in Tawnytown, I want you to go ahead and take shelter immediately. This storm is moving your direction. Siloam Springs, you're looking off towards the south and east, and you can find a strong area of rotation. I don't want you to go back outside, though. I don't want you to go back outside and look at it. In fact, it would be tough to see from your side, just given how much rain is involved with this specific storm. So let's back it up just a little bit.
We're getting old data, but it would be just to the southeast of Siloam Springs. It is just south of Highway 412. I'm going to pull up some roads here on the side and try to get a little bit better idea for us.
Okay. 4 miles southeast of Siloam Springs. We likely have a tornado on the ground. 4 miles southeast of Siloam Springs. It doesn't surprise me at all to get that report in, just given how strong this rotation was when it was producing likely an EF3 tornado. It's maintaining itself as it moves into southwestern Benton County. If you're anywhere in that northwestern Washington, southeastern Benton County area, you're likely in the path of this specific storm. Zach circling where we expect that
Highway
tornado to be.
16.
Right along Highway 16. Soon that's going to be passing 412. That's going to get really close to us in Highfield. Okay, if we live anywhere near the airport out there, we got to be seeking shelter immediately.
Yeah, it's moving to the east-northeast. Rotation tracker has picked up, but the debris signature, I'm going backwards in time, has continued to weaken. That was the trend that we had talked about. It doesn't appear right now that I'm not seeing, at least looking at the debris like we had been using in Oklahoma, I'm not seeing the same kind of signature that we were seeing there just to the northeast now of Highway 16, getting ready to cross Highway 412.
Okay, so we have multiple tornado warnings at this moment. We've got one for Benton, we've got one for Washington, we've got one for Adair, we've got one for Sequoah, and we're probably going to have more before the night's over with. The event is just now beginning, okay? We are at the early end of this stage. These storms are moving into an area, we call it the environment, that is very, very, very favorable for the development of tornadoes, and it can happen quickly. This one specifically, that's moving into southeastern Benton County, likely a tornado on the ground, just southeast of Siloam Springs, has been on the ground and at one point was an EF3, more than likely based off of some preliminary data. I don't suspect at this moment it's that strong, but I do suspect that we likely have a violent tornado probably on the ground at any moment. I do believe there might be some RDOT cams along 412. RDOT cam expert Darren Bob's in. Darren, if you can keep me posted over there on what you're seeing. Looks like we might just to the south of Westville have an additional area of rotation. That's not as strong as it was, but it's still certainly going to be concerning for us. I really thought this southernmost cell was going to take over and become more dominant. The science says that's going to happen, but it's not taken place yet. We continue to see this northernmost cell. Here's the Benton, Washington County line, just for some context. In fact, I'm going to walk back over here. Here's Fayetteville, here's Springdale, here's 412, so Tawnytown's right here. We're just off towards the west-southwest. This is exactly where we'd expect those storms. We've got Springdale cameras, Rogers cameras. Point those to the west, please. I think we might be able to see something from our Springdale camera. If you point Rogers towards the southwest, we might be able to have a pretty good vantage point into that specific cell. Okay. Holiday Inn looking west. Okay, that's going to be just on the left side there. Okay, keep an eye on that.
Also, I do want to say, too, I think this new tornado warning for Benton and Washington County, and forgive me if you've said this, this is going to be for both of those areas of circulation. So instead of having the two separate warnings, they've just gone ahead and broadened it out enough to account for those two areas of circulation, I believe.
Okay, that's likely where we see the worst of the rotation right now, southeast of Siloam Springs. I'm seeing a little bit of a lowering. It's tough to see from that Springdale camera. Keep an eye on that, folks back up in the booth, and I know you will. Keep scanning. If you will do some sector scans, keep me looking back off towards the southwest, punch it back towards the northeast at times. Make sure we don't find that lowering. It looks like they very well could be. Rogers, the new Rogers camera we got there in Mercy Northwest, we can also point that back down that direction as well. Let's go take a look at debris tracker. We do have multiple tornado warnings. The newest one includes Washington, Benton County. You've also got one for Sequoah and southern Adair. Adair has been under the gun for the last several hours, and I know you folks there in Adair are just sick of it, and we are for you too. Hopefully we can get this event wrapped up, and I'm afraid we're probably at the early end of this severe weather outbreak. Salisaw west of town, crossing I-40, area of rotation that's pushing towards the north. It's not as strong as the other areas of rotation, so at this moment, I think we probably have something trying to develop, but at this moment, it may not actually be on the ground. Train spotter reporting a tornado. This is going to be northeast of Lake Francis, there in Benton County, along Highway 16. Debris being lofted into the air. Storm spotter reporting a tornado crossing Highway 16. This is going to be the Illinois River camera. Looks like they're very top of the screen, maybe a little bit of lowering. Hard to tell what that actually is, though. Back to radar, please.
Yeah, well, this is that report is just verifying the track that we've been watching. And again, here over to the side, using some of our other data, I'm seeing that tornado signature would be right on top of 412 right now to the east of Siloam Springs, but crossing over Highway 412. That's where we have the rotation, and that's where it is. It is still heading off towards the northeast, so down the line, heads up to us in Rogers. There you go. That's the latest imagery right there.
Yep, the very concerning issue. That's probably where our tornado is. It is probably just to the east of Siloam Springs, right along 412. It's generally moving towards the east-northeast, so I do think that's going to put us relatively close to Taneytown. I think eventually, if this doesn't weaken, we very well look at issues in parts of Rogers and Lowell, maybe even perhaps Springdale over the next few minutes, watching the secondary area of rotation back off towards the south and west, moving through parts of northwestern Washington County. It's not as tightly wound up as it once was, but it is still a very concerning system. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, I'm continuing to see some weakening here. I think even these next scans, this just came in as it's crossing Highway 412. Velocity certainly is still there, but it does look weaker to me, and I'm not seeing the debris signature that we once saw. It has continued to weaken. Now, that being said, with the storm that we had, if it was as strong as we believe it was, that could certainly carry debris for a long time. You could have leaves and things like that. So we could still get reports of maybe some debris falling from the sky, some of the lighter material. But right now, I am seeing a little bit of a weakening trend. We're not going to be fooled by this, Scott, though. We know these storms cycle. We've seen it do it.
It's done it tonight.
It's done it tonight. So we are going to continue to prepare as if it is going to reorganize, retighten, and give us another tornado. We're also watching that circulation off towards the south. Not too impressive with velocity, but looking on reflectivity just to the north of Summers and just to the east of Highway 59, I am seeing a little bit of a hook there, a little bit of a notch, and you can see that with the velocity. It's there, it's trying to tighten, and it's in an environment where it could do it at any moment.
Let's take a look at our Holiday Inn camera. This is going to be looking from our Springdale camera on top of the Holiday Inn. I've got it pointed off towards the west. Okay, can we point it slightly to the right or towards the north? Definitely can see the lowering of that wall cloud right there. Let's keep our eyes focused on that. At times, I'm afraid it's probably going to become rain wraps. So there very well could be something making contact with the ground right now, and we're just not able to make it out. But I can definitively tell you there is an absolute wall cloud right along 412 moving towards the east-northeast. Taneytown, you folks got to get to shelter right now. This storm has a history of producing a large and violent tornado in it. While it is showing some signs of weakening at the moment, not enough to give me any reason for comfort. I think right now we have a very concerning system getting ready to move into parts of the heart of northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, absolutely. Still looking at the tornado-warned storm down in Sequoah County. We are watching that one. Potential rotation there is to the north of Salisal, just to the west of Brushy. Latest scans here, seeing a little bit brighter colors showing up on velocity. May see this storm's trying to tighten up a little bit, certainly producing some gusty winds out there right now. That is heading to the northeast. That would be moving into southwestern Adair County. That would be making a movement towards Greasy, then eventually Cherry Hill, Salem, Stillwell, all further down the line, but within the path of this area of rotation in this tornado-warned storm.
No question about it. Let's go down to that southern supercell. It looks like a little bit more of a hook trying to develop out there. This one's not moving very quickly. This specific tornado warning runs till 4:45 for parts of Sequoia, southern LaFleur County. Aikens, Brushy, Cherry Tree, Greasy, you're included in the path of this storm. We do have some areas of rotation, just not as strong as it once was earlier. That's not to say that it might not pulse up really quickly. In fact, the Weather Service telling me it is moving into an environment highly favorable for the potential of development of a tornado. Let's see.
I think the radar kind of dropped out a little bit there because
so
the
too.
storm is west, just to the west of Brushy.
Looking at all of our cameras across the area, we have an expansive camera network, and it does look like we might be seeing lowering there on the west side, west of Springdale, so getting close to Taneytown. Let's go back to Washington County. I'm seeing something else that I'm very curious about, just to the west. So this is going to be looking towards the north end of that cell.
Rotation is still there. It's weak, and if we do have a tornado or a funnel or anything like that, it is to the southwest of Springtown, to the southwest of Whitfield. But like you said, it is back there in the rain. That's where the best rotation is showing up, back into the rain curtain. So like you said, we may still see the lowering on the front edge of it, but the tornado, if it's there, it's hidden out in the back.
I think that rotation right now at this point is very close to X and A. We're talking Highfield. I think it's very close to Centerton at this moment. It's there, maybe not as strong as it once was. Maybe this is where that southernmost cell is finally starting to get its act together and undercut the northernmost cell. Weaker at the moment. Still a very serious situation unfolding as this storm moves into parts of Benton County. We do have a tornado warning for parts of northwestern Washington County. It's all this same cell. There's some interactions going on between what was a northernmost and what was a southernmost cell. Likely what's going to happen, the southernmost will win, and eventually it becomes more dominant and it's going to try to pulse back up and start to cause some issues out there for us as well. But right now, most concerning sign of rotation is going to be near X and A, getting close to Centerton. That's where we find the highest area of rotation, the strongest area of rotation. We'll take a look back into the winds, and you can see that happening right here. Strong area of rotation there. Southern flank also seeing a little bit of activity.
You want me to back it up so we can kind of see the life of it? So we can show folks, yeah, you see the green and the red, but compared to what we were seeing back
there, yeah. Moving through Adair County, that was a very, very, very strong area of rotation. That's where we likely had EF3 damage.
And so we're not seeing that kind of signature now. Now the fact that we're seeing just some reds and greens coming together, but a lot lighter, that's good news for us.
And that is good news for us at the moment. I really, really, really hope that trend continues. Right now, though, if you are in Benton County, if you live near X and A, if you live near Centerton, we've got to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions, okay? This cell has a history of pulsing up and pulsing down. I think it's undergoing some changes. But one thing is for sure, changes or not, it's moving into an environment that's highly favorable for the rapid development of tornadoes. We've seen it today. We're going to continue to likely see it for the next few hours. If you're just now tuning in, time now is 4:22. I got the full weather team here, Weather Impact, tracking our severe weather outbreak as we've got a line of storms inching closer and closer to the area. Isolated discrete cells developing out ahead of that line, capable of producing tornadoes. We've got some scattered activity in parts of Madison, Madison, Franklin, Johnson, Logan County. That's not severe at the moment. That's not to say something might not change over the next few hours. Zach, looks like we've got an update on that warning. Primarily now we're just kind of trimming some parts of Sequoia out of it. It looks like northern Sequoia, southern Adair included in that new update as we see that pulse on the screen there. Okay, let's take a look from our camera there in Rogers from Jack Links. in Bentonville, so we're going to have this camera likely pointed off towards the southwest. Kind of tough to make out what's going on. Certainly some lowering of the clouds happening right there. Frequent lightning there may give us a little bit of an illumination. As we approach sunset, it's going to be tough to see. It's going to be tough to see visually, and we're going to have to really rely on radar. So unfortunately, our camera network is going to get us by for the next couple of minutes, but and then we're going to have to turn back to live radar. And that's exactly right, Zach. Greasy, brushy. Here's Highway 59. A little bit of a hook happening right here. This is where you'd probably find your rotation. Some lightning. Cherry Tree, Flute Springs, Greasy, Marble City included in that tornado warning. It does include parts of southern Adair County. They've got worked over really hard today. Unfortunately, you've got this threat now moving into the area. What are you seeing with that rotation, Zach?
Still broad, trying to tighten up down with the Sequoah County storm. I'm watching the area trying to maybe tick up the southern flank storm that we're watching to the north. It's going to be to the north of Prairie Grove, but I'll let you take control there.
Sorry, nope.
No,
You're good.
fine. But again, this area of rotation would be moving towards Tawnytown. Looking at the product over to the side here, again, a little bit more of an uptick, still very low end, but in terms of our rotation tracker here with our other product, it's more there than it was, and that's what we're going to continue to watch. That area would be moving to the west of Tawnytown if it holds together. Again, Farmington, Fayetteville, Johnson in this tornado warning, but as it looks right now, circulations that we're tracking may stay just off to the north a little bit.
A little bit of a weakening trend. It's not a fast weakening trend, though, which means our threat continues. We had a very violent tornado move out of Oklahoma into Arkansas, began interacting with another supercell just to the south. That interaction is resulting in at least some temporary weakening. Let's hope that that continues and maintains itself. But often, more times than not, what you see is once these cells are done interacting, the southern one will win, and we start to see the southern one start to reorganize. Here's our wall cloud. This is a live picture coming out of Bentonville. We're looking off towards the south from our Jack Link's camera. You can definitively see that lowering. If there's any good news, right now I don't see anything coming out of that wall cloud. This is where we would start to see that rotation. In fact, I suspect if you were to lock your eyes in real time, you'll eventually see this storm beginning to turn. It likely is turning a little bit. Hopefully that rotation continues to weaken, but here's a live picture of our wall cloud from our Jack Link's camera on Walton Boulevard in downtown or near downtown Bentonville, looking off towards the southwest. We've got a pretty good view of that. My fear, though, we're going to lose this view soon, simply because the rain's going to move in. So this is probably not going to last long before the rain obscures our view of it. Starting to move a little bit closer to the camera. You can see here's the wall cloud, here's the overall lowering. Lightning on the backside is certainly illuminating that. Here comes the rain shield. You can see that really starting to fill in the rain curtain on the backside of this specific cell. This is where your rotation is. Nothing from that supercell right now. That's the good news. Folks, if you guys could be rolling on this, perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. It's messy, Zach. It's just not there.
No, and this is that's the Springfield radar there a little bit, but it's doing a better job. It's a little bit more up to date. But everything I'm seeing over to the side it has just continued to weaken, thankfully, since we last had the tornado reported just to the east of, what was the lake again? I'll have to go back and look at it.
Nope.
No, it was...
Francis.
Lake Francis, great job there. South of Siloam Springs. Since then, every scan that I've seen has come back a little weaker and a little weaker, so that is good news. Still, there is some spin in the atmosphere and some spin with this storm, and that spin is right over Springtown, Highfield, and XNA.
Soon that's going to be in Bentonville. Soon it's probably going to be near Rogers. There's no question about that. Let's hope it weakens as it does. We're getting close to the edge of that tornado warning polygon. So what the Weather Service out of Tulsa is talking about internally right now is, do we see enough rotation that would necessitate an additional warning that would inevitably include Rogers and Bentonville, perhaps even further parts of Benton County, or do they believe the rotation's weakening enough that we don't need one? That's certainly something that they're going to be talking about at this moment, and hopefully we'll have something to pass along here real soon. While they're working on that, let's take a look at our our southern cell here that's getting closer into Adair County. This is going to be on the Fort Smith radar again, right? That rotation is just not as pronounced as it has been, and certainly not as pronounced as it once was. With that said, I mean, there's certainly reason to take shelter if you live north of Brushy, along 59 and anywhere between Brushy and Cherry Tree. This is certainly going to be a concern for us. Supercell, kind of out there by itself, not really interacting with a whole lot of other cells, which means it very well could pulse up pretty darn quickly over the next few minutes. Not impressive at the moment, but that doesn't mean it might not be here real soon.
Yeah, other area of circulation on the Washington County storm is just along and north of Highway 16. So as Highway 16 comes out of Benton County and into Washington County, that's where that area of circulation is. Very broad at this time. It is there, and actually looking at one of the latest scans over to the side, rotation tracker has dropped off a little bit more on that one too. So we've certainly got some hooks that we're watching on radar. We've got some areas of spin that we know about, but overall great sign is the two more pronounced areas we had tracked out of Oklahoma into Arkansas have weakened. Tornado warning does continue, though, for Benton and Washington County. And we've got more storms off towards the southwest that we'll have to continue to watch and see as they move into this environment. How are they going to react? Looks like we're getting an update on that tornado warning.
Yeah, that's right. They have trimmed parts of extreme western Benton and Washington County out of that warning. You can see those that are still include Cave Springs, Centerton, Johnson, Taneytown, parts of west side of Springdale. Rotation enough that they're not going to cancel the warning. Radar indicated area of rotation continues to cause some concern. The warning itself set to expire at, let's see, 4:45, so in about 16 minutes. I got some time. Let's see, it was moving around Highfield, X and A. It's slowing down about 40 miles per hour. It does have history of producing at least one tornado near Siloam Springs, likely just 4 miles southeast of Siloam Springs as it pushes off towards the north and east. That took it a little bit closer to Highfield, to X and A, getting close into Cave Springs, Centerton. Question is this rotation going to continue to weaken? And we hope it does. Let's go back to our Jack Link's camera there in Bentonville. I'm curious what we can see, if anything, that rain might have moved in. No, it hasn't. Let's do this. Let's pan to the right here. Slowly, let's examine things here. Okay, you got the lowering of the cloud, some rain on the backside of the system. Bentonville is not currently in the warning, but this camera vantage point does give us a pretty good view into the specific area of rotation where we're most concerned with. So if you're in Bentonville, you're okay right now, but I would prefer that you're ready to take shelter at a moment's notice in the event that this thing tries to pulse back up, which it does have a history of doing, and it certainly is a possibility over the next few minutes. Looks like at one point area of rotation was pretty much just to the west of Highfield. I think it's on top of Highfield right now. I think radar is just doing a poor job today keeping up with everything that's going on. Eventually, though, I think we're getting closer to Cave Springs, so that's where I would suspect that potential area of rotation, if there is to be a tornado to develop in that area right now. We'll take a look at rotation tracker, and you can see, wow, the track.
Yeah, that was a long track storm.
That was a really long track storm. Strongest right here near Christie and Westville, northern Adair County, likely producing an EF3 tornado. Potentially, debris signature was being lofted so high into the atmosphere that we can use some good data to give us a pretty good estimate that it was likely at least an EF2, if not an EF3. And that track continued, slowly pushing off towards the north and east. Looks like our warning has now been trimmed completely out of Sequoah County. So if you're in Sequoah, you're okay at the moment. The warning continues for Cherry Tree, southern portions of Adair County. That's our two warnings at the moment. We'll see what's going on. Looks to be a bit of a lull in the activity at the current time. That's not to say these things aren't about to pulse back up. I'm afraid they very well might be. We'll take another look into debris tracker just to make sure we don't have anything up there. Based off of radar returns, I wouldn't suspect that to be the case. Although, you know, you get into Washington County, looking out of the Tulsa radar. It's kind of a messy little signal there. Rotation's just not as impressive as it once was. This is good news. I consider this some of the best news we've had all night. Now to the east of Gentry, getting closer and closer to Bentonville. We've seen that wall cloud on our camera from Bentonville looking back off towards the southwest. It's getting a little bit closer, maybe on top of the camera here before we know it. That's not a strong sign of rotation. It's enough that we're going to continue with that warning, but not at the moment enough to result in damage or debris. That's some good news for us.
Yeah, looking at the storm that's moved out of Sequoah County, rotation just passed over the Greasy area, heading towards Cherry Tree. It is there. Looking back at the rotation tracker, It had pulsed up a little bit just on the northwest side of Greasy. The next scan just came in. It's a little weaker again, but that rotation's heading towards Cherry Tree. And then eventually Zion down the road. It looks like right now, if it stays on this track, it might stay just to the west of Cherry Tree, but going to be very close. So you are still under a tornado warning there in Adair County from Greasy up towards Cherry Tree to the south of Stillwell. Tornado precautions, be ready to go here if this storm spins up. Again, the environment absolutely conducive for these storms to be able to do so. We've seen multiple tornado warnings in eastern Oklahoma. We've had a few now in Arkansas. We've even had some just to the east of Logan County. A couple hours ago, we just had one in Yell County. That was a confirmed tornado. All of western Arkansas, all of eastern Oklahoma is in an unstable environment. We've got a lot of lift, we've got a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and we have more than enough fuel. When we measure the warm, muggy air that's in place, we have plenty of it. That's why it's been so warm and humid, especially across the southern half of the area, where temperatures today again got to 80 degrees, dew points in the 70s. That is very tropical air any time of year, let alone in November.
As Zach points out, the volatile environment that we are still looking at over the next few hours. I want to let you know that right now we are simulcasting live across all iHeartRadio radio stations. Really proud of our iHeartRadio partnership. We're also streaming live on 5+. We are on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live, and we are on our mobile app. If you lose power or if you need to seek shelter tonight, all of those ways you can take us with you. We're going to be there wherever you are, wherever you need us to be until the threat passes. Right now, area of rotation getting closer to Bentonville isn't very strong. Now, given the environment, how favorable it is, how much storm fuel and how much wind shear that's in the air, I wouldn't let my guard down. And so I think that's why the Weather Service isn't canceling this warning early. In fact, it's set to expire at 4:45, and they're not expiring it. And that to me tells us that, you know what, still a pretty dangerous situation. Looks like you might be able to see leading edge of that cell.
They do not trust what it is. They do not trust the environment
No, I wouldn't.
that this storm is moving into.
I wouldn't. I don't.
It's messy. These storms are messy, but with the history that these storms produce the strong tornado for sure in eastern Oklahoma, and then it seemed like it certainly carried into western Arkansas, parts of Washington, extreme northwestern Washington County, far southwestern Benton County. With that kind of tornado that it potentially produced there, it's just hard to walk away from. Sometimes if a storm pulses up, it's got some rotation, and then it just doesn't really materialize. We're not getting any heads ups on a funnel, or spotters aren't verifying anything. They'll let a warning go. But when they have the history that this storm has in the environment that it's moving into, hard to walk away from.
All right, this is my number here, 479-785-5000. We've been getting your reports, your photos, your videos all afternoon, and we appreciate you. Here's our number. Save it in your contacts. Send me a message anytime. But do me a favor, please don't put yourself in harm's way. I don't want your photo if it's going to put you or your family members' lives at risk. 479-785-5000. Let's go ahead and roll through some of those photos and videos that you folks have been sending in. This is going to be looking from Cincinnati, from the old Cincinnati Road in Lincoln. You can very well see likely a wall cloud there, if not an actual tornado itself. We're a little bit further away from the storm, so you can't necessarily verify that that cloud's making contact with the ground. That's the requirement needed to have an actual tornado, but certainly a concerning picture. This is from Melissa Jones there. I'm not sure where we're looking from. If you don't mind, if you could. Okay, that's from Ruppel over in Fayetteville. Okay, this one here from Alex from Salisaw along 59 North. Let's stay right there with it. There comes, it's interesting. But wish that building wasn't in the way.
Yeah,
I was hoping we could see something move a little bit past that building.
It's hard to tell if that's inflow. It very well could be, the way that it kind of curves down to the ground. That's literally warm, moist air condensing, right in front of you.
I often in these situations we get SLCs, or what commonly known as scary-looking clouds. They're scary, but while that is looking scary, that's probably not actually the tornado itself, but it is certainly good warm inflow. I do have some information I want to pass along to you, and I want to make sure I get this correctly. So give me a brief moment. Folks up in the booth, tell me once more. Okay. Siloam Springs school bus riders, so heads up parents, grandparents, guardians, Siloam Springs school bus riders are sheltering in place for the time being. That's probably a really wise move. School district telling folks here at 5 News that please don't come pick up your children. I suspect they'll be communicating with you directly, and if we get any information to that effect, of course, we'll pass it along too. Let's go back into Northwest Arkansas. We'll take a look. We'll work our way from the north to the south. In fact, I'm going to take that warning off, set to expire 4:45. So we're looking at about 6-7 minutes before that warning is either going to have to be reissued, extended, or allowed to expire. Some area of rotation just to the west of Bentonville, not very strong at the moment. I don't think a tornado is imminent at the moment in parts of Benton County, but that very well could change. We don't trust the environment out there. Very volatile. Does include parts of northwestern Washington County, Springdale, parts of Springdale certainly going to be included in that. We'll work our way a little bit towards the south. That cell actually showing a little bit more signs of some organization coming to their southern Adair County. I don't like the look of that, particularly given just how worked over Adair County in theory should have been today, and the fact that we still have an environment that has had multiple supercells. Yeah, go Stephen.
New warning.
New warning. Where is it for?
That's for Benton County.
Benton County.
Yeah, they're going to extend it all the way
Okay.
across, it looks like.
Okay. All right. Brand new warning for Benton
Maybe
County.
trying to tighten up there. Definitely has some gusty winds on the front edge. Can we get the Springdale Holiday Inn tower cam looking back to the west? Northwest might have a great view of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. West Northwest may very well have a good news. So this is going to be the rest of Benton County, all of Bentonville, all of Rogers. Let's see, is Bella Vista's probably barely excluded out of that if I had to guess.
I think it might be in there, and I think Pea Ridge and Garfield are going to be in there. I think the eastern side of Bella Vista, especially once you go from North Walton and then you cross over. Once you cross over or go under I-49 there into Bella Vista.
All right, this is a live look from our Springdale camera that sits atop the Holiday Inn hotel there. We've got it pointed off towards the north and west. So just for some context, Sam's Club just over here off the screen. So we're looking off towards the north and west. Would, in theory, have a pretty good view into that storm. I'm going to walk backwards so we can get an idea if I'm not covering nothing up. I would dare to call that a wall cloud. I would not necessarily say... Yeah, especially when you pan towards the north like that. And you can definitely see on the left side of your screen. Okay, let's go back. Let's focus in where we were initially. That's probably going to be our area of concern right there. Good job, folks, picking that out. That is going to be of concern for us. We're looking at it live from Springdale. Nothing making contact with the ground. We'll keep a close eye on that. In fact, if we could, let's make sure we're not forgetting about that camera. That very well could show us something if it is to start to tighten back up and make contact with the ground at any moment. That's close to the ground. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's a very strong signal of a wall cloud, and that's going to be moving right into parts of Bentonville, Rogers, Lowell, Pea Ridge, Garfield. Your phones are alerting you. Your NOAA weather radios are going off. You might be hearing the alarms. You're nervous. I get it, because you just gone through this a few months ago and you're reliving it all over again. It's okay. We're going to get through this. Doppler radar indicates that this storm's moving off towards the north and east. It does include Pea Ridge. Here's Rogers. Area of rotation is going to generally be speaking. It's pretty broad, but over here near the Bentonville area. Zach, if you could, let's take a look at rotation. I'm going to let you drive for me. This is going to be, boy, it's just not a very strong sign of rotation, I think, is the key takeaway. The question is that some contamination there west of Springdale, or is that where this is trying to recycle on the southern side of that cell? That may very well be the case.
I'm almost wondering, too, is that some winds gusting out? Could that be some rear flank downdraft coming through? Could that be some winds on the leading edge? That's been the tricky thing here with the last couple of scans to try to decipher. But regardless, that is crossing 412. We're looking due west from Springdale, the area of Highway 412, and then a little bit to the north of 412 coming over the Taneytown area. What we're looking at right here, that is the area of rotation. That was the southern end that we were watching. That was just along the Highway 16 area of northern Washington County. That's that area. So that's why a little more concerned with it, because this isn't a new area of circulation. This is an old existing area that we've been watching slowly come across western portions of Washington County. And now we're seeing that move away from Highway 16. Now it's crossing Highway 412. Ominous view there for sure. This is a little bit further off towards the north. This is the Pinnacle Hills area. This is our Mercy Tower cam. We're looking back towards the west-southwest. We're a little further north, so we're getting the leading edge of that rain coming in a little quicker for us. The area of circulation is back towards the south. As this area of clouds passes over your head, you're going to get some rain-cooled air and likely some gusty winds to start to pick up from the west. You're going to get some very heavy rainfall as well. And then maybe a little area of circulation back towards the west. Going to watch that too. But certainly there just to the east of Cave Springs and to the north of Tawnytown. From Cave Springs down to Tawnytown, that's the area that we're watching.
I think that's exactly what we see. Let's go back to live radar. And we're not going to find a pronounced area of rotation.
That goes into Washington.
New warning that goes into Washington County. Okay, let's see what that is. That's going to be for that southern cell. That's the one coming out of Sequoah. Okay. This cell, that rotation is coming up really quickly to the south of Stillwell. This includes all of western Washington County. So an area that has been under a warning already this afternoon, already continuing to this evening. This new warning, Stephen, can you tell me when that one is set to expire?
And Scott, that is, it also has the rain on the southwest side is catching up to it. Here in the next 15 to 30 minutes, that's going to catch up to it, and it could interact with it and help it maybe tighten up a little bit more.
I think you're exactly right. What sticks out to me on this storm south of Stillwell, look at that area of rotation. That just kind of pulls up really quickly. It's not moving very quickly, though. That's the thing, moving somewhat slowly. Yes, Stephen?
New warning going out until 5:30.
New warning going out till 5:30 for the one in Washington County. That's going to be the west side of Washington County. I do want to tell folks this. In the River Valley, hey, I'm one of you, okay? I get it. We've not called out a lot of River Valley out there this evening. The storms are still off to your west. They're going to be moving through. They're likely going to be packing a punch, and we'll certainly focus on those when the time comes. Right now, the primary concern is in northwest Arkansas, and so we're kind of focusing on these where we do have those tornado warnings, violent potential of tornadoes over the next several hours. Once that threat gets closer into the River Valley, we're going to be there for you. I don't want you thinking I've forgotten, because I certainly haven't. In fact, my friends, my family there, blowing my phone up. It's vibrating a lot. I know, and we're watching. We got to cover everybody over the next several hours. Time right now is 4:45. We have two tornado warnings, one for central and eastern Benton County, the second of which is for Adair and western Washington County. The line of severe thunderstorms extends back off towards the southwest, getting ready to move. Well, already moving into parts of Sequoah County, soon moving into LaFleur. This is the activity that will track into the River Valley. We've had some scattered thunderstorms out there this afternoon into this evening. Those have not been severe over the last couple of hours. That's the good news. I want to take a look at the Rogers camera, please. If we can pull that up, I think we might be able to see something relatively quickly. There's some RDOT cameras perhaps in question. Yeah, some really low hanging clouds right there. That's probably our wall cloud getting ready to move over, if not just the leading edge of that segment. If we were able to time-lapse this, we would probably see some spin in the clouds. It's tough to kind of see it in real time, but I think that is where we might potentially be seeing some rotation.
It is.
Can we spin that back towards the south a little bit?
It's definitely between Cave Springs all the way back to the southwest side of Bentonville. There's a few areas we're watching, but if you're getting hyper-local, it is between Cave Springs on the southern end and to the southwest side of Bentonville, southeast side of Centerton. That's where we're trying to see that area of rotation come back together a little bit more. It's still very broad, but it is certainly trying.
I think you're exactly right. Just off towards the west here. So this is going to get close into the Beaver Lake area. If you live along Voca, Rogers, Lowell, you're in the path of this. Okay, this is our brand. Okay, are we rolling on this? This
also,
is very concerning.
Storm rotation tracker just ticked back up for the first time in a little while, and it is just southwest Rogers, northeast of Cave Springs, northwest of Lowell, just to the west of Interstate 49. This would be the Pinnacle Hills area. That's the best rotation we've seen here in the last 30 minutes, I would say.
I think so. Based off of what we're seeing here live, this is our camera that sits atop Mercy in Rogers. You're looking at Top Golf, just for some context. Here's 49. If you know anyone traveling 49, would you please call them, get them off the road? Let's find some shelter in a location real quickly. We're starting to see the wind speeds pick up really quickly. Look how fast those clouds are racing right up towards the north and east. I'm not sure if this is the rain shield. I hope that's what that is. Zach, are you looking here with me, getting
Yes.
close into the Pinnacle Hills area?
It is going to be right over. It is. And the rotation that I'm seeing is just a little bit inside that rain curtain as well.
I think it's probably going to be rain wrapped if it's there, but there very well could be something hidden back into that rain curtain. Rotation starting to come back up just a little bit. Looks like I got a video sent in. This is going to be from Bellevue Road, Pleasant Grove Road, in Rogers. Tough to make out. Looks like there was a little bit of a lowering there for sure, though. Let's go back to velocity. Where's that rotation at? Go for folks up in the booth. This is going to be I-49 looking north from where? What exit is this? This is near the Elm Springs exit. I'm probably looking on the back side of that system. Okay, I feel folks want to just keep an eye on that one. Let's go back to Mercy Rogers. In fact,
that's going to be the camera for sure.
Yeah, well, I think we might have just. Yeah, the rain shield has really picked up in that area. Look how quickly the winds just overtook all of that.
It is going to be back in the. If there is a tornado trying to form right now, it is going to be directly back across the embassy suites that we're seeing right there. It would be rain wrapped. It'd be very hard to see. We would have to have a chaser right out there in there.
That's the problem with some of these storms, especially as we start to lose the sun. We're probably about less than a half hour away from sunset. Is not only do you get rain-wrapped tornadoes when they're high precipitation setups like this, you start to lose the daylight. You just really can't see, and radar, well, that becomes all you got. Live look right now from our Mercy Hospital camera there in Rogers. You're looking towards Top Golf. You can barely see the lights there in the distance. So we're looking across 49. Looks like folks traveling north on 49 moving at a snail's pace. Really wish we could get them off of the roadways right now. I believe the area of rotation is getting very close to the AMP, very close to Pinnacle Hills area, and that's going to continue pushing right towards the north and east in an area that probably got hit pretty hard just a few months ago. And I know this is alarming to a lot of you folks, and I know there's some natural and warranted anxiety. Just bear with us. We're going to get through this together. We're going to track this storm. We're not going to go anywhere. If you need to go to seek shelter, let's go ahead and move to that innermost room. Let's take those tornado safety precautions. We are simulcasting our coverage on all of the local iHeart radio stations. We're on Facebook Live. Just type in 5 News there on Facebook. You can download our app real quickly, 5 News. If you don't already have it, it'll also issue you warnings when you're placed under them, warnings and watches. Really handy for that. We're going to be on any platform we can possibly be to get the message out to you and keep you safe tonight. So don't necessarily stay locked into the television just because what we see right now is picking up and you might be interested in it. Let's go ahead and put your safety first. That's our priority here. Looks like maybe that rotation is really just trying to come together. I know this is a little bit delayed. I suspect this is probably a little bit closer into the Rogers community. Rotation likely right now near the AMP, near Top Golf.
Just getting a new scan over here on the side too. It had kind of dropped a little bit as it crossed I-49, but I'm seeing the strongest rotation right now on West Walnut. That's where I've seen the rotation pick back up here on our rotation tracker. Yeah. So right over the Walnut area of West Rogers, that's where the strongest circulation is passing over as we speak.
Just looking at the rain mode and the structure of this, and again, I know this is probably a little bit further towards the east at this point, just how slow the Fort Smith radar is running today. Look at that inflow notch right there. That's a bit more organized than it once was. And, you know, we talked a few minutes ago, it feels like forever ago, but we said we don't trust this environment. And the reason we said that is just given how volatile the atmosphere is above us. And when I say that, I mean, there are 4 ingredients that you need for the potential of tornadoes that support the development of tornadoes. And a lot of those ingredients today were pretty high. You might have noticed in Benton and Washington County, the sun came out, and I'll tell you, that just gave us anxiety all day long. Just put a pit in our stomach, knowing that that sunshine's really going to fuel the atmosphere. You start to juice up the atmosphere, you get more heat to build in, and that supports the development of these tornadoes. And we're now moving into that same exact area that probably is going to support it for a few more hours. Our tornado watch is set to expire at 9 o'clock tonight. And I suspect it's possible that, at least for our eastern counties, we might not technically be done even at 9 p.m. There may need to be an additional watch at that. Zach?
It's a little, again, this imagery is just a little delayed. Bear with us, but we absolutely positively know where this storm is and where it is heading. The area of circulation, again, is West Rogers, right over the Walnut, West Walnut area, and it is moving northeast towards 14th Street. So if you are in between West Walnut and 14th Street in Rogers, move into centermost part of your home. A storm with a history of producing destructive tornadoes is over top of you. It may not be producing a tornado right now. It's certainly producing some very heavy rainfall, maybe even some hail mixed in there, and some strong wind gusts. But it is spinning. There is some rotation there. And again, just got a new update. It is crossing over the 14th Street right now. So really close to that Sam's Club that's over there. That's going to continue to move north. And this is going to make a run, if it holds together, towards Little Flock. And then rotation, as I see it right now, would maybe stay just to the southeast of Pea Ridge. It would be close between Little Flock, Pea Ridge, Avoca, and to the west of Garfield. These are the areas that we're going to watch. So again, if you live on the northwest side of Rogers or the north side of Rogers, around the 14th Street area, around that Sam's Club, up towards Little Flock, Avoca, or the south side between Rogers and Pea Ridge, you need to be in your tornado safety spot, center part of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So if we do get a tornado here and it does hit your home, you want as much between you and the outside as possible. Again, that's why we tell you as many walls between you and the outside.
That's good information on our Benton County storm. We're acutely aware that there is the potential of an additional tornado likely moving out of Oklahoma, Adair County, into parts of western Washington County. Lincoln, heads up. This storm's getting closer. You're probably hearing the winds pick up, rain starting, lots of lightning, frequent thunder associated with those lightning strikes. Area of rotation getting closer and closer to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. This too passing off towards the north and east. Lincoln, Morrow, Ray, Stillwell included into that warning until 5:30 this evening. So we've got a little more than 30 minutes to go. Two specific areas of rotation that are our primary focus right now, Benton County, and the second getting ready to move into parts of western Washington County. That's likely to be the case over the next few minutes. A lot of this activity is getting closer and closer and closer to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. Multiple areas of rotation, and that's not likely to change over the next few minutes. If you're just not joining us, getting ready for the 5 o'clock newscast, I'm not sure we're going to have much of one out there this evening. We'll hope to give you some news if we can, but right now our attention here at 5 News is your safety. And the storms right now this evening are putting a lot of folks' safety at risk. A tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. On top of that tornado watch, we also have a flash flood watch, and that is going to continue to be a concern for us, especially overnight, as some of the latest data suggests not only are we going to continue to see that potential of tornadoes, but the likelihood of a lot of rain coming out of this specific setup. That's going to continue into the overnight hours, hopefully tapering off by early tomorrow morning. Looks like there's some new information for our Benton County tornado warning. Bentonville, Brightwater, Pea Ridge, Rogers included in this specific warning. Right there is going to be your concern. Avoca, Garfield, Glade, Beacon Addition. Also, a good chunk of Beaver Lake included in this specific tornado warning. It's moving a little bit further towards the north. It's trying to separate itself a little bit, perhaps from that southern cell that it was trying to interact with, competing there just a little bit. Zach, I think this is going to be out of the Springfield radar, perhaps? Yeah, that's right. So that's going to give us a different vantage point, and one that tells us, yeah, there's certainly some signs of rotation right there, getting right near downtown Rogers, pushing off towards the east-northeast. Avoca, anyone that lives along 265, 62, 72. Little Flock, going into Garfield. This storm is moving your direction, and it's moving traditionally. Mercy Rogers. Okay, this is our live camera from Mercy Rogers. Funnel cloud very well could be a tornado if it's making contact with the ground. Put me in front of that if you don't mind. This is going to be your wall cloud right here, funnel cloud. The question is this making contact with the ground right now? We don't know. We got to watch for some power flashes. If we see power flashes, we're going to be concerned. I think that funnel is getting a little bit closer. My concern that there might be a tornado imminent is increasing. I think we very well may have a tornado on the ground. This is going to be looking from Rogers. Which direction is this looking towards? Towards the northeast, perhaps? It's growing. It's getting bigger. Tornado on the ground. Folks up in the booth, anyone there?
We have to be looking due north.
Which direction is this looking?
North, northeast.
It's got to be looking north, northeast. Okay.
Yep.
There's going to be your tornado. Large wall cloud rotating. You can kind of see the striations in the clouds there. Kind of losing some imagery of it. The rain's starting to undercut it. We're losing our visual of it. Large tornado developing right now on the ground, northeast Rogers. We're looking live from our camera that sits atop Mercy Hospital in Rogers. We're pointing off towards the northeast. I'm going to give this a couple more scans. I'm afraid the rain's going to prevent us from really seeing it very well. This is our tornado warning. Folks in Benton County, you've got to take shelter right now. Tornado on the ground in Rogers. It's moving towards Avoca. It's moving towards Little Flock. It's moving towards Garfield. If you live along the western banks of the Beaver Lake, this is moving your direction. Maybe that funnel might have just lifted just a little bit. I don't know. I'm not ready to trust it. Very well looks like it could be moving towards Little Flock at any moment.
Yeah, I believe it's close to Little Flock. Yeah, we're looking across the roof. We could see the roof there. So we're looking back towards the northeast. So we're looking across Rogers, northeast Rogers, center part of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in your office, again, get away from the windows. I know it's enticing to want to go look at it. If this storm is picking up debris, we do not want that being thrown back into that glass. Again, northeast side of Rogers, potential tornado on the ground.
Potential tornado located right here as seen from Mercy Rogers. This is going to be sitting on along 49, not far from the AMP, not far from Topgolf where we saw the rotation pass over. The rotation is strengthened, funnel ground likely making contact with the ground passing directly towards the northeast of Pinnacle Valley, or Pinnacle Hills there, moving towards Avoca, Little Flock, Prairie Creek, Garfield. You're next in line. If you live along 72, 62 there, violent tornado is going to be possible at any moment.
Scott, will you come take a look at this data with me?
Yep, I'm on the way.
Let's see if we maybe be picking up a little bit of a signature. Here was the area of rotation that we were looking at.
Yep.
And then moving it forward.
Yeah, there's definitely rotation.
So we may have had a brief touchdown, picked up some,
I think so.
maybe a little debris there.
I think so. I think that was definitively a likely picking up some rotation between probably the Little Flock
That
area.
matched up with the rotation.
It sure did. It sure did. That's a live look. It's possible.
That may be.
still
I think
have,
I think we may have a tornado there.
I think it's back on the ground. These things don't always maintain constant contact with the ground, but I think right now, based off of looking at that, we still have a visual of what's likely a tornado on the ground now to the east northeast of Little Flock. We're probably going to have some tough visibility issues simply because of the rain that's likely blocking this, but we have a live picture here of a likely tornado on the ground. Looks like that was probably a power flash right there. One of the things you want to look for when you've got tornadoes after dark is the likelihood of power flashes supporting the idea of something on the ground. And that is going to be what we're looking at right now as this tornado continues passing off towards the northeast. Brand new tornado warning for the cell just off towards the south. So this is going to be for the cell coming out of Adair County, moving into western Washington County. This includes Springdale, it includes Johnson, it includes Fayetteville as well. Can we take me... As long as we're rolling on Rogers, this camera, I need to go back to radar. The cell moving into Washington County is organizing, and it is close to producing a tornado with the potential for a strong tornado as this moves towards Fayetteville and moves towards Springdale.
I'm seeing a little bit better reflectivity, or excuse me, rotation tracker showing up on the north side of Rogers. I think I'm getting some of the data to start coming in. But definitely on the north side of Rogers, seeing a little stronger signal showing up between Rogers and Little Flock. That's where I'm seeing a little bit more of maybe that debris signature a moment ago.
I think you're exactly right. I think we likely do have a tornado on the ground. I'm looking over Mercy Rogers. I don't see it right now. I don't. That's not to say that it's not actually still on the ground. It's just going to be really tough to see with rain likely into the area. I will tell you the area of rotation that's now near Lincoln in West Washington County is very strong there as well. Here's your cloudlet just to the southeast of Westfield. This is moving off towards the north and east. That is definitively a debris signature outside of Little Flock.
Yep.
Is that one scan ago?
This is the newest scan, just came in.
Scan. Okay, so we likely have a tornado continuing on the ground near Little Flock, eastern Benton County. Multiple tornado warnings, including parts of Benton and Washington County. Look, folks, I know this is tough to keep up with because these storms are moving over the same areas over and over and over and over again, and it's really tough to know, well, I thought I was in the clear, but then we get a new warning. I'm afraid that's probably going to continue for the next little bit. That just speaks to the volatility of the situation that we're in. Tornado watch runs until 9 p.m. Multiple tornado warnings we're tracking for. You just saw live on television a tornado on the ground near Rogers, near Little Flock, tornado debris being lofted into the air as seen by Doppler radar. Strong rotation now moving into western Washington County, not far from Lincoln. This is going to be moving towards the northeast. It is going to be moving Fayetteville, Johnson, Springdale, probably into the Tawnytown area. So I want to do this too. If you know students at the U of A, might not be sure what they need to be doing. Let's go ahead and call them. This storm's a little bit off towards the south and west, okay? Give them those tornado safety tips. Make sure they know what's going on. Make sure they're aware of the unfolding situation. If you know anyone in Fayetteville, Springdale, or even northeastern Benton County, probably not a bad idea to make sure everyone's up to speed on this dangerous situation. We've had multiple tornadoes this evening, and it looks like we very well still could possibly have one on the ground moving closer and closer to Garfield, just to this outside of Pea Ridge, really moving up along 72.
Yes, and newest scan coming in, still seeing the potential debris signature there. It's between Pea Ridge, Little Flock. It's made a little bit more. Okay, deputies reporting rotation, Pea Ridge. We're definitely seeing that on radar. Garfield area, one on the way. Okay, so I'm seeing this moving a little north-northeast. Pea Ridge, I am not going to say that you are in the clear. I'm seeing this. It is still moving north-northeast. So anywhere from Avoca. If you're in Avoca, you need to be in your safe place now. Pea Ridge, you got to be in your safe place. The storm would be just to the north of Little Flock now, and looks like it would stay just to the west of Garfield. Still seeing with the latest scan, debris signature showing up between Little Flock and Pea Ridge, moving north-northeast.
Getting reports of a large wall cloud just to the west of Prairie Grove. That's going to be on our southern cell as well. Rogers Mercy Live, looks like we still continue to have this wall cloud. Wow, this has been a really good visual for us this evening. Here's your wall cloud. This is the funnel. What I can't tell you for sure is if it's still making contact. Law enforcement just now reporting to us moments ago, they have eyes on the funnel itself. What I can't tell is if that funnel is actually making contact with the ground. That doesn't necessarily mean it's any less dangerous or more dangerous. It's when that contact is made that we actually have a true tornado. That's what differentiates a funnel from an actual tornado. If it's not touching the ground right now, it probably is going to at any moment. It looks like it might have been lifting, dropping again, lifting and dropping again. That cycle has happened over the last 30 to 40 minutes with a specific cell. Hard to see. Thank you folks in the booth for pointing that out. Let's go back to live radar unless we get a better visual. Becoming more and more concerned with the structure of this specific cell in western Washington County. Got a report of a wall cloud just to the west of Prairie Grove. I certainly see that. That rotation is there. This is the one that will move through Fayetteville. Got a report the U of A sirens are sounding. That's good news. Johnson, Springdale also included in this specific warning as well. Looks like another tornado debris signature right outside of Pea Ridge, likely continuing into the Pea Ridge area. Folks in Pea Ridge, if you are there, if you are in Garfield, we've got to seek shelter. Tornado likely on the ground right now, and that's going to continue pushing towards probably between Pea Ridge and Brightwater is exactly where I would expect that area of rotation, that tornado debris to be right now. 72. This is getting closer and closer to the Missouri-Arkansas state line. Gateway, not included in the tornado warning, but if I were you in Gateway, I would definitively be taking my tornado safety precautions right now. Violent tornado potentially causing some destruction, likely on the ground there. This funnel continues to lift. It'll drop back. It'll lift. It'll drop back. The question is who gets caught up in the path of that specific storm. That's where we see Doppler radar indicated rotation. That's where we see visual confirmation from our Rogers camera of that specific cell. When it comes to rotation, looking at it is not that impressive there, but this is one of those situations where what we can see visually with our eyes is just so much better than live radar. Tornado warning continues 5:15. If you're just now tuning in, your phones are going off. We have a confirmed tornado moving into northeastern Benton County. This cell has a history of producing tornadoes. We've also got another tornado warning moving into parts of western Washington County. This one too is eventually going to start to move into southern Benton County. Maybe a little bit before that happens, but you can see area of rotation is likely going to be just to the west of Prairie Grove. Here it is. You can see this couplet right here. This is where we find that rotation, and it's tracking due northeast. So if you live in this tornado warning polygon, let's go ahead and take shelter as well. Weather Service telling us if there's not a tornado right now, it very well could produce one at any moment. The lightning on the northernmost cell is coming down. That tells us maybe it's starting to try to weaken a little bit. We sure hope so. The fact is, though, that it just produced a tornado just moments ago. Springdale looking southwest towards that storm. That's going to be here on the left side. Okay, that's Holiday in Springdale along 49 looking towards the southwest. One thing you folks up in the booth might want to also do is there's several RDOT cameras along 49 there. Darren will help us out with that. 49, probably just south of Fayetteville. If we can get those cameras south of Fayetteville to look north, in fact, I think exit 55 has that really good view over the hill there. That might be a good one for us to also be mindful of. Prairie Grove, take shelter now. Look, folks, in Prairie Grove, I know it. You're sick of this. You just dealt with this. We got to be in our safe places right now. Prairie Grove tornado very well could be developing just off to your west there. I don't know if the pie auction was canceled at the high school or not. I don't know if that continued, but Luke, if you're out there, I know we talked about this earlier. Luke's the principal there. Let's make sure we're getting those folks into a safe location right now. Very, very concerning situation developing just off to our south and west. Hook Echo right here, area of rotation. This is going to continue tracking up towards Fayetteville and Springdale. This is moving at a pretty quick clip, so there's not necessarily a lot of time to take those tornado safety precautions. It's wise to just go ahead and do that right now. We'll go back and look at winds, and you can see area of concern very well identified right there where those bright greens meet up with the reds. Those opposing winds starting to twist and turn, and that's where you would find your cause for concern. Interaction with the line and the cell in Washington County seems negative at the moment. Perhaps that's some good news that coming from our friends over at the Weather Service in Tulsa.
Yeah, and again, we do have an observed tornado warning there, northeast Benton County. Last couple scans, I'm not seeing the debris signature has kind of fizzled out here, but it was very much on the south side, southeast side of Pea Ridge. And again, the wording with that warning at the time at 5, so about 5 minutes ago, at 5 p.m. was confirmed tornado was located 3 miles east of Pea Ridge, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, the last couple of scans, I'm not seeing the same kind of debris signature that we had for the last 5 minutes to 10 minutes or so. It was very well pronounced. You can see it there. Yeah. So that's what it looked like coming in. We certainly had some debris lofted there, and that kind of really picked up steam. North side of Rogers over Little Flock. That's where we saw it kind of spin up. We were looking to the northeast over Mercy Hospital. And then until it moved away from us, we had a good visualization of it, but it was able to continue to move from Little Flock to the northwest of Avoca. It made a run towards Pea Ridge and maybe just stayed on the southeast side there.
If we don't have any crews making phone calls into Pea Ridge, getting some folks there, we probably ought to get some crews heading that way. Keep me posted on their location, though. I want to keep that in mind. I want to keep their safety top priority as well. Debris signature outside of Pea Ridge. This is probably a few minutes old. I think we've probably passed off towards the north and east at this point. However, in Garfield, some rotation nonetheless. A very recent, looks like the Weather Service may be allowing that warning to cancel. Let's see if it falls off. Looks like they might be expiring that warning for Benton County.
Yes, it just weakened pretty quick in the last couple of scans, and it just dropped off on my side over here, so I think it's getting ready to drop off. So that's good news. That one pulsed up and then weakened pretty quick there, but certainly looks like before it did so, it was maybe producing a little damage somewhere between North Rogers, Little Flock, and maybe what's the golf course there? Paradise Spring, Lost Paradise Spring, I believe. That's where we kind of saw that circulation start to pick up. Lost Springs Golf Course up towards Little Flock, stayed just to the west of Avoca and made a run towards south side of Pea Ridge. So we're going to keep eyes on that. If we get some reports in, we'll pass those along.
Continuing with this tornado warning in Washington County, there have been some interactions with other cells in the area that may perhaps be helping to weaken it a little bit. You can see they are maintaining that warning for Lincoln, Fayetteville, Farmington, Springdale. Tawnytown's probably going to be included in that. We'll take a tighter look and you can see exactly who's included. Prairie Grove, of course. While it might be weakening at the moment, we've seen this story multiple times today where these things do weaken and they pulse back up really, really quickly. So we're not going to let our guard down with this specific storm, but it does appear to be struggling at the moment. Can it overcome that and pulse back up? It's probable that it can. And for that reason, tornado warning is going to continue. That's going to continue until 5:45 this evening. Current time is 5:11. If you're watching on streaming, you might be delayed a minute or two, so I'm going to keep checking that time, make sure you know what we're doing with here. 5:45, that warning expires, includes Farmington, Fayetteville, Prairie Grove, Springdale. Area of rotation is there, and it's there enough that we're concerned, okay? And one of the other reasons we're concerned is we know that while the rotation in of itself right now could support a tornado at any moment, the further east it goes, it's moving into an area that's not seen a whole lot of activity today. Therefore, it very well could support the development of a tornado at any moment. We maintain our concern for a large chunk of Washington County, even parts of southern Benton County. We just had a tornado go through. We watched it happen live here on television, but parts of Lowell, probably parts of Centerton also included in that tornado warning. This second one that's continuing to move up towards the north and east. We'll have to determine how exactly the other cells are going to continue interacting with it. But right now, it's of concern.
Yeah, and I mean, how quick did we see that storm? It had weakened as it got just to the east of Siloam Springs, working its way towards Highfield, that initial rotation. Then we had, again, it tried to recycle. Those storms almost really likely merged. We saw a cell merger there, and we saw a new area of rotation take off just like that. We went from not seeing much of rotation here on the side to a couple of scans. Storm comes right over Pinnacle Hills. We turn the camera, and then within a moment or two, we're seeing a funnel and then what looked like, from our vantage point, a tornado on the ground moving to the northeast. And that was a storm that had really had some issues, rapidly weakened and looked very messy, and then turned its act around very quickly. There's no reason to think that any other storm couldn't do the same.
Getting reports of about 1,700 power outages in Benton County. I suspect that number will probably continue to rise over the next little bit, just given the nature of the tornado that we did see at any moment. I don't know if we can re-rack that. I don't know how hard of a turn that is, but if we're able to pull that off, let me know. Okay, y'all are working on it. Excellent. This one was canceled, yes? Northeastern Benton County, or does that continue? Looks like it's continuing. Maybe they've just trimmed it up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I'm thinking maybe they canceled the observed part of it.
Maybe that's right. Maybe that's exactly right. That makes a lot of sense.
Excuse me. Okay. So the tornado warning that we have continued, that is the one with the rotation near Prairie Grove. That is the warning that goes into Washington and Benton County. Yes, we did get rid of the warning up around Pea Ridge, and that storm is now crossing the state line into Missouri. Still a thunderstorm coming down around the Pea Ridge area. Still got some heavy rain, maybe even some small hail. I had family and friends. My family is there in Pea Ridge texting me that we had a little hail, and they were able to get into the storm shelter, so we're good there. But that's still getting some rain and some thunderstorm activity in there. So you think, okay, it's done, I can go outside and look. Still not safe. We've got a lot of lightning in the area, still more rain coming down. And so we're going to have to continue to watch these thunderstorms. And as you've seen here, we've got another one coming into Washington County when we've already seen some showers and thunderstorms, and you start to let your guard down, not really realizing what's down the line.
Okay, before we show you the video of the storms moving in that tornado that we likely watched, I want to show you area-wide. Folks in River Valley, I said this earlier, and I want to say it again. I'm one of you. I'm born and raised there. Big, proud River Valley boy. We've not talked about the River Valley a whole lot out there this evening. That's not because we don't love you. I sure as heck do. The storms are off to our west, and right now they're not severe, and that's some good news for us. We do have a strong line of thunderstorms spanning Sequoah County back off towards the west of LaFleur County. At this moment, they're not severe. Our one concern is this one tornado warning, Washington and Benton County. My fear is, as these storms are moving towards the north and east, if we take a scan back off towards the southwest, what we find, we've got some severe thunderstorms getting ready to move into parts of LaFleur County, got another tornado warning getting ready to move into Polk County. That's going to be out of our viewing area, but it does include parts of Mena, Queen Wilhelmina State Park, things like that. All of this activity is lifting off towards the east-northeast. So I do suspect, especially given the fact that we've not seen a lot at all in the River Valley, we're going to be talking about you folks here a lot going into this evening. I hope this thing is fizzling out, but I fear it might not necessarily be the case. In fact, we very well could be looking at a couple more hours, a few more hours perhaps to go before we're able to put a bow on this severe weather event. We've had multiple tornadoes confirmed on the ground across parts of eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. We caught one of those live from our Rogers camera that sits atop Mercy Hospital there along I-49, and this is it. Looks like we've got a really excellent video of this. This is not current. This was a few minutes ago, and you can see that tornado.
Oh, look at the spin there.
Just spinning away, probably causing destruction. You'll occasionally, if this is where I remember it, you might see a power flash or two. That's some lightning, that's some power lines being taken down by that tornado. This did cause debris, as was saw on live radar, and storm chasers, law enforcement, and our power outages in Benton County at this point around 1,700. Looping that again, if you're just now tuning in, this is not current. This was about 10 to 15 minutes ago or more. I kind of lose track of time, to be honest. This was seen looking from our Mercy Hospital camera in Rogers, looking off towards the north and east. The area of rotation developed around the AMP or around Topgolf. We were very concerned. Looks like it may have crossed I-49, just barely a mile or two towards the north and east before we started to see this funnel live on television. Let's go back to live radar.
And that's one of those too where you see those pictures out of the planes every year where you've got a clear tornado that goes from the cloud base all the way to the ground. This is shows you that sometimes the condensation funnel isn't always visible, but you're still getting, you're getting strong winds there. The tornado is connected to the ground. You have to be closer to it to be able to see the circulation on the ground. And speaking of some rotation, the best rotation that I'm seeing right now, scans have picked up just a little bit between Prairie Grove and Farmington. That's what I'm seeing right now with our rotation tracker. It's the best signature that's out there, and that is moving northeast towards the west side of Fayetteville.
All right, I'm going to switch our radar source here. I'm going to see if I can't see this a little bit differently. This might get kind of funky for a hot second. Promise I'm going to make it better. Looking at a lot of different radars there. There we go. Squarely out of the Tulsa area. Gives us a pretty good view into that specific storm. I'm going to look at rotation.
You've got even another little notch to the south of Prairie Grove showing up on reflectivity. We're getting into that. We talked about it. We anticipated we were going to have isolated thunderstorms, and at some point we would see a line of storms start to take over. And that is trying to happen now in eastern Oklahoma and western northwestern Arkansas. That line becoming a little more pronounced. And now we're going to transition to, instead of these isolated supercells out ahead of it, we're going to have to start watching every single one of these notches popping up here as we continue to see this line eventually kick more west to east.
All right, 5:18 is the current time. We are tracking a tornado warning moving through parts of Washington County. If it maintains its track, it's going to continue moving into parts of south central Benton County, anywhere between, let's just say, Greenland, north through Rogers along I-49. You're in the path of this specific storm. That includes Farmington. Of course, it includes Fayetteville, Prairie Grove. Boy, oh boy, I know it. It's far too close for comfort. You just dealt with this. You had the tornado a couple of nights ago. And now we're looking at another potential issue for us. Let's take another look at our Holiday Inn camera. This is going to be in Springdale. We've got this thing pointed off towards the south and west. It does give us a pretty decent vantage point into that cell, but we would probably need to, yeah, you're exactly right, keep pointing off a little bit further towards the south and west. That's probably a good place to leave it for now. If you guys want to keep a close eye on that, we'll appreciate it. Holler at me if you start to see something lowering there specifically. Zach, when you're looking at some of the off-air radar product over there, you were just mentioning you were seeing another little bit of a hook.
Yes, and then in the last couple scans, it was to the south of Prairie Grove, and in the next scan, it's there, it's working north, which is typically how those react. If you were able to put a time lapse on it, you would see that little notch just moving up the line. It's there. And I'm also seeing it now showing up on a rotation tracker right where that notch is, just southeast of the Prairie Grove area to the west-northwest of West Fork.
Yep.
That's an area that I have. And then right over Farmington and the west side of Fayetteville, I'm seeing the other area of rotation that is the most pronounced anyway across the area. There is some light rotation around Taneytown and just to the west of Johnson, but certainly the two areas that I will have really be fixed on would be just to the southeast of Prairie Grove and then right over Farmington, west side of Fayetteville.
I know this isn't going to necessarily be a lot of comfort, but one of the things that's happening right now is what it would appear, as Zach mentioned, this is becoming less of an issue with discrete supercells and transitioning more into a linear event. And that doesn't necessarily mean there won't be tornadoes. There certainly very well could be. So we're going to continue tracking that, right? But these are going to be generally a little bit weaker. So I hope that's some good news. I hope that pans out to be the case. Environment's still very, very favorable for us, okay? So just because we're moving from storm mode of isolated and discrete over to a linear squall line type setup doesn't necessarily mean we're any less concerned. It just means we're kind of tracking this a little bit different, okay? And that's what I'm referring to there.
Are you seeing some of the latest reports coming in?
Yeah, it looks like we might be seeing big lightning jump storms in northern Washington County, which tells us maybe this thing may be trying to strengthen up just a little bit more. And that's one of those signs we often watch for, right?
And I know we have crews that are out and about. If we can kind of guide them a little bit. We are getting some reports of some damage on Dixieland and Hudson.
Yep.
There in Rogers. Also, emergency management for Benton County is responding to some damage in Little Flock, tracking northeast into Pea Ridge. So we're going to try to get confirmation on that. This is the early stages of it. This is what we do. We track the storms on radar, and then we wait to see, do the damage reports follow? Okay. And oftentimes it can be a little quiet, but this is right on par. We clearly had the video of the funnel and what looked like the tornado touching down, and now we're starting to get in some of those reports, unfortunately, out of the Rogers area,
right,
and up towards Little Flock, I imagine, up towards Pea Ridge.
Just to the west side of Fayetteville. I don't know what cameras we're able to pull looking that general direction. We're losing daylight. I'm looking at all of our camera network, and it's dark across a lot of them. It's going to be tough to see much. Maybe our roof camera right above us. So we're going to be looking above the station here, back off towards the southwest. That's going to give us a pretty good vantage view into that system. Those cars you see traveling there in the distance, that's going to be Interstate 49. North is going to be to the right side of your screen. South is going to be to the left side of your screen. So we've got a pretty good view right into that cell. Going to do this. I really did not want to do this. And I know this is going to be uncomfortable for some folks. If you're in the building here at Channel 5, it's time to go ahead and take shelter. I'll join you if I have to. I'll ride this out here on the green screen. But if you're in the building here at Channel 5, I'd like you to go ahead and take shelter in the proper control room. Area of rotation continues to approach west side of Fayetteville, parts of Johnson. Winds are picking up. Low-level rotation is starting to increase. This environment is not done. It very well can continue to produce tornadoes, and I don't think we're at the end of this event. I think we're probably maybe in the middle of it, not necessarily done just yet. So we're gonna have to be on our guard. You're looking live above Channel 5 right there. We're looking from this general vicinity here back off towards the southwest in an area of rotation that is tracking our general direction. So this is going to come close to Fayetteville. If you're in Fayetteville, if you're in Farmington, Prairie Grove, we need to be in our tornado safety location right now. Wall cloud reported just to the north of Farmington. Okay,
yeah, that would be our storm.
That's
There's
be
also that notch on the south side of Farmington as well, staying pronounced.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Still seeing that rotation. I think this cell might have been undergoing a bit of a reorganization. Didn't have a lot of strength with it, but now we're starting to pick that back up. Yeah, you're exactly right. On the left side of your screen there is our camera here at Channel 5. Winds are really picking up here as this storm system approaches us. Some rotation continues with that specific cell right there. It's not necessarily the strongest, but it is certainly some area of rotation with this specific cell. Very close to us here. We're keeping an eye on what's happening outside. Going to keep an eye on live radar as well.
Rotation right over Johnson, right over the station here. That's exit 69.
Yep.
I-49, exit 69, Johnson exit, north side of Fayetteville, moving northeast all the way up towards Don Tyson Parkway. So from Johnson to the south side of Springdale, Don Tyson Parkway, area of rotation is on top of us right now. Heavy rain coming down. There is some spin. If there is a tornado, we may not be able to see it. If there's a funnel cloud, we may not be able to see it, but the storm is certainly right over top. Johnson, south side of Springdale. It looks like we just got an update to the tornado warning 2. They're trimming it back just a little bit.
Tornado warning going to continue for us until, let's see, get an idea of exactly when. That's going to be until 5:45. So we've got about 20 more minutes to go with this specific tornado warning. Weather Service continues to see this area of rotation. We can give you the all clear in Prairie Grove. And I know right now if you're in Prairie Grove, you're thinking, Scott, what in the world? You got a lot of rain and you got some wind. You might even have a little bit of hail, but the area of rotation is just now passing off towards your east. We just got a report of a wall cloud near Farmington there, so we're looking in this general vicinity, and that area of rotation is going to be getting closer and closer and closer to I-49, probably within the next couple of minutes. We got to keep in mind this radar data is a little bit delayed, okay? And so that rotation is probably getting on the west side of Fayetteville, and it's moving off towards the north and east, so it is going to move close to Johnson, Springdale, Lowell.
We may be able to see the backside if there was something there. If we were able to turn our tower cam to the east.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, you're right on the backside.
If there is something moving.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll see. We'll try to work on that. Again, rotation still showing up right over Johnson. We should be getting an update here soon.
Getting some more reports of damage out of the Rogers area. No surprise. Of course, we saw that live on TV, right? That tornado coming down. Little Flock got some damage there, got some damage likely in Pea Ridge. We're probably going to continue to see damage. Of course, we had a strong tornado moving out of Adair County. Likely at one point was an EF3 with tornado debris signatures, very, very common for several consecutive minutes. And so I kind of lost count, to be honest, at this point. I think we've probably had 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4, somewhere within that range, 3 to 5 individual tornadoes. We've got that threat that continues right now. Zach, if I'm relying on you a little bit over there in that offhand radar information.
Best signature of area of rotations is now north of Johnson.
Okay.
It is working into the southwest side of Springdale right now.
Okay, so that's going to be along 71 and 412. And area of rotation continues pushing off towards the north and east. Right now, the warning is going to run until 5:45. Does include Springdale, does not include Goshen, does include Lowell, does not include Rogers or War Eagle. We'll have to see if a new warning has to be issued. Looks like this camera is this out of Fayetteville, I think. Oh, okay, no, I'm wrong. This is Springdale along Sunset. So we're pretty close to that area of rotation. This is past our station now. So the folks here in the building that need to resume work, you're clear to do so. Thank you for taking shelter. We practice what we preach around here. Wanted folks to stay safe for us. Area of rotation now moving into Springdale.
Right over the Walmart
Sunset.
Supercenter along off of Highway 71.
Okay.
That's
Walmart
where the strongest
Supercenter.
rotation is. And then again, that's moving northeast towards downtown Springdale.
Getting in a lot of reports, trying to keep up with those. They come to our cell phones, so if you hear that vibration, I apologize. Here's what we're looking at. Certainly seeing the reports that are coming in now. Of course, it always takes a little bit. Some pictures and some video, and we very well had some sizable tornado damage. It looks like, at least with a couple of these specific tornadoes. The one I'm looking at right now is in Rogers. And that damage, folks up in the booth, if we want to just start planning for how we're going to cover that, what crews we want to get going, keep in mind that we're not in the clear necessarily just yet in Northwest Arkansas. Let's go back into the River Valley, get an update on what's happening. Not forgotten about you. Things are just somewhat stationary for us down here. Lines pushing a little bit further towards the east. Nothing severe in it, although in Fort Smith, Uniontown, Sallisaw, you got some good rain right now. Van Buren, Alma, Ozark, Charleston, Boonville, Packett, Greenwood. You're going to get a good soaking rain out of this. What I'm also concerned with for the River Valley are these cells off towards the southeast. They've not been absorbed by the line right now. So while we are looking at more of a linear threat trying to take place in Northwest Arkansas, which certainly can have some potential for tornadoes, as we are seeing right now in Washington and Benton County, these individual discrete supercells pose a greater potential for tornadoes. And as you can see, the track on those generally brings those a little bit towards the north and east. They're still well off to your southwest. There's not imminent danger. There's not an imminent threat. Otherwise, we'd be focused on that. But they're getting a little bit closer. So I'm looking at that for you off air. We'll focus on that if that threat is able to hold itself together and materialize.
Rotation's very weak. Most of the rotation now is to the east of I-49. The rotation that we were watching that was a little more pronounced as it moved towards Johnson. That has continued to weaken now over downtown Springdale. We've still got some areas of very weak rotation, but they're there over the Fayetteville area down towards Greenland, West Fork, pretty much now along that front that is, the leading edge of those lines of storms as they're kind of stacked up from north to south, from Springdale to Fayetteville to Greenland to West Fork. There's some areas of spin there on reflectivity. We've got some notches again, but as we look at the rotation tracker, it's very weak, but we're certainly still watching it. Maybe a little bit of an uptick to the east of the Fulbright Expressway now with this last scan, so we're going to have to continue to watch that.
I'm going to pull up our velocity tracker. And when I say velocity, that's the big 50-cent word for wind. And we want to know which way those winds are blowing. We want to know an idea of what we can learn from in terms of the rotation that's happening with that specific cell. And there's no strong signal for rotation with this tornado warning that's moving into northeastern Washington, parts of southern Benton County, but there's some there. I mean, you can clearly see it. Difference in that couplet right there, pushing off towards the north and east. We're kind of on the fringes of this specific radar, so we're looking a little bit higher, but we're approaching the boundary of that warning. So I suspect they're going to have to issue something new pretty soon, or they're going to let it go completely. And I think that's something we're going to know about here in the next few moments. Looking just area wide, just keeping an idea of what's moving our direction, what's not severe right now that certainly could be. And you can see that line's moving a little bit closer to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Not a lot going on in LaFleur County right now. Not forgotten about you folks, not forgotten about folks in Fort Smith or anywhere else. The storms are just lagging a little bit delayed back off towards the southwest. This line's oriented in a fashion which it's moved into northwest Arkansas first, but we're moving a little bit closer, and a little bit closer, and a little bit closer. And soon we're going to get those storms, we're going to get the rain. And as you can see back off towards the west, while this activity isn't expected to be severe, we're going to see some more rain probably move into the area overnight tonight. And in addition to the immediate potential for some tornadoes, of course, we're going to have some flash flooding concerns. Got a lot of rain over the last couple of days, and looks like we could add a lot more right on top of that here in the next few minutes. Time currently is 5:32. We have a 1 tornado warning in effect for Washington and Benton County, waiting word from the National Weather Service out of Tulsa as to what they want to do with it. The rotation has weakened. It's not near as strong as it once was, but it does have a decent amount of lightning there you kind of saw it flashing on the screen. So it's still a healthy thunderstorm, still certainly going to be capable of producing some severe weather. But is the rotation right now at a point where it could support a tornado? As we've said a couple of times this evening, we don't trust the atmosphere, just knowing the parameters that are in place. There's a lot of storm fuel, there's a lot of wind shear, a lot of things that could potentially support a tornado. You can't necessarily let your guard down just because the rotation is weak right now. That's not to say that it might not find some more favorable ingredients a little bit further off towards the east and then start to pulse back up. We've seen that a couple of times today. Certainly could be the case again tonight. Looking at our camera network, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder out there, a lot of folks hearing it. Storms rolling on into the area. Folks asking about Lowell. Let's see, let's take a closer look in there. You got a heavy storm moving in, no question about that. I have no question that it is very, very strong. But you're generally going to be seeing a lot of heavy rain. Not technically in that tornado warning, but it's close. We'll see if it continues pushing off towards the north and east. Go ahead up in the booth.
I think we lost him there.
Yeah, getting reports of potentially a home destroyed near Little Flock. I can certainly believe that.
If you zoom in there, go ahead.
Okay. It sounds like there are multiple rescue crews potentially working across parts of Benton County, especially where we saw that tornado come through. There's probably going to be more and more of those reports, and they don't often come in immediately because, of course, there's a lot of work being done, and we don't necessarily get those reports when the tornado's on the ground, but you give it 15, 20 minutes, we'll start to see those, and it sounds like that's what's happening out there. Area of rotation continues. It's very strong. It's persisting, but, excuse me, it's not very strong, but it is persisting. It's somewhat weaker in nature, but it's not weakening completely, and we really, really need it to weaken completely before we can actually give folks the all clear. That's why the warning's still there. Technically, it expires in 10 minutes. We'll see if there's another one issued. Zach?
Yeah, just still seeing, again, the same area there. It's pushing further into eastern portions of Washington County, moving towards the Goshen area, up towards Spring Valley. If you live in the Goshen or Spring Valley area, the rotation's off towards your west, but it is working that way. It's working east slowly along Highway 412. And then, again, very weak, very broad, but it is there. And with the line of storms, this is what we look for now. We just look for these little notches, these little kinks. Some of the latest data, I just went and looked at some of the latest runs of the high resolution rapid refresh data. Taking a little bit longer, the orientation of this line from northeast to southwest, it slowly nudges its way east through the evening and maybe doesn't clear our southern southeastern zones. We're talking Scott, maybe Logan County, until well after 10 p.m. So we're just going to have to continue to watch that. It's moving slowly the further back to the southwest it goes. Doesn't mean that those storms have any chance or have don't have the potential to be stronger. They're going to be moving into an environment that was even warmer and muggier this afternoon. So we're going to continue to watch. And typically as we go late afternoon, evening, around sunset, where we are now, we're getting to the peak. We're getting the low-level wind field to start to increase some. So it's just the way that the line is tilted. We haven't spent, and you've said this a lot, we haven't spent a lot of time in the River Valley because we haven't had to yet. We know that that time's coming that we will expect to get a warning or two, at the very least, some severe thunderstorm warnings. Those storms are going to have the same potential to spin down around LaFleur County and Sebastian and Scott Logan. We're not guaranteeing you that we're going to get tornado warnings or anything like that, but they're moving into a favorable environment that we certainly have to keep our eyes on. And then the storms in northwestern Arkansas, slow moving. If you notice, the width of the reds and the oranges have started to expand a little bit more. That's very heavy rainfall there.
Yes.
I imagine we're going to get a little street flooding in low-lying, poor drainage areas. You're certainly going to have a lot of rain on I-49 right now, so going to be slow moving there. We still have that lingering tornado warning across Benton and Washington County, and then the line really severely cuts back to the southwest, and so I can start to see how the data is suggesting it's going to be a handful more hours before we're completely clear across areas near and south of the I-40 corridor.
So the word from the Weather Service is current time is 5:37. We do have a tornado warning that's set to expire at 5:45. And as of right now, this is subject to some change, right? This is, as of right now, they have no plans to extend it any further based off of the fact that the rotation is weakened. Slowly but surely, it's just not nearly as concerning as it once was. Given the amount of wind shear that's in the air, especially continuing to move into the area this evening, it's one of those critical ingredients. It's going to have to be watched really closely, okay? I think we're in an okay shape right now in terms of where we're at with this specific storm rotation-wise. It's a strong storm, gosh, no question about it. Look at all that lightning and the heavy rains, and you're probably getting some wind out there out of it as well. But in terms of the specific tornado potential, it's not there. It's just not there right now. And so it's certainly possible that it could find better environment just off towards the east, and there'll be a new warning issued, and it's kind of like playing like whack-a-mole with these storms. But right now we're on a downward trajectory with that warning expiring right now. Looks like it's probably going to fall off the map at any moment. Yes. So let's do this. Looks like I'm going to wait for that warning to expire. Let's take a look at some viewer photos and some videos, and then I'm going to be awaiting direction on how you all want to proceed with the lack of warnings right now. So we're going to kind of bring news in. I see Darren and Alexandra, and we'll cover the storm recovery efforts while the weather team here focuses on the storms. Here's a live or a picture, coming out of Farmington. That was taken at 5:30 from Donovan White. Great picture there, actually looking into the eye of that storm. Fantastic viewpoint there. Let's get what's next. This is taken at 14th and Dixieland in Rogers at 5:09. Certainly looks like that's probably what that was the tornado, more than likely. I can't tell you for sure because I don't have close enough vantage point to tell you that cloud's making contact with the ground. That's what would definitively define it as a tornado, but looks like it to me. Timing matches up. That was about 30 minutes ago as well. What's next? A good storm here taken out of Tawnytown. This taken by Mark Pickle at 4:40. What a shot there. Cloud to ground lightning likely coming out of that storm. Really good picture right there from Bellevue, Pleasant Grove. From Scott Bledsoe. You've got a pretty good vantage of the overall storm structure. Lowering of the cloud there. You can see the wall cloud. Very, very impressive photo. Thank you, Scott, for sending that in. What's next? This was taken west of Lowell, looking west, northwest, right on 550. So you're probably looking into the heart, 450, excuse me, looking into the heart of that storm. Good picture there. Thank you for sending that in. Not sure who sent it in, but we appreciate you, whoever you are out there. And we're back to the beginning from Donovan White. Thank you so much. I'm going to show you my number here at the television station. If you have pictures, if you have reports of debris, storm reports, you can send those to us here. My number, 479-785-5000. I'll step out of the way so you can take a picture of that. Add me to your contacts. Anytime you have a weather question, you know about what's going on, got a report of something happening in your neck of the woods, you can always send us a text message. Go straight to our cell phones, and we really, really, really appreciate your reports. It helps us do our jobs more effectively. We pass those reports right along to the National Weather Service out of Tulsa. And so that is kind of where we're at right now. I want to stay here for just a couple of moments. What I'm waiting on is for that warning to totally fall off my map. It should happen here relatively soon. Weather Service telling us that they have allowed that warning to expire a little bit early, but I want to make sure we don't see anything else in the meantime. Zach, anything you're seeing from your neck of the woods over there?
No, with the data we have here to the right, the warning has dropped off, so that's good news. I think it's coming up shortly here with our data on TV. Just watching multiple severe warned storms and tornado warned storms to the southwest of Lafleur County. You follow the trajectory of those storms, and we will likely be tracking them. Whether they stay strong or not, I can tell you this, we will be tracking them into Lafleur and Scott County, and we're going to continue to keep you updated. If those do stay warned, we will, of course, be right back on here to keep people updated. But a cluster of severe storms off towards the south heading this way, and the storms just to the west of Fort Smith right now behaving.
Right now behaving, moving into an environment that may make us believe that they might not entirely. Sure hope they will, but Zach's exactly right. We've got some thunderstorms that are producing tornadoes in southeastern Oklahoma, now across parts of western Oklahoma. That's moving towards the north and east. I did see a text message earlier from somebody in Mena that just happens to get our signal. You've got a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado warning moving towards the north and east. You're not in the warning right now, but I suspect you probably will be over the next few minutes. Wanted to pass that along to you. Okay. With the absence of any warning at this moment in our neck of the woods, I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Darren and Alexandra. Meteorologist Zach Scott has been in since 2 a.m. this morning tracking storms. His family was in the path of those storms, but he's here. We appreciate him. Stephen Elmore also working hard alongside us tonight to track these storms. If another warning is issued, we're cutting right back in. We'll be on Facebook Live, we'll be on YouTube, we'll be on 5+. Anytime we're ever on air on 5 News, we're going to be on those platforms for you as well. Right now, I think we're in okay shape to cover a little bit of news.
All right, guys, thanks for that as well. I mean, it's been a long afternoon, a very busy afternoon, and it's not over yet. We still have a line that is just now approaching the River Valley, and as you just saw Scott mention, or just heard him mention, that just to the south of Lafleur County, there are other tornado-warned storms that could potentially move into the River Valley area between now and, say, 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. So we are still going to be covering this, obviously, and following this as close as we can to let you know until this whole thing sweeps through, and hopefully by 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, that's the case.
Yes.
We can tell you that there have been a number of reports come in as far as damage is concerned. 2 of the largest ones right now. A house that was destroyed at 13th Street and Highway 102 in Rogers. That's from that one funnel cloud that we saw come through, according to a viewer there. And then another viewer who has made contact with us as well, saying that there is a rescue effort going on right now at a home near Avoca. So those are the 2 that we have now. Just know that that is going to get worse, or we're going to get a lot more reports come in as sheriff's deputies make their way out to these areas that were actually hit hard by this one funnel cloud that we saw live right here about an hour or so ago make its way through Benton County.
And we'll also see what happened in the Rogers area with the AMP, Topgolf there. A very vulnerable area with that funnel cloud that likely touched down, as Scott and Zach were saying. And we're also dealing with a lot of power outages. Here's the map right now. Here we have 1,700 customers without power right now.
Actually, that number has gone up to 1,905. The latest update I just pulled up, 1,905 customers. And that will, as we saw in the Memorial Day tornadoes, about every 10 minutes, that number is going to jump. Now, that's about the only county that we see. Washington County had just a minimal amount. They had like 134, as you can see here. That was the last that I actually saw as well too. So very minimal number of folks in Washington County without power right now. And then we have video. This is actually what we saw about an hour or so ago.
This is a video of the funnel cloud. This was facing, I believe, Rogers, the Mercy camera that we have out there. Looking, I believe we were looking north.
North and west there. And this is what we captured. It was just after 5 o'clock, I believe, or right around the 5 o'clock time frame, where this just came out of nowhere, and we've been obviously following it. It had not developed yet, and all of a sudden this camera got pulled up, and there it was. And this is the one that has caused some damage in Rogers and in Avoca. We have crews that are in that area now. We're waiting to hear from them. I believe we've got Lauren Spencer in and around that area waiting. Jacob Luthi and Rachel Williams will be heading toward where this actually touched down and caused some damage. So from the Little Flock Mayor, Dixieland, and tell me again. Little Flock Drive.
Little Flock Drive, impassable in that area. And of course, now it's dark right now. So seeing the damage will be a lot harder. We're also getting reports. Okay, we have a gas leak on 13th Street. Is that in Benton? That's in Little Flock.
Okay.
A gas leak on 13th Street in Little Flock.
So Little Flock apparently was an area that was hit hard with this one funnel cloud that we're seeing here, along with parts of Rogers and one part of Avoca. Again, there was according to a viewer, a house that was destroyed at 13th Street in Rogers at Highway 102. And then a report of a rescue going on at a house in Avoca. And again, gas leaks, that's going to be a big part of this as the evening progresses. And as you mentioned, it's dark.
It's
getting dark outside. You're not going to be able to see a lot of this now.
Well, also, if you need to go anywhere tonight, reconsider those plans, because we're seeing a lot of flooding reports as well right now, just flash flooding on the roads. And so, of course, follow that advice. Never drive through big puddles of water. You never know how deep that could be. You can see this is our almost 6 p.m. traffic right now. We even saw quite a few cars on the road earlier as we were in the thick of these tornado warnings. Darren, I believe in one camera you even saw a school bus driving by.
Yeah, that was around 4 o'clock when that system was coming through Siloam Springs. They had actually we had seen on the RDOT cam on Highway 412, right at the state line before you go into West Siloam Springs into Oklahoma. They had the intersection blocked, presumably to keep people from going through into West Siloam Springs because of that imminent tornado warning, or the funnel cloud that was actually spotted in that area. And at that particular time that we had that camera, I was looking at it, here comes a school bus through the intersection, not going toward West Siloam Springs, going toward Siloam Springs. So there was a lot of traffic. And as you can see here on this RDOT cam, there is actually a lot of traffic still out on the highway. And you can see the emergency flashers going because of the heavy rain that has taken place. We were just now given, let's just read this real quick.
All right, so we're getting this from Siloam Springs right now. The city of Siloam Springs experienced a significant weather event causing the Emergency Operations Center to be activated to a level 2. Of course, this means there are power outages all across the city. Power lines can be down, there's debris in the roadways, and of course there's some flooding as well. City departments are addressing the concern, what the damage has been in the city. And now we have the police department and fire department chiefs asking everyone to stay home if you can, avoid the dangerous areas, turn around, don't drown. That goes for driving through areas of water, flooded out roads. You just never want to do that.
And this it pretty much goes along with what we had seen on the on that RDOT cam there in West Siloam Springs and in Siloam Springs from that storm that came through a bit ago, that there was a lot of wind damage, a lot of damage in the city of Siloam Springs. Again, to reiterate it, Dixieland and Little Flock Drive, that intersection is impassable right now. Reports of 2 collapsed homes now. That was some scanner traffic, I believe, that has not been confirmed just yet. And that, I'm assuming, is in Rogers there at 13th Street and Highway 102. And then now there is a gas leak on 13th Street. That is in Little Flock as well. There is a rescue effort going on in Avoca from this storm that came through. We've got crews headed to that area right now. I'm trying to go ahead and do what you were doing. I'm trying to look to see if there's any other information that is coming in. That's what I was looking at there too. Just to see from Justin Pinkley. We just got this from Justin Pinkley with Springdale Fire Department. Parents are calling their dispatch center about students not being dropped off yet from Springdale schools. So we're working on that angle as well too. I can tell you that earlier today, when this was all going on, a lot of the school districts that were in the path of the storm from around 3 to 4 o'clock to around 4:30, they were holding their bus routes. They were not allowing their buses to run from different schools that in extreme eastern Sequoah County, extreme eastern Adair County. They were not allowing their buses to run because of the storms that were coming through, and so now we're hearing now that the Springdale Fire Department is being overrun or at least their dispatch center is being overrun from people who are wanting to know about students being dropped off from Springdale schools. We have not heard from the Springdale School District just yet. As to the situation with that, I just know that about a couple of hours ago, a lot of those districts were not allowing their buses to run because of what was coming through at that time.
Which is smart,
Oh,
because
absolutely,
we can see
yes.
these funnel clouds hanging over the highways, crossing over the highways when they touch down and become tornadoes. We got this update a little more than an hour ago from Siloam Springs.
Yeah.
If any students were sheltering there, they were keeping them there until they were given the all clear and telling parents to not come to the school to pick up your child. And so I'm sure all these districts are communicating with parents, but this just speaks to the gravity of the storms that just washed through.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with so much, of course, down power lines as well. Be extremely careful. If you see one, of course, don't go near it, don't touch it. Just act like it's always live. You never know if it's live or not.
And there'll be a lot of fire departments, rural fire departments, sheriff's deputies, a lot of law enforcement that will be out in and around the area, including in Siloam Springs, including in parts of Rogers and Avoca, and for that matter, parts of Prairie Grove if some of that area got hit with some damage as well. But just to reiterate the situation in Siloam Springs, the police department there is saying that the Emergency Operations Center has been activated to a level 2 because of the storm that came through. Power outages all across the city. Power lines are down. All right, so now we're being told that all the students at Springdale are all at home.
There you go.
And so all the buses have made their routes. They're back in the shop, and all the kids are back home. So that is really good news there. Hopefully
really
there wasn't
good
any kind of
news.
school bus hanging out waiting for this to pass before it happened. But Siloam Springs Police Fire Department asking you to stay home. Don't get out and around the area. Turn around. Don't drown, especially if you see. It's all because of this.
And this was recorded earlier. Scott, Zach, would you say this was maybe around 5 we saw this?
It was around 5-ish or
I think
so,
it was
I think
around
it was.
5, yeah.
And
And this was they were saying a funnel cloud that may have touched the ground and turned into a tornado.
I would suspect it. At that point, I think we have
yeah, Scott's, I don't know if his mic is.
enough preliminary
there we go.
information. Sorry, enough preliminary information, and based off of the visual there, that look, the Weather Service, it's their job to come over from Tulsa and examine damage, and they'll say for sure it was a tornado. I have a high degree of confidence that in fact was a tornado. You see the damage, you see the rotation, the debris signature on radar, and that will be captured live from our camera, likely so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what, and of course we'll know from the Weather Service when they do make it over here, possibly tomorrow, or maybe even Wednesday, before we know what the situation is. Suffice it to say, there is damage around the area. There are homes that have been damaged. There are a number of trees that are down. There are power lines that are down. Folks are without power, especially in Benton County. That was up just to do another real quick check out of Benton County. And let me see here.
We're getting an update on the power outages
It was
here.
1905, now it's 1916. So
Okay, creeping up a little
it's
bit.
creeping up just a little bit.
And we were also talking about earlier, Zach and Scott were saying that the area around Whitfield, Bentonville, that was very prone to a tornado, possibly touching down. Of course, all this information is early. We'll see what the damage is when the sun rises tomorrow. But this also affected flights at XNA. Of course, a lot of them delayed. The few that go out of there are delayed as of now.
We do have, thanks to you, and I know we can be in a lot of locations some of the time. We can't be in all of the locations all of the time. So we rely on you guys with these things.
Yes.
To take pictures and to take video and to show us what you have seen. And we do have some pictures that have rolled in or have come in now throughout the afternoon. And as soon as they're done taking
look
pictures.
At this one, my goodness.
Now that is, and I'm assuming that is the part of that funnel cloud that was seen over the Tawnytown area.
Wow.
Man, that looks very familiar, like my neighborhood, but hopefully
Promenade
not. So
area. So
that
this is
is,
off of, looks like this is 49 toward the promenade.
yeah, somebody
going
driving
north.
on 49 going toward Bentonville and
The Rogers Promenade.
Oh, it
area.
is. It's one of our crews doing this. Good deal.
Not
oh,
one
not
of our crews.
one
Not
of our crews.
And of course, we want to emphasize thank you for sending in all your pictures and videos as we look at more WOW. But of course, do not send us pictures and videos or just take any yourself when it is too dangerous to go outside. And again, as you know, it's dark now. So be very careful if you are going outside to look at the damage.
Yeah, this, we could sit here and look at this, you and I, and not have a clue as to what we're looking at.
That photo is amazing.
Other than lightning coming down, and then that looks like the
Wow.
mothership from a spaceship. I always heard
Yeah.
that's the thing, but
Oh my
you guys
goodness.
have more knowledge about what we're looking at here in the Weather Center, and this is pretty typical of what we were expecting. To come in today from the, based on forecast models from the last several days.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case.
Yeah, I
We're
think
going to
he's
send it
talking
over
about- yeah.
to Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert. Scott, you have been, I can't remember what time you broke in, maybe around 3:34. You've been tracking this. The tornado watches turned into warnings. And I know you said the watch was in effect until 9. Does that still stand?
It does. It does still stand. We are not totally in the clear yet. I think what we're seeing in northwest Arkansas, things are below severe limits. Now, I know there's some strong storms moving through. My attention is quickly turning to what's happening south of Interstate 40, the River Valley. A couple things of note. First of which is we do have a large flash flood warning just to the west of Lafleur County, and it includes parts of Sequoah County. That's going to be a thing you're going to hear a lot of us talk about probably between now and when this event's eventually over, is as this line and this complex of storms begins to pump the brakes. It's slowing down a little bit, right? But it's still dumping a lot of water. There's a lot of moisture content in the air, and that was one of the reasons that the severe weather threat was as high as it was today. That is going to be a concern for us, and we're seeing that materialize as this line really slows down. We also notice back off towards the south, we do have one tornado warning to the southwest of Lafleur County. We've also got one to the east that'll eventually move, it's a thunderstorm warning only, not a tornado. It'll eventually move into parts of southern Scott County, northeast movement. That does take it into Logan, perhaps Franklin, Johnson County. We'll see how it evolves over time, but there's not necessarily been a lot of activity in this part of the state and the region this afternoon into this evening. So there's my guess is there's still enough storm fuel available for some of those storms to pass along into the area. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a look at some of these storms and put a track on it. They're moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, which, I would have expected they'd be moving a little bit slower. And what we're going to be able to do with this is put a general, that's probably a bad track. Let's try that over. I'm going to do a track on the southern flank of that line, specifically south of Interstate 40. Folks that are in the River Valley, pushing off towards the east-northeast, kind of wanting to know, hey, what's the timeline for the rest of this evening look like? This is an estimate. It's not gospel out there, but you can see your town here and you can have a general idea of when we'd expect that line to start moving into the area. I'll tell you, it has been slowing down. So, maybe these numbers aren't precise and specific, but it's going to give you a good ballpark estimate of when you can expect those storms to be moving into your neck of the woods. I'm still not convinced that the severe weather threat's totally over in northwest Arkansas. I think it's lessening, it's weakening. It looks like we've worked over the atmosphere quite a bit. Still some strong storms moving into the area, but perhaps the focus quickly is becoming far eastern Oklahoma, West Arkansas, places like Sequoah and Crawford and Lafleur and Sebastian, Scott, and of course Franklin, Johnson, and Logan counties there as well. I think that's where we're going to start to see some issues. Right now there are a couple of warnings out there, although at the top of the hour, many of them just expired. That's some good news for us. Flash flooding, though, continues to be our top concern. So that's kind of where we're at right now. No active tornado warnings, but a tornado watch does remain in effect for the entire area until 9 p.m. this evening. So we've got a little bit ways to go. Watch is here in yellow. Flash flood watch is in green, which includes all of the area out there as well. So those are our two primary concerns we're going to be focused on this evening. The flooding potential is going to be a problem for us. And unfortunately for those that are performing rescue missions out there this evening, emergency crews, power and electric crews mobilizing, deploying to get the power back on for folks, they're going to be dealing with lightning, thunder, and unfortunately flooding in addition to the overall severe weather threat. So there's a lot of facets to this evening's severe weather potential that continue, but it is starting to change. We're seeing that line really take shape, transition from a discrete, isolated supercell event to more of a linear event, and that's just part of the process. That's what we're going to be looking at over the next few hours, but right now I'm not finding rotation. Okay, and that's what I want folks to hear me at home say right now. But the threat continues, and we're going to be on top of it. Meteorologist Stephen Elmore, myself, will ride this thing out until we can totally give you the all clear. Hopefully soon, but it may still be a few more hours, especially for those of us in the River Valley.
All right, thank you, Scott. And we're also getting an update right now from the city of Rogers. They say so far there are reports of gas leaks. There's flooding.
One second, we're going to send you back over to news here in just 1 second. They're going to get us flipped over here.
There we go.
There we go.
Now we're rocking and rolling here.
All right,
okay.
here we go. Our directors have been hard at work back there for a few hours, keeping up with all this. So we appreciate them, everyone back there, and our crews out safely in the field now looking for damage. So we're seeing from the city of Rogers, they say so far there have been a few reports of gas leaks. So something to be very mindful of. There has been flooding across the city. One traffic light is out, and that is what we have so far. Of course, it'll be really interesting to see what happened in the promenade area around the AMP, Top Golf, because that's where we saw that funnel cloud ominously hanging over, and we're thinking that it might have touched down and become a tornado, might have even crossed over 49.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear from our reporters who are out in the field, and as soon as that happens, of course, we'll get to them as soon as we can to at least get a first look at the damage that took place because of this. This was the funnel cloud that was spotted just after about an hour and 15 minutes or so ago. That was just near in Rogers. We have viewers that are telling us that some homes have been damaged in Rogers on North 13th and Highway 102. That there was a rescue going on at a house in Avoca. There are some intersections in Little Flock that are impassable because of either trees down or power lines down or both. We are just now again hearing from the city of Rogers that there are gas leaks being reported. And if I remember right, one of the biggest things that came out of, or that happened during the Memorial Day tornadoes, that there were gas leaks everywhere. In fact, I remember Morgan Wrigley was in Rogers at that time that morning and was told to move 2 or 3 times because of massive gas leaks that were taking place in Rogers. So we've not heard that it's that significant in Rogers. But again, anytime there is a natural gas leak, they've got to take it serious, and that's what they're doing now throughout town.
Crews are probably shutting the gas off as we speak.
And power outages, again, I was just going to do an update on power outages. The last I checked, there was nearly 2,000 people in Benton County that were without power. It's still the same, still 1,916. Well, that's statewide. So if you combine Washington County, Benton County, and I believe part of Newton County was hit with a lot of power outages as well, and that just makes up the total there. But we have gotten a lot of pictures in from you, and it shows the funnel clouds, it shows wall clouds, lightning. This is, if you'll notice right behind the light pole there, what are we looking at? Steven's here.
It does look like a tornado. Steven, would you say what we're looking at right now?
I don't know if your mic is on or not.
Would be a tornado.
We got to get it. We got to look up really close to that, and Steven's going to kind of give us an idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's way too early to tell what exactly that may be, especially this early on, but if there is, that would match up with what we had at that time. to see a potential tornado on the ground.
And I would just like to call out, we'd like to hear how you all are doing. So if you have any pictures like this, any videos, feel free to send them to us. Share your name, your location, what you experienced. You can text us. It's very easy. That number is 479-785-5000. We might be able to pop it up here. But again, that number, 479-785-5000. You can just let us know where you are, what you experienced, what you saw. Hopefully everyone is safe. But that's also, Darren, how we're getting these damage reports from our, there we go, from our viewers. You can add this to your phone, take a picture. We would love to hear from you, hoping everyone out there is safe. But that's how we're hearing about these reports of damaged homes. And it was just less than a week ago, days ago, between the overnight hours of Wednesday into Thursday, early Thursday morning, Prairie Grove was hit by a now confirmed EF1 tornado, confirmed by the National Weather Service out of Tulsa. And we saw roof damage out there, home damage. Luckily, I don't think any major injuries were reported. Hopefully, the same can be said about what just came through our area.
And we are not done with this yet. There is the line of storms as this front moves through that's now starting to move into East Oklahoma. That will affect, obviously, the River Valley. Not a lot has been going on in the River Valley this afternoon, but obviously it is the focus, the attention has been focused on northwest Arkansas with these funnel clouds and these storms that have come through at least into northwest Arkansas, and radar is starting to show now that this line is well into Sequoah County. It's about to get into Fort Smith. It is in northern Crawford County right now, and I know Scott has been following this as well. Scott, what are we seeing? I know there's a lot of rain with this, a lot of lightning with this, but I wonder, not knowing how this works, what about rotation in a line like this?
Yeah, I think you and a lot of folks at home have saw what's happened in East Oklahoma and Northwest Arkansas today and are wondering the same thing. And I've got my eyes glued to it. I'm looking and I'm not finding anything. And I think that's good news for us for now. And I think while the severe weather threat may be starting to slowly wind down, it's not over. Okay, right? Like, we can't give you the all clear just yet. We do have some storm fuel. We do have some ingredients left for these storms to tap into, especially in the River Valley. You can see that line of storms spanning parts of Carroll County back towards the southwest, getting ready to move into Fort Smith, Alma, Van Buren, Uniontown, Cedarville. Winslow's got some good rain and some thunder coming through. A little bit of lightning here near Sallisaw, Sequoah County. Flash flood warning. That's this box right here. These storms aren't moving necessarily very fast, and that is why we've got that warning. So we're dumping a lot of water across a part of the area that's already seen a lot of rain over the last couple of days. That, to me, is where we're going next, right? The severe weather window is slowly starting to come to an end. Meanwhile, as there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, we continue to see the potential for flash flooding go up. That's going to be a concern for us over the next few hours. I want to take a closer look here into the River Valley. We'll start in Fort Smith. Here's Muldrow. We've got a good thunderstorm. You're seeing those lightning strikes there. You're probably hearing it there. It's near constant in many locations, so it sounds ominous. It sounds like it's a scary thunderstorm, but right now there's just not much in the way of rotation within that system. In fact, I'll tell you this, not only is there not rotation, the winds aren't strong enough to support a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's some good news for us, right? Have we totally dodged the bullet in the River Valley? Not ready to say so just yet, okay? But I think maybe, just maybe, we're moving in a good direction. Winds are going to get breezy there in Fort Smith. There's no question about it. Likely around 40 or so miles per hour. That's probably what we're going to be looking at with that specific segment of the cell moving into Crawford and Sebastian County. What about LaFleur County? Well, you got part of western LaFleur included in this flash flood warning. That is just a sliver of the county, but I suspect it's certainly going to be plausible that that warning has to get redrawn up. That includes a larger majority of LaFleur County, just given the fact that a lot of water coming out of that specific cell, but there's no rotation in it right now. That's the good news for us. We'll take a look at velocities, which is our way of looking for rotation there as well. And I do see some gusty winds, especially on the southern flank of that cell, and maybe some broad rotation, but nothing that's tight enough, nothing that's strong enough that would support the development of a tornado right now Okay, I'm saying all this in the right now. This is what we're looking at. As we know, things can and oftentimes do change. So that's why we're not going home. That's why we're not packing up. We're going to keep an eye on the cells as they continue progressing into an area that very well could support some additional severe storms. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Polk County. That's P-O-L-K. That's Mena. It's lifting towards the northeast, and the current trajectory of that storm would bring it into parts of Scott County. So Waldron, right now, things pretty quiet, but you got a couple of things happening for you. Just off to the west and to the south, you've got some storms moving your general direction. So Scott County, you know what? Things might get interesting here in the next few minutes. We'll have to watch for all aspects, but right now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning with little in the way of rotation. Does that change? Potentially, yes. Tornado watch is in effect for a reason. The watch, of course, is meaning that the conditions are favorable to support tornadoes. A warning is going to be when tornadoes are imminent, and that just hasn't happened as of right now. So that's kind of where we're at radar-wise. I did see some posts on Facebook a few minutes ago kind of questioning about Lamar, Clarksville, general eastern part of the county, of the viewing area. Not a lot going on. Got a couple of scattered showers over near Booneville, western parts of Logan County. Some scattered activity out ahead of the main line in parts of Franklin and Madison counties, but nothing severe out there. Looks like there is another tornado warning far off to our east, not of concern for us, but certainly tells us that the environment is still conducive to support the potential of rapidly developing tornadoes. Not going to let our guard down just yet. I do think maybe Benton County atmosphere is worked over. West side of the line, you already got some clearing. Things are coming to an end there in western Benton County. Probably in good shape right there for us. In fact, what I wouldn't be surprised if they start trimming the watch a little bit. They've already been canceling watches to the west as the threat pushes off towards the east over the last little bit. So you no longer see that tornado watch out towards the west. So slowly, we've already dropped Delaware County. That's what I'm talking about. I suspect we'll probably start dropping a couple more counties here and there as that threat continues pushing off towards the east. But right now, watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. In addition to the flash flood watch, which of course is going to be a concern for us out there. I'm going to give you one more check of live radar. I'm happy to go back to Darren and Alexander at any point. Y'all just tell me when to hush up and I'll do just that. Here's what we're looking at. Line of storms moving into the area. We'll watch these scattered, isolated areas out ahead of the main line just for the potential that something spins up. But it really looks like we're transitioning from a discrete, isolated supercell threat to more of a linear squall line. And you know what a squall line is. Gosh, we get those all the time around here. Kind of part of what we deal with often when it comes to severe weather. Got some video, I'm told, that we want to look at and get an idea of that. Y'all just roll that whenever you want to. This unfortunately evolved a lot like we feared. You know, we get that level 3 potential. We get that tornado watch. We get these ingredients to pop off. You got a lot of sunshine out there today, and you start seeing that, and you just know that, you know, sometimes we're able to dodge a bullet.
This is exactly what I was just looking at.
Able to dodge a bullet. Falling debris. Gosh, this is so fascinating. This is in Pea Ridge. Somebody's sending this video in. Thank you so much, Jeremy Klein. Taking video of debris that was lofted up into the atmosphere by a tornado, tens, if not tens of thousands of feet into the air, falling. And this can be dangerous. It sure can be dangerous. Right now, of course, you're just seeing some lighter objects, but I don't know what that is, but gosh, what if that just knocked you in the head? It's not going to feel great, right? That's why we tell you to go inside, put something over your head. Flying debris can be often just as concerning as the damaging winds themselves. Jeremy Klein, thank you so much for sending in that video to us there in Pea Ridge. We've got crews, as Darren and Alexander have told you, examining that damage out there this evening. Right now, line continues pushing through the area. Okay, all right, I'm told Darren and Alexander has some more information to pass along.
Thank you, Scott. We are getting a couple updates in right now. I'll share this one from Rogers Police. They said that Rainbow Road, which is pretty close, it runs parallel with 49, is flooded and impassable near the intersection with Northgate. They're saying avoid that area. Of course, there are many roads around here, even just pockets that are flooded, and they always say do not drive through them. You have a gas leak update as well.
Yeah, we were just talking about the report of gas leaks all over the area pretty much, or at least in some parts of the area, including in Little Flock. Black Hills Energy, the one that pretty much does all of the natural gas in this area in northwest Arkansas, they are now mobilizing to respond to those reported gas leaks in Little Flock. Now, they have not gotten on the scene just yet, but we have heard of a number of gas leaks in the area in Rogers and in Little Flock. It seems that Little Flock was hit pretty hard with this. with this storm that came through also in Avoca, and part of Rogers was also hit. But Black Hills is now mobilizing to respond, and for that matter, I should say also in Siloam Springs was hit, because now they've got their activation level to a level 2 as far as their emergency response in Siloam Springs from that storm. But again, Black Hills just now mobilizing to respond to those reported gas leaks or leaks of natural gas in Little Flock. They have not gotten on the scene just yet. We are waiting to hear back from Robin Mizell with Black Hills to let us know how significant that situation is, and who is not going to be with gas for at least a little while in Little Flock.
And if you smell gas outside where you are, or inside for that matter, call 911. Let them know where you are. Let them know where you're smelling this. This is something we saw during the Memorial Day weekend tornadoes as well. A lot of gas leaks, especially in Northwest Arkansas. And of course, Darren, we have to acknowledge that tomorrow is Election Day. We've had early voting going on for a couple weeks, since I believe October 21st in Arkansas, and for the past few days in Oklahoma. So of course, for election officials, top of mind is making sure the power is on, making sure all the polling locations, those churches and school gyms and everything they're all open and easily accessible to everyone. So crews have extra reason to get the power back on. I know everyone's working hard, and sometimes you see, well, you always see this, election boards, local election boards, commissioners, they get together when things like this happen. They plan all year. I talked to the director of the State Board of Election Commissioners in Arkansas. He said they've been planning for any kind of situation since last October, and that includes severe weather. It could be a tornado, it could be a snowstorm, it could be a car hitting a pole and the power goes out. So they are working to adjust.
And to go along with that, and it could also include flooding. I know in Fort Smith, Orr Elementary School was flooded out. They did not have class today. That was a polling location. The Sebastian County Election Commission had a meeting today to decide where they are going to move that polling spot from Orr Elementary. Rachel Williams was actually doing a story on that for tonight's newscast, and we'll have that tonight on your 5 News at 10. A lot of damage at Orr Elementary because of the flooding that happened from the heavy rain that took place overnight into this morning, especially this morning in the River Valley, more particular into Fort Smith. And so they've had to move that polling place as well.
Here's we're getting new pictures as well.
And so anyway, we'll let you know. We'll have an update on that coming up tonight at 10. But again, a lot of these pictures coming in from around the area.
This one is out of Rogers. We have to get a little closer to see.
Between Lowell and Rogers.
Okay, this is between Lowell and Rogers from Jamie Lopez. Wow, look
Jaime
at
Lopez,
that lightning.
yeah. And then this is obviously taken out of a window because you can see the lights reflected in the background. But you can see the lowering of the clouds there. And this was from earlier today, wall cloud over south. Yeah, this is the one that happened right over top of, or just south of Siloam Springs before it moved into the Siloam Springs area and caused the damage there in actually West Siloam Springs and also in Siloam Springs. We are getting again a number of damage reports coming in, houses that were heavily damaged in Rogers, at least 2 houses that we know of from viewers along North 13th Street in Rogers near Highway 102. A lot of damage reported, trees down, power lines down in Siloam Springs. The same could be said in Little Flock. It seems that town got hit hard as well too, with gas leaks there. Black Hills mobilizing response teams to Little Flock to help fix that situation. No telling how long that'll take, depending on how serious it is or serious it was. And so we're going to try to provide as much as that as the night goes on.
Yes, and we've sent our crews out. We have Rachel and Jacob heading up to Rogers right now. They should be there soon, so we will likely hear from them and definitely have an update at 10 o'clock tonight. And we also have our storm chaser out. Lauren and photojournalist Sam Reed are also there together and covering this. And so we're going to see a lot more come out of this, just the aftermath, the damage, the power outages, the flooding, the gas leaks. Crews are going to be out in full force working to shut off the gas, fix those gas leaks, get the power back on where electricity is out. Of course, we're going to see some down power lines as well. Here's a photo.
Yeah, this is actually the first time we're actually seeing out of the river valley. This looks to me like it's some kind of a lowering or a funnel cloud. This was south of Mansfield. Looks to me like that's right off Highway 71 as you head south of Greenwood toward Mansfield. And I'm assuming that's is that Sugarloaf Mountain that's down that way? I'm assuming that's what that is. Or that ridge that comes off Sugarloaf Mountain. But that's the first time we have seen anything of that magnitude out of the river valley, especially that far south. Mansfield's right on the Sebastian-Scott County line, and that's the first time we're seeing something out of there. This on Black Gum Landing in Sequoah County, this is as that storm moved through Sequoah County as well. I believe this is the one that went right around the Gore area before it headed into Adair County, and then eventually into Benton County from this afternoon.
And that's where it all started. We were watching this. Our weather team was watching all this develop in the Gore area in Oklahoma. And then as the night continued on, we started seeing more activity in northwest Arkansas. And again, as Scott was saying, we are still under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. So keep your phones charged. Hopefully the power is not out where you are. Just be weather aware. Keep your phone up volume high, and just be mindful that this could all pop off again. We could get another round of this. Hopefully not. It does sound like things have calmed down. We can even, Darren, our studio is in Johnson. We can hear the thunder rumbling right now. It's been going on for a couple hours.
This is in Salisaw from Sarah and Salisaw as that system moved through Sequoah County, as you mentioned, starting out in Gore, going on the western part of Sequoah County, and to look out your window or as you're driving and you see this looks to me like this is a classic lowering, and as that system moved through, and it's just impressive looking ominous looking when you see that. This is also in Salisaw, and again, this is from when that system came through the Gore area, and there was a lot of rotation, if I remember right, and Scott can help me out with this, but there was a lot of rotation that happened right there by Gore, and in one particular instance, there was a very large area of rotation, very tight area of rotation, and this might have been part of that as well. And again, thank you to all the viewers who are sending us your photos, because without you guys, we wouldn't be able to show a lot of this. And just looking at this, it's just ominous.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
Does this say Pinnacle in Rogers? I believe
Yeah, that's
what
the
that is.
Pinnacle in Rogers, yeah.
Okay, wow.
This
And that's
was-
exactly where the AMP, nearby the AMP and nearby Topgolf, where we were expecting that funnel cloud to possibly touch down.
That one was at 5:30. I thought I saw the one with the lot of heavy. There's Tawny Town. That's the one that was looking north from Farmington at about 5:30, and this is just before the sun goes down. Now that might be a picture from the lightning that had in the picture just timed out where the lightning struck, or it's the sun setting. And right now it gets dark at 5:30 now that the time changed from Saturday. But that is it's very bright, so I'm assuming that that might have been from a lightning strike. And we're still waiting for Rachel Williams and I believe Jacob Luthi are out and around the area. Kayla Davis is also out as well, looking for some of this damage that has taken place. And we know that there has been a number of reports come in from Rogers, from Little Flock, from Avoca, and from Siloam Springs. And as soon as we get that, we will, or as soon as we get them set up, that we will get that information to you. They'll be able to tell us firsthand what it looks like, where they are, and how bad it is. But just suffice it to say, it is widespread. Maybe not as large as the Memorial Day damage, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yes, and as you send in your pictures and videos, we appreciate it. Let us know where you are, what city you took that video in, what town you took that video or photo in. Also just want to share an update looking at the map from the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas. This is statewide. There are about 5,387 customers without power right now in Benton County. As you were saying, those numbers are largely unchanged. We're seeing 1,834 people without power right now. Let's go ahead and see if we can see. Okay, the Arkansas Valley Electric Cooperative says there are about 121 of their customers without power right now. But again, across the state, about a little more than 5,000 without power. Not everyone has been hit by
and I'm
this
assuming
storm.
that number will go up. Scott has been in the Weather Center since the dawn of time, it seems, and again, we've got that line that's starting to make its way into the river valley, and along with the tornado watch, we've got some flash flood warnings going on because of this as well.
Yeah, a new flash flood warning, in fact, for parts of Adair and Sequoah counties. This one's going to run until 10:15 this evening. We've picked up upwards of about 3 inches of rain over the last 3 hours alone, and we can expect an additional 1 to 1.5 inches on top of that. And look, we know we've needed some rain. It's been so dry, one of the driest Octobers on record. We go into November and we pick up 6-7 inches of rain in some locations, not everywhere, but some locations. And so the problem with that is we can't absorb it. We can't soak it in quick enough. And so what happens is runoff. That's flash flooding out there. And that's why we've got these warnings in effect. 10:15 for parts of Delaware, Adair, Sequoah counties. This one off towards the west of LaFleur County, also parts of southern Sequoah. That's going to run until 9:45. You can see this is looping over the last hour. This is not moving necessarily super quickly. Generally speaking, the track of this line is off towards the east-northeast. And the reason that's concerning to us is that's going to be moving over the same area that's probably already seen a lot of rain over the last couple of days. And so we expect that flash flood potential to continue to increase. Is the severe weather threat over? No, but the window is closing, okay? I'm not going to rule out some additional severe storms. I think it's possible we very well could, but it is definitely closing. In fact, just now, coming in seconds ago, Adair County, we've been able to drop you folks from the tornado watch. And I can't think of a county this evening that's better news for. While it looks like Northwest Arkansas was hit pretty hard, Adair County, I think, had 3 different tornado warnings at the same moment. And there were a couple of towns, Christie and Westville, that needed to be in shelter because they had 2 different areas of rotation moving towards them at the exact same time. So some good news for folks in Adair County. That will continue to be the trend where we drop tornado watches from our western counties one by one as the threat has passed. And eventually we can kick this line off towards the east, and eventually we'll be done with that severe weather potential overall. A lot of lightning and a lot of thunder picking up here in parts of Sequoia, Crawford, and we're probably hearing that in Sebastian County, especially there near Fort Smith. That's going to continue to be a problem for us. That tells us these storms are a little bit healthy out there, but just not producing severe weather at the moment. That's the good news for us. I want to show you the watch, kind of mention that, give you an idea of who's still in it. It did include a whole bunch of counties out towards the west, but one by one, we're dropping these as that line moves. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Benton and perhaps even Washington dropped in the next half hour, maybe 60 minutes tops, and then we slowly but surely will push that off towards the east. I think the primary concern for us the rest of this evening is going to be along and south of Interstate 40 in terms of severe weather potential. I wouldn't rule it out maybe in Carroll or Madison, but it really looks like the area of most concern is going to be off towards the south. But even then, the window is closing too. It's possible we don't get any more warnings at all, but I don't think the threat has diminished enough that I would feel confident saying that for sure. I look at some of the off-air data, some of the Mesonet sites from around the area. It's still warm, where we've not had the rain work things over. It's still very, very humid out there. There's a lot of wind shear in the air, and these are all things that, by November standards, are abnormally high. And we kind of look at those standards to see how unusual is this type of an event for this time of the year, and that certainly continues to be the case in that part of the area. Highly unusual. I want to show you some storm reports. I've not taken a look at this, so I'm not totally sure what's going to come up, but we'll look at it in real time. The primary area of storm reports were northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas. Looks like we did see a little bit of hail there in parts of southwest Washington County, but primarily this was a damaging wind and this was a tornado threat. This is not a complete list of storm reports. These are those that have been vetted by the Weather Service, so we'll continue to see them come in and in. As you can imagine, someone suffers some structural damage to their home or their business. The first thing they do is not often to call the National Weather Service and report it, right? So those things will continue to come in. I would suspect by tomorrow or so we'll have more and more and more of these reports coming in. Let's take a look at some damage photos now coming into the station here. You folks have been sending in. This is Little Flock. Looks like there was a home there. Significant structural damage. Looks like the roof is, I don't want to say the home's total. I'm not an engineer. I wouldn't pretend to be one, but that looks significant to me. And you know, I suspect it was probably a well-built home, and that's one of the things that the Weather Service looks at when they come out tomorrow. I assume it's going to be tomorrow. I haven't heard from them specifically. They're still busy issuing warnings. When they come out and look, they're going to be looking at types of structures, how it was built. Was it built up to code? Is it new? What kind of building material was used? And then they're able to judge the strength of the winds, thus assigning an EF rating based off of that. So as you can imagine, an old outhouse built 45 years ago being blown over might be one thing, but a well-built new home, brick home, blown over, that would of course require much stronger winds. Those are the types of discussions they're going to be having when they come out and look at damage like this. We'll pass this report along to the National Weather Service so they're able to go see that themselves. Beautiful shot of that lightning there, very, very scary. Ominous cloud there in the background. What do we got next? That was taken in Elm Springs by Denise Ratcliffe. Denise, thank you so much for sending that in. Our number here at the station's on the bottom of your screen. You guys have been really, really sending in some remarkable reports and photos. We hope everyone is safe out there. I'll be honest, I've been kind of working, keeping my eye on radar, so I've not been able to listen to Darren and Alexander too much, but I haven't heard, at least at this moment, of any injuries or fatalities. Am I wrong? I'm looking for some guidance. Haven't heard anything yet. I've got my fingers crossed that holds. Wall cloud right there on that picture. You can kind of see a similar storm structure there from the backside of a system. This is going to be on Rogers. This is taken in Tawnytown by Betsy Franklin. I remember when that cell was coming through Tawnytown. This was taken near the promenade area. Looks like Agatha Chavez sent that photo in. That's actually really, really scary positioning, just given the proximity you were to that cloud there. Continuing to run through a lot of these. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send things back to Darren and Alexandra. It's going to take 1 second. So you're stuck with me and my raspy voice. I've been going through the cough drops all night. It's been a busy week of weather. I've kind of lost my voice. I'm relying on Darren and Alexander for the next few hours.
Well, you've been doing an amazing job, our entire weather team. We are so grateful for you all. We've had Scott, Zach, and Steven in-house tonight, and we just really appreciate how you all work together in tandem. And so now, just seeing this update from Rogers Police, they say that there is damage at the intersection of North Dixieland Road and West Hudson Road. So we've let our crews know that that's where some homes might be damaged, maybe some businesses. So we're going to have cameras sent out there and see what's happening. Of course, it is dark now, so it will be harder to see what these possible tornadoes have done and what these strong winds have done.
I was just looking at a message that Jacob Luthi has sent us, a massive police standoff going on at Hudson and North 2nd Street. At the McDonald's near Rogers Airport. We're going to have
we'll look into that and we'll
yeah.
confirm that information and make sure that is what is happening.
Oh, he's seeing it. Okay, guns are drawn and let's see, he's headed. Okay, we're got people headed that way to. Jacob Luthi is near Hudson and North 2nd Street, which could be an area that actually got hit by the storm. When you mentioned that North Dixieland and Hudson Road and Rogers was hit. If memory serves, that was one of the ground zero spots from the Memorial Day tornadoes as well there in Rogers. That was hit pretty hard. We can also tell you that Lieutenant Shannon Jenkins with the Benton County Sheriff's Office is saying that they're only dealing with downed trees now out in the county. She doesn't say anything about in Rogers, because there is some damage in parts of Rogers, but at least out in the county, what they're dealing with now are a lot of trees that are down, and that's to be expected with the system that came through. Again, Black Hills is mobilizing to respond to some gas leaks at Little Flock. That was a town that was hit hard. If they have not gotten there yet, they should be arriving very soon to assess the damage there in Little Flock. We've got reporters out everywhere. We got Jacob Luthi on this situation that's apparently going down right now at a McDonald's at Hudson and North 2nd Street in Rogers, where there is some sort of massive police standoff, guns drawn. We're going to wait and see what else we're going to get from Jacob on that. He apparently is seeing this. He's witnessing this on his own right now, or himself. So we'll wait for him to get us some more information as to what's happening there.
We are reaching out to Rogers Police right now for more information. Let's see. Okay, they said it was right next to another area where there was a downed power line. So we'll bring you more information as we learn. Again, we've reached out to Rogers Police about this. Again, we are still seeing a lot of flash flooding across the region right now, downed power lines, gas leaks. So a very precarious situation out there. If you do step outside, be mindful, especially because it's dark, especially because those dark streets can conceal a downed power line. So make sure you bring a flashlight and you're stepping very carefully. And if you are seeing any damage in your neighborhood, like we saw earlier, roofs torn off, anything like that, please send it our way. You can see at the bottom of your screen there's our number where you can reach us. You can text us your photos, videos, as you hopefully took them from a safe place. That number, 479-785-5000. Also let us know if we have permission to use your photo or video, your name, and we don't have to share your name on air if you don't want that, but please let us know where you took your videos and photos today.
Okay, apparently this is happening in Little Flock.
The standoff?
Near the standoff, yeah,
Okay.
near the Rogers. Yeah, this is happening.
Little Flock
It's in
Police.
Little Flock Police
Okay,
now.
so now we'll reach out to Little Flock Police and get more
Find out more
information
about
on
that, yeah.
What appears to be a standoff with guns drawn. So we will get more information on that.
Yeah, I'm going to check one more time on the power. It's actually gone down. Instead of
That's
1920, now it's 1902. So
All right,
they're starting to get
we're making progress.
some progress on power outages, at least in Benton County. In Washington County, it's still about 275. That number has gone up just a little bit. And then Newton County, that's high. Let's see, that's 64 out there in Newton County, so it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But apparently, it's in Benton County that's been hit pretty hard with power outages. I just wonder if nothing yet in Sebastian County or in Crawford County just yet either. So.
Okay, now we're taking a look at Adair County. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so
2,241, yeah. And then right next to it in Cherokee County, 543. Adair County makes sense because that's where it actually, the biggest part of, or the heaviest part of that storm as it came out of the Gore area in Sequoah County, came right through and covered quite a bit of land in Adair County. And
Yes.
that would be the reason why there's that many there's 9,400 customers in Adair County, and 22, I'm not a very good math, but that's a good sized percentage
it is.
of customers who don't have power right now. in Adair County. All right, Stephen Elmore's been here as well too. Stephen, what you got about what's happening with this line coming through right now?
Yeah, the line coming through right now. Good news is no severe weather as it stands right now. Still tracking the potential throughout the rest of the night tonight. So when it comes to the watch, you mentioned a majority of those power outages are in Benton County right now. More good news to report. The National Weather Service out of Tulsa has dropped the tornado watch for Benton County. When it comes to the rest of Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley, that watch goes out until 9 p.m. for Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. When it comes to Sequoah and LaFleur counties, that's going out until 8 p.m. It was originally scheduled to end at 6. They extended it another 2 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and take a step over towards the wall, and we can kind of go and take a look at what we're expecting, not only the rest of the night tonight, but what we currently have right now. Again, good news is don't have any of those warnings right now. So when it comes to what we have, again, what you see in red there, again, it can be kind of scary when it comes to similar coloring. Don't worry, that's just that flood, flash flood warning right now. We've seen a lot of rainfall over the past several hours, and I want to take a look at what the current track. I want you to look at the current track of where that heavy rainfall is moving, not necessarily moving as fast as we would like it to towards the east, more of making that northeastern movement. So we're going to see some places continuing to pick up some of that heavier rainfall as well. But when it comes to the severe weather, not seeing much in the way of that activity repicking back up across Northwest Arkansas. When it comes to the River Valley, been pretty quiet for most of us tonight, outside of what we've seen in parts of eastern Oklahoma. When it comes to parts of western Arkansas, especially in the River Valley, haven't had much in the way of severe weather. Not saying that can't be ruled out the rest of the night. That's why we have that watch in place until 9 p.m. So when it comes to that watch, again, one county was, we've seen a few counties dropped off now, but Benton County is the latest one that has been dropped by the National Weather Service. Here's a look across Northwest Arkansas. Again, western parts of Benton County, rain starting to clear up now, more than likely have some damage in those areas as well due to the strong winds that came through. Also had a few of those tornado warnings that moved through as well. When it comes to western Washington County, starting to see that rain clear up as well. Doesn't mean we will stay dry the rest of the night. A few of those scattered showers could be possible. Really, where we'll focus on now is kind of where that front edge of that line of thunderstorms is, moving through ports of Carroll County into northern Madison County and through ports of southern Washington County as well. I think those winds, more than likely, anywhere between 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts will be possible. When it comes to talking to the National Weather Service, when we start to see, or if we start to see some of that activity starting to pick back up, we'll get the notice first and then be able to see where that's going to be coming in at, but not seeing those updates as of now when it comes to any potential for some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Across the River Valley, so far, not a whole lot of rainfall tonight. Again, if you remember earlier this evening, we not only had the tornado warning that was affecting parts of Sequoah County when it comes to the Gore area, but also we had a tornado warning that was in parts of Logan County. That never made it into extreme eastern Logan County, but we were tracking it. We saw rotation there. They just let that expire before it eventually got into Logan County. So we were tracking both ends at first. The good news is that started to fall apart very quickly when it comes to the rainfall the rest of the night. I think we're still in for a lot of rainfall, especially across the River Valley. It may not come to the severe limits. So here's a look at Futurecast. Again, this is what we could see in the next couple of hours, continuing that train of heavy rainfall. And what we've seen from earlier on this evening to currently still seeing that as well is that this is really going to start to slow down. Earlier, we had some storms moving very quickly. I think our highest movement we saw when it comes to one of those warnings was around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Now that we're starting to lose that energy as we get later and later into the evening, going to start to see this line of thunderstorms really start to slow down. What's that going to do for us? That's going to increase the chances for some of those higher rainfall totals. Even as we get into tomorrow morning, I think we're still seeing some of that heavier rainfall heading into Election Day. This is past midnight now, early Tuesday morning. Still expecting to see at least some showers across parts of Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. I think that severe weather threat, if it starts to re-amp back up, is way off towards the east by then. But those showers could hang around by the time we get to early on Tuesday morning, before finally we start to dry out, not only into Tuesday afternoon, but throughout most of the day on Wednesday as well. So again, The main update that we had for you was that watch still continues for eastern Oklahoma, Sequoah, and Logan County until 8 p.m. The rest of northwest Arkansas outside of Benton County now, who was dropped out of that watch, that goes out still until 9 p.m. for northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. When we look at velocity, when we look at all the data we're getting in and through our chat from the National Weather Service, not seeing any signs of anything starting to fire back up when it comes to the chances of any severe weather. We had a few strong storms south of Scott County. The good news is, the good trend for that is that a lot of those warnings that we had earlier on in the evening, those have since dropped as well. Everything that we have right now, those red polygons that you see, are the flash flood warnings. The chances of us seeing more of those flash flood warnings throughout the rest of this evening, definitely a high chance for that. So that's going to be our next issue now. We'll still look out for the chances for some strong thunderstorms or the chances for even more rotation this evening. But I got to tell you, when it comes to the flooding risk, that's what we're really turning our concern to now because of how much rainfall we're going to see and how long it's going to be sitting over here. It's not necessarily moving quickly towards the east. It's more moving towards the northeast. So it's going to be hanging around places for a while longer. I think we have those flash flood warnings now. We could see some more issued into parts of western Arkansas later on this evening. I think that's the next update that we'll get from the National Weather Service is those flash flood warning potential, especially in northwest Arkansas. Across the River Valley, I think our rain chances are better overnight tonight. So here's the latest update from the National Weather Service. They're saying the best environment right now, eastern Sebastian County through southern Franklin County. It's still very messy out there. So again, that's why we still have that watch. They're going to start to trim off counties behind this line of thunderstorms, but the environment potential in places that haven't seen much activity tonight, it's still there. Throughout the day today, it was muggy. We had strong winds up from the south. That's why we had so much storm fuel, what we call it, available for today. So now across parts of the River Valley where we didn't have much for today, that energy hasn't been tapped into yet. We can still see some of those strong to severe thunderstorms later on this evening. The chances for a tornado or two is still possible as well. So that's what our latest update is from the National Weather Service. Again, Benton County was dropped from that tornado watch. The rest of us continuing for a couple more hours, and then we'll continue to watch parts of the River Valley as that environment still is capable of producing some severe weather.
We do have fresh photos and videos that have come in from you all from across northwest Arkansas and the River Valley and parts of Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so is, wow, from Greg Harris in Little Flock, his Ring security camera there. My goodness, you can see, wow.
Well,
this looks like it's rain.
Until you see the debris come flying through there.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, my goodness.
And I wonder if Scott has got his mic on, and if we could rerun this again, you could actually see what it looked like, either the outflow or the inflow of a funnel cloud as it came across this guy's neighborhood. You could see a lot of debris that was flowing in one direction, trash cans flying everywhere as well too. And I wonder if when we start this back over again, you saw how calm it was, and then within just a few seconds, it just got to be pretty darn hairy. And once we get that re-racked again, we'll try to show you that again as well too.
All right, this is coming from the Pinnacle area. Okay, now we're taking a look at Little Flock coming in from Tim. All right, a lot of new photos coming in right now.
This is Pinnacle Hills Apartments from in Rogers. You can see the lowering there. Obviously, it took a picture through the window. You can see the lights and the screen there. But just you know, when you see these kind of pictures, it just shows you how scary it was out there this afternoon.
Absolutely, and you know, the worst part of it all is, while our team was able to track and pinpoint where this was, the conditions were so ripe for funnel clouds and tornadoes that any of those funnel clouds could have touched down at any moment. The rotation could happen so quickly, and that's why it's so important for everyone to be weather aware. When we're tracking a rotation in a specific area, you still need to be mindful that at any moment it could pop up where you
Absolutely. I want to go back to that video. It's the first we're seeing of Scott, if you
Oh,
can,
look at those
if you can
trash
see
cans
this, you've got this going on, and all of a sudden you start seeing
Oh, yeah.
all of that debris
Ooh.
going in one direction.
My
And then it
goodness.
changes directions. You might notice that. So from the beginning of the video, that trash can's going down the street one way, that vortex comes in and all the debris is going the different way. That's likely was the tornado captured right there. I would certainly believe that.
And again, this is what the National Weather Service will look at, along with that one picture we showed of a little bit ago of that house that was heavily damaged. It looked to me like to the left of that picture was the homeowner's roof sitting next to it, and I'm assuming that's what the Weather Service will look at as well when they come and do their survey. And you mentioned it, you know, how well was this house built? What kind of materials? What kind of structure? What kind of, you know, was in place at the time that the storm hit? And I know we've got that. We showed that picture a minute ago, and we can show it here in a little bit. That the house was pretty much was very heavily damaged, but it looked to me like the roof was sitting right next to it. Having been blown off from either you know, straight line winds or a possible tornado that came through there as well. But just looking at this video, this is the first we've seen of an area that was hit by this funnel cloud, and just shows you how powerful this thing was when it came through.
Yeah, no question about it. And the alarming thing is, for many of us, it all happened all at once. We had multiple tornado warnings moving into the area at the exact same time. Some of the areas that were under tornado warnings were under multiple warnings at the exact same time. Hard to keep track of exactly where the threats are, where they're moving, what you needed to do in those exact moments. Kind of got a little chaotic for us out there. Things are a bit calmer right now, so that's generally some good news. I'm keeping my eye focused on Sebastian, parts of Franklin, parts of Logan County, even parts of Scott County. I think if we are to see additional severe storms, this is probably the most likely area. I should be clear to say that's the most likely area, but not the only area. I'm not going to rule it out elsewhere, but I think most favored for us is probably going to be in this general vicinity. We do have some storms moving in, heavy rain coming down in Fort Smith, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. I'm looking at our cameras there in Pensacola, looking at our cameras at the Marshals Museum, Mercy, Fort Smith. Certainly going to be a pretty strong thunderstorm. It's just not severe, but it is a very efficient rainmaker, and that's going to be the problem for us. We do have some of these scattered cells out ahead of the main line. Those are developing and lifting off towards the north from the south. Got one moving towards, let's say, Whitaker Village. Hartman probably is going to see some of that rain there as well. That's lifting towards the north. Yeah, we'll watch those to see if those don't try to act up. It's possible. Those are those discrete supercells out ahead of the main line that you have to watch for, but I really think as this line moves in, we'll watch little kinks and little eddies in the line, like you can see here on the Crawford County and Sebastian County lines. So we're here for you. We're not going anywhere. You're going to hear a lot from news, and as we cover the tornadoes and the damage in Northwest Arkansas, myself, Stephen, the weather team, we're focused behind the scenes on radar. With every scan that comes in, we're examining pixel by pixel to see exactly what's happening. This is a live picture right now out of Little Flock. You can see our reporter right there, Jacob Luthi, examining the damage. It looks like there's probably some kind of emergency response just up the street there. You can see some tree limb damage, as well as looks like probably some law enforcement, maybe some fire personnel, emergency management officials on scene. It kind of looks like, I don't know if we can get a message. Is Joel with Jacob there? Is that some car? Looks like I see some tree damage where those folks are walking right there. Maybe some fence damage as well. Kind of up the street there, if we could zoom in past that street sign, past the speed limit sign there.
Oh yeah, now I'm seeing you're talking about.
They can't hear us. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know. I kind of see something back there that makes me think there might have been a car involved with some of that.
But this is, again, this is what the Weather Service will come out and look at to determine the strength of this storm as it came through, along with a number of other damage reports that we are getting.
Mm-hmm. And those are going to continue to come in. I'm looking at them come in. Weather Service has already gotten a ton, but what they do, they quality control them. Believe it or not, there's some bad actors out there that like to send fake storm reports in, and so they go through it one by one, make sure that's all legit and actual verified information, and those will continue to populate in my system here, and that's what I'm looking at off screen. Unfortunately, for a lot of those emergency responders, we've got these storms moving through, and that's going to pose a safety hazard, number one. You've got frequent lightning, You've got some very gusty winds at times, just below severe thresholds, while you got a lot of rain out there as well. So it's going to make the emergency response efforts a little bit more difficult as opposed to, well, if it was just dry and middle of the day with no lightning. And so unfortunately that may slow us down just a bit, but I can see from that picture there live in Little Flock, they are working hard.
Kayla Davis, we're going to get with her in just a little bit. She is not exactly sure where she is, but she's found a home that was heavily damaged. Jacob Luther, you saw him. He is at that location. We'll be checking in with him in just a second as well, to where we saw that in Little Flock. All right.
And let's go ahead and we'll send it over. Yeah, Kayla is ready. She is live. All right, let's send it out to Kayla Davis. Kayla, can you just let us know where you are and what you're seeing right now? I know you just got there a little bit ago. What have you noticed?
Yep, we just got here. We're in Little Flock. They've actually cleared up the area pretty well since we've gotten here about maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. But what I've been told by Carroll Electricity is that supposedly a tin can or some type of tin material hit the power line that could have caused the explosion. Now, that's not confirmed yet, but what they're saying is that could have been what caused it. There's a gaping hole in this house across the way. And of course, as you can see behind me, tons of damage. Trees down. There's a shed that came across the road, hit this tree over here. I don't know if you guys can see it that far away, but a big root ball that's just been completely uprooted from the ground. So, yep. So Carroll Electricity is out here and they're clearing the way. There's a tractor back here that's been clearing up this road pretty significantly, and they're doing a good job. And the power lines, they tell me, are back up, and there's no down lines that are dangerous in this area anymore. So we will continue to keep you updated as we learn more information. But for now, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Kayla. You can see that some of those tree limbs that are down look like they blocked the entire road.
Yeah.
And that's just what happens, especially when you have really strong winds, a possible tornado. Something that is not even that heavy can become a weapon in the air and take something down like a power line. So we'll learn more about that. Of course, crews are working among all these treacherous conditions, working with police and fire and crews to get the debris out of the way so then they can work safely in the dark while, of course, everything's wet out there as well.
And very reminiscent as to what we saw the night of the Memorial Day tornadoes. There were all the tree limbs and trees that were knocked over and torn down and uprooted. Kayla mentioned a root ball that has already been found along the road where she is right now. Jacob Luthi is also, we saw him a moment ago walk into his live report just a second, or the camera shot that was there in Little Flock. Is he ready to go?
He is ready.
Okay, let's all right, Jacob, tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Darren, I am in the Rogers Little Flock area right now. We are right above Hudson Street, on Dixieland Street, a little bit north of Hudson Street. Right now they have the road blocked off. As you can see, there's trees down behind me, but crews are a little bit further down. There is some really big damage over there. They are working on down power lines. There is also a couple of homes and businesses here that have some damage. One of the houses here, one of the barns, the roof it looks like it's partially removed, as well as the side of the house looks like some of the foundation has come off of that house. There's a hole in the house. I met a family earlier, if you don't mind coming in and speaking with me for a second. This family, they said they walked over here from where they live. And do you mind just giving me your names?
I'm Lindsay Law. I'm Laura Miller.
Lisa Law.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about you. You guys just said you guys just got back from down there. Tell me a little bit about what you saw, just a little bit about what you saw when you came down here.
Okay, so we got here and we were able to walk up to the house down there that you see and actually go in the yard, and there is debris all over the yard. There's metal around the trees. There's some cones, like big barrels.
A parking garage.
The parking garage. It looks like part of the roof, like one of the pieces of the roof is now hanging down. There's debris over their car. There's big pieces of fence. Big chunks of fence are down, and their fence in the front is just really got taken out by a lot of trees. There's a lot of trees down too.
And you told me that you live over there down right across the street. So what prompted you to come over? Were you just checking out on your neighbors?
I have some friends that live right down the street here, and they're kind of an elderly couple. So I heard that this hit over here, and I said, oh no, maybe we can get to them if they need help. Unfortunately, we can't quite get there to them yet, but
we heard the sirens going off right across the street, and we tried to get to my neighbor's house, who has a storm shelter in her garage floor, and we didn't quite get there, and we had to run back to my house, and that's when we heard all the damage that was done, and we were literally outside when it hit. And I've been crying, if you can't tell, all night, but I didn't want to go through this again.
And then for the most part, where you guys were at, your places were safe. Your where you guys live was not hit.
yes, right behind the Joe Mathias School, right over there on 24th. And so far, we are all okay. We did not suffer damage again. We didn't suffer it yet.
It was very scary. I didn't want to do this again. I just don't think my heart can take it anymore, And it's not over yet, but we're just going to keep watching the weather, Channel 5. And the weathermen there are great. We're just going to keep watching that and run for safety as soon as we can.
The parking, one of the outdoor parking garages was completely in the road. Completely kept blocking this road, I think is what's causing a lot of the backup right now. The trees and the carport was completely in the road.
Yeah,
So-
and right now there's the business to my left as well is damaged. There's a Springfield sign shop that does not look like it's hit, but the building right next to it looks like there's damage. And so crews, again, there's a long line of traffic right now right in front of me trying to come up Dixieland Street. It looks like I went up there to talk to one of the police officers. He told me that they're not letting traffic through right now. Again, down power lines, down trees, a lot of obstruction in the roads right now. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio. We're going to try to get up a little bit further so that we can get more shots of the damage.
All right, thank you so much, Jacob. I want to give you folks an update on radar. I got a couple new pieces of information to pass along to you. Brand new flash flood warning spanning parts of Benton, Carroll, Madison, Washington, all the way back towards Crawford counties. We're seeing some pretty high rainfall rates, so we are going to expect some flash flooding, as we've been talking about. The other thing that's of interest to me that what I'm about to say is going to sound concerning, but let me preface it with this. Right now, there's no imminent threat in Scott County, but we've been tracking a strong cell that's moving out of Polk County. Heard from a lot of folks in Mena there this evening. That storm's been passing off towards the north. It's not severe at the moment. Lightning is coming up, and if I look in the mid-levels of the atmosphere near Waldron, there's some high-level rotation. Of course, tornadoes only develop from low-level rotation, and so just the fact that we're seeing high-level rotation is somewhat broad in nature, not necessarily organized at the moment, but it is happening, and so it is moving into that area that we've been discussing is continued to be favored or most favored for the potential of some severe storms to develop. Southwestern LaFleur County, things are really starting to get active there slowly but surely. That cluster of severe storms moving into your neck of the woods. So that's what I've got on live radar right now, watching the portions of the river valley for the potential of some additional severe storms. This line continues pushing off towards the east. It's strong, and flash flooding is becoming an increasing concern for a lot of us in northwest Arkansas. And soon, that same threat will also pair with the severe weather threat in the river valley.
All right, Scott, thanks. Appreciate that. And again, we've been getting a lot of pictures in from damage, and this is one that
Coming
just now
in
came
from
in.
Little Flock. Are we looking at some home damage here? Okay, it's a house that took on significant damage from the storms that came through earlier this evening. And just want to mention as well, as Jacob was talking to 3 women out there near Little Flock, one of them got emotional and teared up a little bit because, like Scott, you said last week, it's like the fall can be our second severe weather season, and sometimes we don't exactly expect it this time of year. We think we're out of the woods, but again, we saw a confirmed EF1 go through Prairie Grove just days ago, not even a week ago, and now a lot of us are dealing with this. And let's see, where is this coming out of? This is live in Little Flock right now. As oh my goodness, the rain is just pouring down as crews work. Kayla is out there right now. You can see how many tree limbs came out there, that so much that they had to get the bulldozer out.
All right, we are going to wrap up our coverage here. Just as a reminder, again, that's not over with yet. We've got flash flood warnings all around the area. And should it get to be a situation where it warrants us to break back into programming because of a tornado warning, we will of course do that. In the meantime, all of this information and pictures and so forth can be found on our website at 5newsonline.com. We are going to compile all of this information with all of our reporters who are out there now and have a complete report coming up tonight at 10.
Yes, we're going to have a lot more at 10. And of course, tomorrow morning, as well as the sun rises, and we really get a good look at this damage, because a lot of this came through. It wasn't even safe to go outside. And then the sunset, so we didn't get to see a lot of it. Crews are working, of course, to fix those gas leaks, get the power back on. This is a great time right now. If you do have power, charge your phone fully, keep your phone on you, and we will break into coverage, of course, if anything pops up. But we are also, if you download our free 5 News app to your phone, that will send you weather alerts as well where you live.
All right, we thank you for joining us. I know it's a little bit past 7 o'clock. We'll send you to network programming, and then we'll see you tonight on your 5 News at 10.
We'll see you.